1461. Rafting against the long river. Before the man in blood-stained clothes could finish speaking, everyone felt a suction force appear out of nowhere above the circular flying land. It was as if a vortex had suddenly formed, drawing them all in. Before falling into the vortex, Li Fan inadvertently glanced again at the stone pillar carried by the man in blood-stained clothes. At the instant the other party lightly patted the stone pillar, Li Fan sensed an extremely faint tremor occurring simultaneously within the Tao network. Pillar of the Great Tao. Or perhaps, it is one of the Great Taos itself. To be able to carry the Great Tao on his shoulders, and appear so relaxed and at ease. This person's strength is probably no less than nameless. Li Fan's heart was filled with awe. The invisible vortex collectively swallowed the 28 newly promoted immortal hunters. When they came back to their senses, they were already in an unfamiliar starry sky. Information related to this operation came from the Tao network. Estimated true immortal will arrive here in half an hour. Seize the remaining time to discuss the method of encirclement and hunting. While everyone digested the information, they all looked at the so-called immortal bait in the void, which was emitting inexplicable fluctuations. It was a quietly floating bronze coffin, surrounded by patterns of 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. What made people feel a faint chill in their hearts was that a corner of the coffin lid had already been opened by someone, and intermittent murmurs and whispers came from within. Although the sound originated from the bronze coffin, it seemed to appear right behind their ears. The demonic sound entered their ears, and although it didn't seem to have any immediate impact on everyone, the fact that it could attract a true immortal to cross the sea of stars despite the hardship, meant that this coffin must have something special about it. Everyone silently observed for a while, and finally Dao Yuan, who was ranked first in the test, took the lead and said, "I happen to know a little about the origin of this immortal bait. I'll start by throwing out a brick to attract jade, and give a brief introduction. If there is anything inappropriate, I hope you will forgive me." Dao Yuan's attitude was humble, and everyone around nodded. As everyone knows, the remaining true immortals in the Sea of Stars today are seeking roughly 2 things. First, enlightenment of the Great Tao to prove the nameless realm. Second, naturally, it is the method to avoid calamity and disaster. When the immortal realm suddenly collapsed that year, countless true immortals died like ants. The group of immortals who were fortunate enough to survive subsequently developed an extremely deep obsession with the method of escaping and surviving. It is said that after the immortal realm collapsed, nameless true immortals gathered in one place to discuss and research 3 mysterious and divine methods of refuge. Although Dao Yuan said it was common knowledge, judging from the expressions on the faces of these new immortal hunters, it was clear that such secrets were by no means known to ordinary people. Most of them were deeply attracted and listened carefully. However, some people did not take Dao Yuan's show of knowledge seriously, and sneered coldly. It is said that these 3 methods of refuge can protect living beings and survive all the calamities in the world. Even disasters like the collapse of the immortal realm can ensure safety. The bronze coffin in front of us is the world-crossing profound coffin among the 3 refuge methods. This profound coffin seems to be connected to other worlds. Once you lie in it, you will completely disappear from the world. At this point, someone couldn't help but interrupt Dao Yuan. Completely disappear? In this case, how can we be sure whether they have actually fallen or have really gone to avoid disaster? This was obviously a question in the hearts of other people as well. Dao Yuan smiled slightly, pointing to the 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes carved on the bronze coffin and said, "Have you seen these dragon and phoenix patterns? After a person lies in the coffin and disappears, the dragons and phoenixes will sing together and finally reflect the scene of the other world. It is said that without exception, they are all overjoyed and cupping their hands in thanks. Presumably, it is possible to communicate when sending the person in the coffin to another world. As for the authenticity of these images, the eagerness of countless true immortals and even nameless true immortals for this world-crossing profound coffin is enough to explain the problem." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. "Then what is in front of us?" Dao Yuan smiled. "Naturally, it is a replica." Although it was an expected answer, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The world-crossing profound coffin was created from the beginning to help immortals avoid disasters. Therefore, in the beginning, great powerhouses joined forces to announce to all surviving immortals in the world, and passed on the method of entering and activating the profound coffin's aura fluctuations. "Those who are destined can enter the coffin to avoid calamity," Dao Yuan said slowly. At this point, some of the new immortal hunters finally reacted. In that case, wouldn't it mean that the powerful figures who cast the world-crossing profound coffin have already avoided the world and escaped to other worlds through the profound coffin? Dao Yuan nodded. That's right. The profound coffin is also a legacy they left behind. It is said that the real profound coffin floats in the sea of stars in a special pattern, constantly emitting announcement fluctuations in all directions. Although we in the source star sea have never seen the real world-crossing profound coffin, we can already fake the profound coffin fluctuations. Suddenly, a cold laugh inexplicably interrupted. How does Brother Dao know that we in the source star sea have never seen the real profound coffin? If we haven't seen such a divine object with our own eyes, how can we imitate it so vividly? Dao Yuan and even the surrounding Immortal Hunter members all changed their expressions upon hearing this. However, the voice just said a sentence of sarcasm and stopped speaking. Moreover, it was difficult to tell who said it. Everyone secretly sized each other up, but didn't seem to find any suspicious targets. Seeing that the situation in the field had temporarily fallen into a stalemate, someone stood up to smooth things over. Brother Dao, please tell us what the other two great methods of avoiding the world are. We are really curious to hear such secrets for the first time. Others echoed, and Dao Yuan's expression eased. He spoke again. As for the other two great methods of avoiding the world, I only know one of them. It is the upstream boat. Upstream boat. Everyone pondered the meaning of these three words. Dao Yuan's expression was solemn. The river of time flows endlessly, always forward. It is said that this upstream boat can carry people upstream in the river of time, traveling back to the time when all disasters had not yet occurred. Ah, the shock that the upstream boat brought to everyone was obviously far greater than that of the world-crossing profound coffin. After all, being able to reverse time is a dream that all living beings yearn for. It stimulated everyone's enthusiasm for discussion, and there was a lot of debate. Brother Dao, did those true immortals really create this upstream boat? I don't think it's possible. If they really returned to the past, why hasn't the fact that the immortal realm collapsed changed in the slightest? Alas, this is what you don't know. Returning to the past, if the details of history change, it is like a river changing its course, and a different river will naturally form downstream. We are still in the original river, so naturally we cannot perceive it. Fallacy. According to you, we should disappear as the river of time changes its course. Why do we and everything in the world still exist? The principles of time are beyond the scope of what we can understand and imagine. You two don't have to be so serious. However, since fellow Taoist speaks with such conviction, the existence of the inverse flow ship is likely not a fabrication. The crowd chimed in, each with their own thoughts. Finally, Dao Yuan smiled and said, whether the inverse flow ship is real or not, I truly cannot say for sure. Not just me, even those seniors in the Shuo Xingxi might not actually know. It's just a vague rumor. Someone else asked, this second world avoiding method already allows one to traverse the river of time. Then, the third world avoiding method, what exactly? The discussion among the newly promoted immortal hunters about the inverse flow ship abruptly came to an end. Everyone stared intently at Dao Yuan, awaiting his explanation. Dao Yuan smiled wryly. This third world avoiding method, even among the immortal groups of that era, few knew its details. But, all those who knew its true nature deeply believed that it was the most perfect world avoiding method. If one could master that method, all calamities in the world would be like fleeting clouds. It is true great freedom, great ease, great liberation. As Dao Yuan spoke, a strong yearning couldn't help but appear in his eyes. Everyone present was the same. However, there was one person whose heart trembled even more upon hearing this, far surpassing the others. It was Li Fan. Because he already knew about the existence of the cataclysmic disaster sweeping through the entire mortal world from Huan Zhen's countdown, Li Fan was initially filled with disdain when he heard about the so-called three great world-avoiding methods. However, this disdain had already vanished without a trace after hearing about the existence of the first world-avoiding method, the world-crossing profound coffin. Lying in the profound coffin allows one to go to another world. This world is obviously not as simple as another lower realm star sea. Almost instantly, Li Fan thought of the essence ancient azure origin. The demon beast race can use it to traverse possibilities. The true immortals who were able to survive the annihilation of Tao calamity may also have the power to traverse possibilities. If it's just like the demon beast race, randomly jumping between possibilities, I'm afraid it wouldn't be worthy of the term, world crossing. If what Dao Yuan said is true, all the survivors who jumped over were overjoyed and bowed in gratitude. Could it be that this profound coffin can even scout in advance, or even choose the possibility it can reach? Li Fan's heart stirred. The entire mortal world still has 7.36 million years of lifespan. In other words, there must still be possibilities where it can survive for more than 7 million years. Although this number doesn't seem very long, compared to the primordial possibility where Li Fan is, which is already in a dying state and may be subjected to the annihilation of Tao calamity at any time. That is already considered long-lived. If one could find such a paradise from the ruins of the immortal realm, being pleasantly surprised would be normal. If the world-crossing profound coffin only made Li Fan feel slightly surprised, then the existence of the inverse flow ship caused Li Fan's heart to tremble. Wu Bai Zhen Dong. Li Fan was more convinced than anyone else present of the true existence of this treasure, the inverse flow ship. Not to mention that Li Fan himself possessed the strange treasure, Huan Zhen. Just the Kun Qian bone hand he saw in the Zhan Huang realm already proved that the ancient immortals had mastered some supernatural powers related to time. However, although one can reverse time, the arrival of the annihilation of Tao calamity is an unstoppable trend. Just like the earth, if the west is high and the east is low, then the river will generally flow from west to east and into the sea. Even if one can repeatedly return to the source of the river and start over, it is impossible to change the final outcome of flowing east into the sea. Reflected in reality, it means that if one can't find the real reason for the outbreak of the annihilation of Tao calamity, even if one reverses time again and again, it will only be in vain. Moreover, reversing the river of time will definitely cost an extremely painful price. I'm afraid it can be done once or twice, but not a third time. After this consideration, Li Fan also understood the great difference between his Huan Zhen treasure and the treasure that reverses time. When the real is taken as the unreal becomes real. From nothingness, a single thought creates something out of thin air. Even the concept of time exists because it exists. Using the eastward flowing water as an analogy, my Huan Zhen is like being able to arbitrarily modify the situation of the earth, and even the sky. Not only can it make all rivers flow backwards, but even the water of the earth can surge upwards from below and rush into the sky, which is not impossible. Isn't this exactly corresponding to the so-called great freedom, great ease, and great liberation? Although Li Fan already knew about the existence of the doomsday in the mortal world, he didn't feel much fear in his heart. It was because he believed that he possessed Huan Zhen, and therefore possessed the power to rewrite everything. After seeing the scene of the doomsday countdown numbers jumping by millions of times, Li Fan was even more convinced of his judgment. If there really is a world-avoiding method of great freedom in the world, I'm afraid it's only Huan Zhen. Dao Yuan's remarks awakened Li Fan's hidden worries deep in his heart. Within the dark star sea, the scene he once saw of the true immortals silently waiting in the Zhan Huang realm. It seemed to indicate that the immortals of the past seemed to have already known about the existence of Huan Zhen. Just like today's immortal hunters, they had already set a trap in the Zhan Huang realm. It's just that, for some unknown reason, Huan Zhen was delayed for a long time. That's why Li Fan finally escaped the calamity. Although it was just a guess of Li Fan's, today, after hearing the rumors of the inverse flow ship and the third world avoiding method, Li Fan seemed to have thought of some possibility, and his mind became extremely solemn. The mortal world is probably a giant Zhan Huang realm. Just like everything that happened in the Zhan Huang realm. When disaster strikes, some people choose to flee at the first sign of trouble, some people choose to step forward and resolutely seek a way to save the world. And some people just lie down and rot, wasting their remaining years. Indeed, there is nothing new under the sun. What I thought was a secret is probably not a top secret. It's just that the group of people who happen to know are no longer here. Li Fan never underestimated the power of immortals. Especially the true immortals who can traverse possibilities. If one day, I leave the primordial possibility and go to other worlds, I must be even more careful. Dao Yuan's words stirred Li Fan's thoughts, making it difficult for him to control himself. Fortunately, the performance of the others present was not much better, so he didn't reveal any flaws. Alright, let's get back to the topic. Just received news, our target, that true immortal, uses Yi to attain Tao. What is Yi? Invisible to the eye. We must be careful to guard against it. As Dao Yuan spoke, his gaze swept towards the distance. 1462. Zai enters the mysterious coffin. Perhaps the true immortal has already quietly infiltrated the vicinity. Dao Yuan's words immediately made everyone a little nervous, instantly waking up from the previous ethereal legends of seclusion. Unlike the previous trials, this is the first time everyone has truly faced a true immortal. People will die. Forced by the crisis of life and death, the newly promoted immortal hunters quickly took action, cooperating with each other and making preparations. Although it was the first time, and there were only information transmission instructions without on-site guidance, everyone was a leader among the cultivators of the Shuo Star Sea, so they appeared to be in good order. The first thing immortal hunters need to do when supplementing immortals is to strengthen the power of the Dao net in this area, and then use the Dao net to conceal themselves. If the entire Dao net is nailed to the great Dao of heaven and earth by an invisible giant hand and the four supports working together, then in this frontier area of the Shuo Star Sea, where the Dao net is weak, the immortal hunters need to use themselves as nails to further stabilize the Dao net so that it can call upon more power in the upcoming battle. It is said that the organization's veteran immortal hunters are well coordinated. In an instant, they can strengthen and seal off the Dao net in an area. In comparison, this group of novices in the field seems a little flustered. Especially regarding the selection of candidates to serve as temporary nails, there were some disputes. According to common sense, considering efficiency, it would naturally be best to choose those who have the deepest understanding of the Dao net. However, everyone had just met and did not know each other well. The previously announced rankings were only the final rankings based on a comprehensive performance in Dao, martial, and life aspects, not solely based on the understanding of the Dao net. Moreover, if they could rely on the combined efforts of everyone to enter the Dao net themselves, it would be like bathing and immersing themselves in the great Dao of heaven and earth, with endless benefits. Therefore, anyone with ambition was unwilling to yield. Even Dao Yuan, who was ranked first, could only take a seat for himself. If he also wanted to command and decide on all the candidates, it was absolutely impossible. However, the preparation time left for the newly promoted immortal hunters was not much. With every minute that passed, the tension in everyone's hearts increased. In the end, some people chose to give way. Ma Tian clasped his fist and said with a calm expression, "Everyone, it is wise to know others and enlightened to know oneself. The reason why I was ranked 5th is mostly due to my performance in the martial trial. I won't compete with you." He gave up a nail position calmly. Everyone looked at the noble Li Fan, and their expressions changed slightly. Inspired by Li Fan, some cultivators also took the initiative to step back. Soon, the candidates for a total of 8 nails were decided. To Li Fan's surprise, the purple-clothed female cultivator ranked 2nd among the new immortal hunters, wielding 3 long swords to fight the enemy, also took the initiative to give up this opportunity to become a Dao nail. The purple-clothed female cultivator, named Jin Changyu, still kept her eyes closed and said faintly, "What I care more about is personally killing true immortals with these 3 swords of mine." The 3 long swords emitted bursts of sword cries, accompanying Jin Changyu's words. Now that the personnel had been selected, everyone quickly became serious and, according to what they had learned, worked together to strengthen the Dao net in this area. 8 figures formed a circle, facing each other. The remaining immortal hunters surrounded them, and then sent out Dao net commands one after another. Each command seemed to urge the tightening of the Dao strings. The 8 figures gradually became dim, seeming to merge into this world. However, everyone could feel the inexplicable changes that were quietly taking place in this world. There were a few more powerful and obscure shadows. Although extremely concealed, they secretly corresponded to the Dao net commands that everyone had issued. The entire process of strengthening and linking the Dao net lasted for 99 breaths. Strictly speaking, it barely reached the qualified standard for beginners' first practice. The 8 cultivators who were used as Dao nails had also returned to normal. However, they all looked a little dazed, mixed with a little surprise. They still seemed to be immersed in the Dao net they had just entered. Li Fan looked at the 8 people and noticed that they had become significantly different from before. In this small world, the Dao net power that these 8 people can call upon is almost equivalent to a true immortal each. 8 true immortals working together. It seems that the future immortal is doomed. Li Fan secretly sized up the Dao nails in front of him. Although they possessed power comparable to a true immortal, they did not have the same strong sense of oppression as a true immortal in terms of perception. In essence, they are still mortals. Their momentum is high, but it has not changed. It's just that a corner of the great Dao originally floating in the sky has been lowered and grasped by them. The 8 Dao nails served as the main force in hunting down the true immortal. The others served as assistants and supplements. Now that the battlefield was ready, the next step was to build a fence so that the true immortal could enter but not leave. With the cooperation of the Tao net, it was also extremely simple. The seemingly ordinary void, in fact, the existence of the boundary was always in a state of being able to disappear. Just like the high wall that surrounded the dark star sea, the concept of forward disappeared, and the road ahead was naturally not visible. This is one of the most important trump cards in the Immortal Hunter organization. It has made great contributions to the successful hunting of true immortals many times. It is called the Immortal Supplement Cage. The direct disappearance of existence and concept may be inspired by the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. Li Fan cooperated seamlessly with everyone, sending out commands one after another to generate the Immortal Supplement Cage. At the same time, he secretly recorded the subtle fluctuations generated by the Tao net. For others, the Tao net fluctuations were both subtle and extremely complex. Even if they acted as casters participating in it, it would be impossible to remember them all at once. The so-called fluctuations were strictly speaking just subtle changes like ripples generated by the automatic operation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was just that they originated from the Tao net. Only those who had a deep understanding of Tao could sense their existence at close range. The Tao net commands were composed of countless Tao Yuan symbols. The immortal hunters present cooperated with each other. In each breath, they sent out an unknown number of commands. Such a huge amount of data, I am afraid that even the nameless true immortal would not be able to know all of it at a glance. But Li Fan did not need to identify or memorize it. The miniature Tao net in his divine sense completely reflected the fluctuations in the Tao net at this moment, just like a mirror. Even if Li Fan could not completely analyze the principle of this fluctuation yet, it did not prevent him from copying and pasting it first. This is the powerful point of mind manifestation reflecting the great Tao. Able to do what the nameless cannot. Stealing a divine power, Li Fan was secretly pleased. He was even more looking forward to the upcoming Immortal Hunter journey. A hunting net had already been laid out secretly. The newly promoted Immortal Hunters had completed all the preliminary preparations and were hiding around the fabricated Transcendence Profound coffin, waiting for the Ye Immortal to walk into the trap. Everyone's minds were all connected to the Tao net for communication. Everyone, look, what is that sign? In the real void, although there was no movement at all. However, the strengthened Tao net in this starry sky was inexplicably distorted. Moreover, this distortion was rapidly rushing towards the Transcendence Profound coffin. Although it cannot be seen, it inevitably leaves traces in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Just like an invisible monster leaving footprints on the snow. Brothers, the true immortal has taken the bait. Everyone's minds were excited, but at the same time inevitably nervous. Should we do it now? Don't worry, wait a little longer. Wait until he completely reveals his true form. Anyway, he will never be able to drag this Transcendence Profound coffin away. He can only obediently lie in it according to the rumored method of entering the coffin to avoid disaster, Tao Yuan said in a calm voice, showing the demeanor of a general. Everyone nodded in agreement. The distorting power traveling in the Tao net quickly arrived near the profound coffin. After observing it for a circle around the profound coffin, it seemed to be trying to move the profound coffin away. However, although the profound coffin was fabricated by the Shuo Star Sea, it still possessed some mysterious qualities of a real profound coffin. It seemed to not exist in this world at all. Any force applied to it was completely in vain, like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The profound coffin remained motionless. Although the attempt of that distorting power ended in failure, it was not angry but happy. Standing still, a larger distorting fluctuation was rapidly approaching from afar. No, this power is not from one true immortal, but two. Through its behavior in the Tao net, the degree of distortion of the bent Tao strings, a group of newly promoted immortal hunters quickly judged that, in addition to the Ye Immortal, there were other true immortals who had entered the net this time. They were together, almost integrated. In the ordinary way, even if they were close at hand, they might not be able to detect it. Only through the traces left in the Tao net could their existence be distinguished. Everyone, don't panic, this is a great thing. Catching one is catching two is also catching. I didn't expect that we could make such a great contribution when we first entered the Immortal Hunters. The speaker was Zhang Yuming, rank 3rd. This person was blessed by the power of the Tao net and was full of confidence. Facing the unexpected two true immortals, he was not afraid at all. Tao Yuan also said, but we must not be careless. Although it was a weak area of the Tao net before, the fact that they can deceive the Tao net's perception is enough to show the extraordinary nature of these two. Invisible, unheard. I think the other one has mastered the Tao of Qi. Only by complementing the Qi and Yi can they deceive the Tao net. Although there were variables, everyone was not surprised but not chaotic. After secretly communicating and making some tactical adjustments, they waited for the two true immortals to enter the coffin. Amidst the attention of everyone, the lid of the profound coffin moved in response. Like a bronze door that had been sealed for a long time, it made a heavy and decaying sound. The bent Tao strings instantly returned to normal. The newly promoted immortal hunters received a notification at the same time that two people had indeed entered the coffin used as bait. Do it. Just as Dao Yuan gave an order, another voice sounded, interrupting him. Wait, the speaker was Ma Tian. Seeing someone singing a different tune, Dao Yuan couldn't help but frown. However, Li Fan quickly explained with a serious expression, Dao brother said before that the profound coffin needs a specific method to activate. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps they are also bait. As soon as Li Fan said this, everyone also noticed something was wrong. They looked at the profound coffin again. They saw that after the fluctuations entered the profound coffin, there was no more sound. It seemed that they were also waiting for something. Sure enough, there is something tricky. If the Shi and Yi immortals themselves came to avoid disaster, they should have eagerly verified it as soon as they entered the profound coffin. How could there be no movement until now? Jin Changyu said in a deep voice. Could there be a flaw in the profound coffin? If the Shi and Yi immortals recognize that it is fake, wouldn't that scare them away? Don't worry, although the profound coffin is fake, it is real. Except that it cannot transcend the world, it is almost no different from a real profound coffin. The speaker was a cultivator who had never spoken before. This person was named Nangong Hongzhao, and everyone did not know his details very well. But he said it so firmly that there must be a basis. Now is not the time to get to the bottom of it. Everyone held their breath and waited. At this time, Nangong Hongzhao spoke again. It is said that every time the profound coffin is activated to transcend the world, the location will change. This is also the reason why the Shi and Yi immortals are only testing now and have not really activated it. It can be determined that what is in the coffin now is just bait. They are reluctant to waste this great opportunity. As if to confirm Nangong Hongzhao's words. Not far away, another group of distorting fluctuations appeared in the Tao net. The degree of distortion of the Tao strings caused by the trampling was exactly the same as before. As if reenacting the scene, they re-entered the profound coffin. As soon as they entered the profound coffin, there were extremely mysterious sounds coming from inside. It was like a faint song, and also like some kind of solemn and sacred chanting. Do it, Dao Yuan shouted again. The lid of the profound coffin slammed shut. The immortal supplement cage had already fallen silently, completely sealing off this starry sky. The people in the profound coffin did not seem to notice the changes in the outside world. They thought that the closing of the profound coffin was just normal behavior. The chanting continued. Li Fan listened and recorded all the changes in the syllables. At the same time, his heart moved. This rhythm seems to be somewhat similar to the immortal scripture for avoiding disaster passed down by the Archmage. Could it be that the shadow beside the Archmage has something to do with the nameless true immortals who built the Transcendence profound coffin in the first place? Li Fan suddenly thought. In the beginning, the unknown Xuanwang cultivators listened beside the shadow, and then the immortal Dao Ten sects were born. The Archmage was already in the realm of a half-immortal, but he always sat around the shadow, unwilling to leave for half a step. Even his words and deeds clearly showed signs of imitating the preaching shadow. Could it be that this shadow was left by a nameless true immortal who left in the first place? Originally, it might have possessed some other spirituality and supernatural powers. But the nameless true immortal has already traveled to other possibilities through the profound coffin. Therefore, what exists now is just an empty shell of light and shadow. Just as Li Fan's thoughts were surging, there were strange and unusual changes in the field. The Shi and Yi immortals were hiding in the profound coffin and did not come out, and everyone could not break into the coffin. They just thought about waiting for them to find out that the profound coffin was shadowless, and then surround and attack them after they came out. But they could not have predicted. As the chanting in the profound coffin became louder and louder, the profound coffin also burst out with bursts of mesmerizing colorful halos. These halos were elusive, but once they arose, they showed no sign of extinguishing. The immortal hunters gradually became suspicious and uncertain. The colorful halos suddenly burst out, completely engulfing the profound coffin. When everyone looked again, the fake coffin of worldly salvation, along with the two immortals of Zai, had vanished into thin air. 1463. The mystery left by the saint. The immortal catching scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to speak first. After a long while, someone tentatively asked, "Fellow Taoist, the news we received, that world-crossing profound coffin, it was fake, right?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Dao Yuan with some uncertainty. Dao Yuan, who had always appeared very calm, also showed a hint of panic in his eyes at this moment. However, he still coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Perhaps, that profound coffin was just concealed by the two immortals of Zai with unfathomable means, and it may still be in place." Before he could finish speaking, a panicked voice interrupted him. "How is that possible? A fake profound coffin can actually cross worlds." While saying this, he rushed towards the original location of the profound coffin, disregarding everything. It was none other than Nangong Hongzhou, who had previously been so certain about the authenticity of the profound coffin. Crap, all the newly promoted immortal hunters' expressions changed. If it was as Dao Yuan had judged, then Nangong Hongzhou's actions would likely lead him to face two true immortals directly, resulting in his death on the spot, not to mention exposing all the others lying in ambush. Everyone wanted to stop Nangong Hongzhou's reckless behavior. However, this person's movements were erratic and his speed was unimaginably fast. He had already arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. Everyone's breathing stagnated. Fortunately, the tragic scene they had anticipated did not occur. However, everyone's expressions did not become relaxed as a result. Instead, they became even more disheartened. The world-crossing profound coffin is really gone. Along with it, the two immortals of Zai have also disappeared. The severity of the matter was clearly beyond the control of this group of newly promoted immortal hunters. So Dao Yuan decisively chose to report it through the Dao network. And the response from the Dao network was somewhat beyond his imagination. "What? The immortal bait is gone? That's impossible. According to the Dao network's observations, it's clearly still in place. Where's Yan Xuantai? Why isn't he contacting me?" The furious voice traveled through the ripples of the Dao network, from the center of the distant Shuo Star Sea to everyone's ears. By the time the last word was spoken, the owner of the voice had truly descended here. It was a short old man, no more than 3 feet tall. His silver-white beard and hair were even longer than his body. They coiled at his feet, like flowing clouds. The old man's face was terribly gloomy, and his gaze swept over everyone. All of these newly promoted immortal hunters subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet the old man's eyes. Who was this? Li Fan also felt the power of the old man in front of him. With the old man's breathing, the invisible Dao strings of the world emitted corresponding rustling fluctuations. The Dao network here even became clearer and more stable due to the old man's arrival. In Ma Tian's memory, he had seen this old man from afar once. The conference where he obtained the position of Dao network operator was presided over by the old man. Nangong Fusheng, one of the council elders of the Shuo Star Sea Governance Council. Nangong Fusheng teleported to the original location of the immortal bait profound coffin, looked at Nangong Hongzhou, who was muttering incoherently in place, and scolded, "Waste." With a slap, he sent Nangong Hongzhou flying. Letting him drift uncontrollably in the Star Sea, Nangong Fusheng's furious emotions gradually calmed down as he carefully examined his surroundings. Circles of ripples emanated from Nangong Fusheng. The immortal hunters watching from afar felt as if the entire world had turned into a violent, stormy sea. Tumbling, roaring, the howling waves seemed capable of completely swallowing them at any moment. They could only barely maintain their body's stability with the help of the Dao network's power. Dao network ripples continued. Finally, Nangong Fusheng's right hand pulled out a black, iridescent, flowing light-filled long nail from the void, bringing it to an end. With the long nail removed, Nangong Fusheng laughed instead of being angry. "Yan Xuantai, good methods. You can actually deceive the Dao network and deceive the heavens." The newly promoted immortal hunters also stared intently at the black, iridescent long nail in Nangong Fusheng's hand. Their eyes flickered. In their previous understanding, the Dao network was equivalent to the great Dao of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was unparalleled in the world. They could only try to control it by various means. But now, the first mission they executed after formally joining the Immortal Hunter organization. They encountered an existence that could deceive the Tao network. And even staged a golden cicada shedding its shell in full view of everyone. Just who was this Yan Xuantai? Doubts inevitably arose in everyone's hearts. The fake profound coffin actually ran away with 2 true immortals who had been regarded as prey. Moreover, there was a faint shadow of a conspiracy by internal personnel of the Shuo Star Sea Immortal Hunter organization in this. This was definitely not a small matter. Soon, in addition to Nangong Fusheng, 3 other cultivators arrived one after another. Even if they concealed their figures and restrained their own power, their arrival still seemed to stir up a storm in the Tao network here. A group of newly promoted immortal hunters could only tremble. Facing inquiries, they did not dare to hide anything and told the truth. Let's go back first. I don't think this matter is that simple. Nangong Fusheng said in a deep voice to the 3 figures, without any intention of concealing it from everyone. His silver beard and hair grew long without wind, enveloping all the immortal hunters within. Just as they were about to leave, Li Fan vaguely heard Nangong Hongzhao's anxious shouts from outside the silver hair's enclosure. "Third Grand Uncle, wait for me." The silver hair enveloped and then dispersed. In just the blink of an eye, everyone was brought back to the center of the Shuo Star Sea. They were taken into dark compartments and subjected to a second round of questioning. Since they were indeed ignorant newcomers, the organization did not make things too difficult for them. After several routine questions, it ended. However, there was no intention of letting them leave. They were still arranged in countless dark compartments like death row. Although everyone's freedom of movement was not restricted, it was limited to this area. They could not leave. The endless darkness gradually devoured everyone's minds. In the beginning, a group of newly promoted immortal hunters still had hope. They felt that the imprisonment would end soon. But as the days passed, the organization seemed to have completely forgotten about them. After arranging them here, there was no more news. Slowly, everyone's mentality also underwent different changes. I understand. Hunting true immortals and the disappearance of the profound coffin are all still part of the immortal hunter assessment. We are still in the assessment. I must cheer up and not be decadent. To think that I had such a bright future, but I actually encountered such a thing. I'm afraid this life is ruined. The profound coffin disappeared with 2 true immortals. Such a big thing, someone must be responsible. Could it be that they will use us as scapegoats? Most people were panicking all day long. In such a situation, those who could remain calm were truly geniuses. Li Fan felt the 3 strands of sword intent that had never been cut off from his next-door neighbor and nodded slightly. Since Jin Changyu was imprisoned, he has been nurturing this sword intent. Being imprisoned for no reason and suffering injustice, resentment arises in his heart. It is precisely the best time to nurture a sword with intent. However, if this sword intent wants to be great, it needs someone to sacrifice to the sword. In addition to Jin Changyu, Dao Yuan can also be considered calm. Except for some initial fluctuations in his aura, at other times, he seemed like a hidden dragon, quietly lurking and waiting for an opportunity. And Li Fan's heart, of course, would not have any impatient emotions. But he still hid his clumsiness, constantly pretending to reveal anxious and desperate emotions. In reality, he was constantly recalling the scene of the 2 immortals of Zai launching the world-crossing profound coffin and leaving. The profound sounds chanted by the 2 immortals of Zai slowly faded in Li Fan's memory with the passage of time. Even the recording of the transformation Dao Stone was the same. Li Fan could only repeat it again and again to deepen his impression. But the general trend that eventually completely faded away was ultimately irreversible. Li Fan also tried to directly use the miniature Dao network in his divine sense to reflect the fluctuations at that time. However, the vibrations of the great Tao of heaven and earth caused by the profound sounds were all within the profound coffin. Li Fan only observed from afar through the Tao network and could not accurately record it. That profound coffin, said to be fake, is actually real. Except that it cannot cross worlds, it is almost no different from a real profound coffin. Li Fan thought of what Nangong Hongzhao had said before and his heart stirred. Although this Nangong Hongzhao was not brought back by Nangong Fusheng before. But after a few days, he was also thrown into this dark prison. But he did not show anxiety or worry. Instead, he looked as if he had messed up something, showing a listless appearance. These days, he was just lying lazily on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Li Fan quietly approached. "Brother Nangong, there is something I have been holding back for a long time. It is like a fishbone in my throat, I must ask." Perhaps the previous performance of Ma Tiand still barely left a positive impression in Nangang Hongzhao's heart. This Nangang Hongzhao suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Li Fan indifferently. Then he said nothing and continued to close them. Li Fan knew that since there was no clear rejection, it meant that he agreed. Immediately, he asked through voice transmission, how did that fake profound coffin suddenly turn real? Does Brother Nangang know any inside information? Nangang Hongzhao said unhappily, didn't you see me being swept out 180,000 miles like garbage? What inside information can I know? Li Fan quickly comforted him, Brother Nangang, don't say that. That is the Nangang elder of the council. How many people want to be swept like this, but don't have the qualification? Hearing this, Nangang Hongzhao opened his eyes again. He squinted and glanced again, thoughtfully saying, I almost forgot, you were originally a DAO network operator, and can be considered to have originated from the Autonomous Affairs Council. No wonder you know the power of my third granduncle. Li Fan nodded repeatedly, that's right, that's right. Seeing that Nangang Hongzhao's attitude gradually eased, Li Fan quickly went straight to the point. These days, I have nothing to do, and I have been thinking about it. There are several possibilities for this fake coffin. One is that the fake coffin is made according to the real coffin. Except for some necessary conditions, it is no different from the real-world crossing profound coffin. And the two immortals of Zai who came from afar in the Star Sea, just happened to master these necessary conditions. Therefore, they took advantage of the profound coffin to escape to other worlds. But this guess has one point that does not make sense. It is only used as bait to trap true immortals. As long as it looks like it is enough, there is no need to make it so real. Therefore, I guessed again that Yan Xuantai secretly did something, or used a trick to replace the fake coffin with another one that is closer to the real coffin. And he lurked in it, waiting for the two immortals of Zai to enter, and told them the reason. Then he escaped with them. But, Li Fan paused. This Yan Xuantai, I don't know who he is. Being sent to secretly monitor and protect the newly promoted immortal hunter's first hunt, his identity and status should not be too high for such a small matter. But he actually has such a treasure. Moreover, there is also that black, iridescent long nail that can deceive the DAO network. No matter how I think about it, I can't figure it out. Li Fan sighed long. Seeing that we are probably going to be locked up here and never have a chance to get ahead, can Brother Nangang enlighten me? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone, Li Fan swore. After a long silence, Nangang Hongzhao's subtle voice finally came, your mind is all so meticulous. Some places coincide with my guess. It's just that I know some inside information that you don't know. It's not a secret, it's okay to tell you. That Yan Xuantai was originally a member of the Holy Merchant and joined the Immortal Hunters. 100 years ago, the Holy Merchant suddenly disappeared from the Shuo Star Sea as a whole. Only some remnants and abandoned sons were left behind. I thought that he had already broken away from the Holy Merchant. But I never thought, Nangang Hongzhao snorted. Speaking of which, the Holy Merchant was originally one of the founders of the Immortal Hunters. And many immortal catching techniques were actively provided by them. And the Holy Merchant members do not like fighting or power. They only aim to catch immortals, so they had a detached status in the initial Immortal Hunter organization. After the Holy Merchant suddenly left without saying goodbye, and his whereabouts are unknown. Yan Xuantai, as an abandoned son of the Holy Merchant, was not excessively embarrassed. He was even arranged in an important position. Li Fan's heart stirred slightly after hearing the words Holy Merchant. He continued to ask, according to what Brother Nangang said, the Holy Merchant is already a matter of 100 years ago. In 100 years, we don't know how much our DAO network technique has improved. Even if that Yan Xuantai is a Holy Merchant, how can he have the means to deceive the DAO network? Could it be that the Holy Merchant is so far ahead of us? Or, Li Fan seemed to realize something and suddenly lowered his voice. Could it be that Yan Xuantai has recently secretly reconnected with the Holy Merchant, and that's how he found a way to escape? But, this doesn't make sense either. Unless, the fake coffin is not escaping to other worlds, but to another star sea. Where the Holy Merchant is? Nangang Hongzhao shook his head slightly, this is beyond my knowledge. This matter is confusing. Yan Xuantai is solitary by nature and often acts alone. It is a bit difficult to investigate. However, don't worry, we will never be locked up to death. When things have a general result, we will be released, Nangang Hongzhao kindly comforted. 1464. The body is refined by the sun flame. Li Fan was first stunned upon hearing this, and then overjoyed. If someone else said this to me, I would just think they had been locked up in the black prison for too long and were just spouting nonsense. But since Brother Nangong is saying this, then I have nothing to fear. Facing Li Fan's flattery, Nangong Hongzhao didn't say anything on the surface. However, the faint smile that inadvertently appeared on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. Taking this conversation as an opportunity, Li Fan's relationship with Nangong Hongzhao gradually became closer. Li Fan quietly inquired about some information regarding the Nangong family. Although it couldn't be considered top secret, it was something that people in the Shuo Star Sea below a certain level would never be qualified to know. For example, Nangong Fusheng, the reason why he was named Fusheng, reviving sage, was because before Nangong Fusheng, the Nangong family had actually produced someone who could be called a sage. This person was named Nangong Fusheng, blessing sage, and one of his achievements was pioneering the Dao net and protecting the people. It's just that Fusheng hasn't appeared in the world for a long time, and only Fusheng acts on his behalf. Another example is that the Nangong family has a treasure, said to have been obtained during the encirclement and hunting of an unnamed true immortal. It is the clothing worn by the unnamed true immortal. Not to mention how precious the material of this clothing is, just the miraculous effect of the unnamed true immortal's clothing is amazing. In fact, it is the embodiment of the great Tao fused by the unnamed true immortal, but after the unnamed true immortal was captured, it was forcibly stripped from his body. If a cultivator is fortunate enough to wear this clothing and can withstand immortality, it is as if they have fallen into the sea of the great Tao, surrounded by the essence of the great Tao. The efficiency of comprehending the great Tao is even better than being in the Tao net. However, the only drawback is that the high efficiency is only reflected in the corresponding Tao path of the unnamed true immortal. And Nangong Hongzhao gradually discovered that Ma Tiand, this former Dao net operator, had a level of understanding and cognition of the Dao net that even faintly surpassed his own. In just a few words, he often benefited Nangong Hongzhao immensely. You must know that most of these newly promoted immortal hunters come from prestigious families. No one would be convinced by anyone else. And someone like Ma Tiand, who ranks high in the assessment but is extremely humble, is rare. This person is worth befriending, Nangong Hongzhao thought to himself. Time passed by in their daily exchanges. As if confirming Nangong Hongzhao's words, after being imprisoned in the black prison for a full 90 days, they were finally released. Your words and deeds in the black prison have all been recorded. This is the final stage of your entry test. The previous ranking will be slightly adjusted. The official appointment of immortal hunters will be based on the new list. Go and rest first. Wait for further notice. Upon being released, the newly promoted immortal hunters heard these words. Some were overjoyed, Qing Xing Ziji Shi Zhang Bao Kai La Kg. Some had changing expressions, regretting their previous actions. Of course, true geniuses like Nangong Hongzhao, Dao Yuan, and Jin Chengyu were obviously not fooled by this rhetoric. Jin Chengyu snorted coldly, and the three long swords behind him simultaneously emitted a hissing sword cry. It took a lot of effort to retract the overflowing killing intent. Nangong Hongzhao and Li Fan exchanged a glance and silently left together. They arrived at Nangong's resting place. A separate courtyard opened up in the Immortal Hunter Organization. The Immortal Hunter Organization is located in the Dao net and does not exist in the real world. This courtyard is also a derivation of the power of the Dao net. As the owner's authority increases, the range will continue to expand. And it can also change its appearance at will according to one's thoughts. Because it is transformed by the power of the Dao net, living in it allows one to comprehend the power of the Dao net at all times. Compared to practicing in the outer star sea, the efficiency is many times higher. The scene of this courtyard was transformed into a winding cave in the blink of an eye under Nangong Hongzhao's manipulation. Li Fan followed Nangong and gradually came to the depths of the cave. Below the huge cave was scorching lava. Congratulations, brother, your ranking has improved further, reaching the top 3. It seems you should be entrusted with an important task. Nangong Hongzhao said with a smile, teasingly. As he spoke, he jumped down and plunged into the lava. Soaking in the extremely hot lava, Nangong Hongzhao actually let out a groan. I didn't expect Brother Nangong to have such a hobby. Li Fan stared at the bottom, without following him down. Unlike the various illusions derived from the living space of the Tianshuan mirror, everything in this Dao net courtyard is real. Like everything in the world, it is a manifestation of the great Dao. Cultivators in the Shuo Star Sea only focus on comprehending the Tao net and weaken their own cultivation. Ma Tiand obviously does not have the ability to survive in such scorching lava. Hehe, you don't understand. This is Great Sun Flame Paste. Theoretically, only by collectively destroying the Great Sun in 99 cultivation worlds, and then adding the power of Taiyin to melt it, can such a drop be formed. And now, relying on the mysterious and unpredictable power of the Tao net, it can directly eliminate countless tedious steps in the middle and create something from nothing. This kind of treasure, which only true immortals were worthy of enjoying in the past, can now be enjoyed by us mortals. As Nangang Hongzhao spoke, he held up a drop of Great Sun Flame Paste with his hand. Li Fan saw that the scarlet, viscous liquid was constantly and slowly seeping into Nangang Hongzhao's body through the pores of his body. His body turned red, as if it had been ignited. But Nangang Hongzhao was as if nothing had happened, and even took a sip with relish. Li Fan immediately narrowed his eyes. Even from a distance, he could see the terrifying destructive power of this so-called Great Sun Flame Paste. Just Nangang Hongzhao's bathwater below could probably completely turn the Xuanwang world into scorched earth. Even if I were the original, if I didn't use spiritual power to protect myself, I'm afraid I would be annihilated in an instant if I fell into this flame paste. And Nangang Hongzhao can actually do this with just his physical body. Li Fan suddenly recalled the scene where Nangang Hongzhao was slapped away by Nangang Fusheng in anger before. When Nangang Fusheng descended, the surrounding starry sky seemed to be plunged into a violent tsunami, with waves rising and falling. And he obviously didn't hold back with that slap. With such great force, even a true immortal would be seriously injured if they took it. But Nangang Hongzhao was as if nothing had happened, and he could still follow all the way and return at high speed. A body refining technique, Li Fan thought thoughtfully. And Nangang Hongzhao's next words also confirmed Li Fan's guess. In the Shuo Star Sea, the power of the Tao net is paramount. This is such a magnificent and great creation that allows mortals to manipulate the great Tao of heaven and earth like the immortals of the past. However, compared to immortals, we mortals are still too small. Like a child holding a sharp blade, it is possible to injure oneself instead of the enemy. And the methods of immortals are explicitly prohibited by the council. So, Nangang Hongzhao took a deep breath, and all the pores on his body opened up. Like bloodthirsty mouths, they sucked all the Great Sun Flame Paste in the pool into his body. How refreshing! At this moment, Nangang Hongzhao's face was completely dyed red. He groaned and exhaled a long, hot breath. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation on his body, he was only relying on extremely fast shaking to digest the Great Sun Flame essence. Nangang Hongzhao's complexion slowly returned to normal. He leapt up and came to Li Fan's side, before continuing, Dao Yuan, Jin Changyu, these people, without exception, have unique body tempering methods. Don't be fooled by their seemingly frail appearances. This is also the biggest difference between the famous sects of Suo Xinghai and a self-made individual like you, brother. Nangang Hongzhao patted Li Fan's shoulder and said meaningfully. Using the body as a nail, incorporating it into the Tao network. The more robust the body is tempered, the more Tao network strings it can withstand. Dao Yuan and the others have received special training since childhood, and have long been tempered 1,000 times. But someone like Brother Ma, even though you can now call upon the power of the Tao network to a certain extent, what materials and methods should be used to temper your body most effectively without injuring yourself? You're relying entirely on your own exploration, how can you compare to our inheritance of 10,000 generations? Nangang Hongzhao had already spoken to this point, how could Li Fan not understand his meaning? Bowing deeply, Li Fan said with a solemn expression, please teach me, Brother Nangang. Whether I succeed in learning or not, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. I will do anything you command, even if it means dying 10,000 times. Nangang Hongzhao helped Li Fan up. Brother, you and I are very compatible, don't say that. However, it's not that I'm putting on airs, but you must know that every body tempering technique has already been deduced to the extreme, and tested with countless lives. They are indeed extremely precious. Li Fan nodded. I naturally know this principle. While you were in the Black U, we chatted for a long time. I also have a good understanding of you. You have already passed the best age for body tempering, and ordinary body tempering methods, even if you put in several times the effort, the effect will be greatly reduced. However, your advantage lies in your unparalleled understanding of the Tao network. Therefore, Nangong Hongzhou looked Li Fan up and down again, and then said softly, "This great Tao embodiment technique is most suitable for you." Before Nangong Hongzhou could finish speaking, Li Fan raised his hand to stop him. Li Fan asked in a low voice, with a somewhat serious expression, "I suddenly thought that this body tempering technique is so precious. If you privately transmit it to me, will Senior Fuxing punish you? If so, then please forgive me, I absolutely cannot accept it." Seeing that Li Fan's words were sincere and heartfelt, not at all like a refusal, Nangong Hongzhou was stunned on the spot. But soon, he recovered and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Although the technique is precious, its secrecy level is not high. I am only passing it on to you alone, my third granduncle will definitely not punish me. You just listen carefully." The cavern formed by the Tao Network courtyard was quietly sealed off. Within it, Nangong Hongzhou transmitted the Great Tao embodiment technique in its entirety. With Li Fan's experience, he quickly understood the origin of this technique. Without a doubt, this technique had the shadow of immortal cultivation methods. It involves visualizing the Great Tao of the world as a net, suppressing oneself. Using the weight of the Great Tao of heaven and earth to temper the body. In the process of body tempering, in addition to increasing the strength of the physical body, it can also deepen the intimacy and understanding of the Great Tao. Just as Nangong Hongzhou said, it is an extremely profound, extremely precious body tempering profound art. However, it also has its shortcomings. That is, the difficulty of cultivation is too high. To be able to visualize the Great Tao descending upon oneself, it is obvious that one's understanding of the Great Tao has reached an extremely high level, even surpassing the myriad immortals. Being so familiar with the Great Tao, one could directly merge with the Great Tao and ascend nameless. Why bother slowly tempering the body? Wouldn't that be abandoning the near for the far? Only Suo Xinghai, under the shroud of the Tao network, can perhaps give birth to such a deformed, strange technique. Firstly, using the tangible Tao network to replace the intangible Great Tao of heaven and earth, the cultivation threshold has been greatly reduced. Secondly, Suo Xinghai is a gathering place for survivors of the immortal realm and the lower realm star sea under the Tao annihilation tribulation. True immortals, and even nameless true immortals, gather here. Only in this way can this Great Tao embodiment technique be deduced. Li Fan had thousands of thoughts surging, but he did not delay beginning to cultivate this body tempering technique. Already being within the Tao network, he naturally avoided the complicated process of visualizing the Tao strings descending upon his body. Suddenly, it was as if heavy mountains were pressing down on his body. Li Fan directly fell to the ground in a disheveled manner, and in an instant, a large amount of blood spurted out from his pores all over his body. It almost splashed on Nangong Hongzhou, who was watching from the side, but he managed to stop it in time. The corners of Nangong Hongzhou's mouth twitched. Li Fan struggled to get up from the ground, tidied up his disheveled appearance, arched his hands somewhat weakly, and said to Nangong Hongzhou, "I made Brother Nangong laugh. I didn't expect this body tempering method to be so difficult to cultivate." Nangong Hongzhou comforted him. "Brother Ma, remember to proceed gradually, do not be greedy. But it is normal to suffer a little. The suffering I suffered when I was young was 100 times greater than what you are suffering now. Brother Ma, although I have taught you the Great Tao embodiment technique, I cannot tell you the specifics of how to cultivate it, the related insights and experiences, or the experience of cultivation. Everything needs to be explored by yourself." Li Fan clasped his fist. To obtain this divine art is already a great favor. How dare I ask for more? I won't bother Brother Nangong today. I will go back to cultivate on my own. After some polite exchanges, Li Fan bid farewell to Nangong Hongzhou and returned to his own courtyard. His official position was even above Nangong Hongzhou's. But the area of the courtyard was even smaller than the others. Li Fan didn't mind, and transformed the courtyard into the appearance of the summit of Xieli Mountain. He sat cross-legged and began to formally cultivate the Great Tao embodiment technique. His unbearable appearance in front of Nangong Hongzhou earlier was of course intentional. It was just an excuse to leave. With his keen degree of perception of the Great Tao, the speed at which he cultivates this technique will probably far exceed Nangong's imagination. Moreover, Li Fan is not simply cultivating like following instructions in a book. Now Li Fan has the ability to modify the technique according to his own special circumstances. Great Tao embodiment, and in my heart, the projection of the Great Tao has already begun to appear. Therefore, there is no need for the Great Tao of heaven and earth to descend, only in my mind, the Tao strings can be transformed from virtual to real. I can then use the pressure of the great Tao to temper my physical body. Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the miniature Tao network in his mind bloomed with bursts of faint light. 1465. The search for the power of creation. Besides the comprehension of the Great Tao, one of the most difficult aspects of cultivating the open black lens bracket Great Tao embodiment technique close black lens bracket lies in achieving a delicate balance between using the Tao to temper the body and ensuring the body isn't harmed. Before the majestic Great Tao, the mortal body is even more insignificant than an ant. While it's possible to use the Great Tao's pressure to refine the body, there's also the risk of being crushed into powder if one isn't careful. This is why Nangong Hongzhou repeatedly cautioned before imparting the technique, emphasizing the need for caution and gradual progress. In fact, for ordinary people, without the experience and insights of mortals starting from scratch and gradually exploring the open black lens bracket Great Tao embodiment technique close black lens bracket, even the first step of mastering this technique is extremely difficult. However, Li Fan is no ordinary person. Although body refinement is extinct in Xuanwang, Li Fan has long been exploring it. In the beginning, after obtaining the open black lens bracket celestial medical immortal scripture close black lens bracket and integrating many other classics, he devised a method to activate the human body's hidden potential and temper the flesh. He named it open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket. This technique has been continuously enhanced as Li Fan's experience increased. The integration of the demon beast furnace, flesh and blood factory, open black lens bracket mending heaven record close black lens bracket, and more has led to several iterations of the creation furnace technique. However, the limitations of the Xuanwang world made it difficult to achieve Tao. Therefore, Li Fan eventually turned to ordinary methods of ascending to immortality. This open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket, with its exceptionally domineering name, stagnated. Back then, in the fallen immortal realm, in the beast-taming sect scenario, I used the body of the heavenly destiny blackbird, Xiaohe, to receive guidance from Mr. Bai. The perfect version of the open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket. However, due to the memory limitations of the fallen immortal realm, I was never able to bring this perfect method back. And as my strength rapidly expanded, even surpassing Mr. Bai, whom I considered to be only at the longevity realm, I adopted an indifferent attitude towards this technique. However, now I know the secret history of Mr. Bai, who was once tainted by the evil Su Bai from outside other possibilities. Having obtained the memories of the evil Su Bai, Mr. Bai's strength may still be at the longevity realm, but his vision is probably unmatched by anyone trapped in the open black lens bracket original close black lens bracket possibility. The imprint projection left in the world can deduce the general outline of the new technique, which also confirms this point. In that case, when I first saw the perfect version of the open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket, I was greatly shocked, as if I truly glimpsed the secrets of the Great Tao. This isn't due to my shallow knowledge when I was weak, but rather, this technique is indeed so profound and wondrous. It seems I need to go there again to explore and use it as a reference. In the Shuo Star Sea, 5 years have passed. In the Xuanwang world, only 10 days or so have passed. Li Fan's main body is still racking his brains, trying to avoid the method of his mind transforming into a god and reflecting the nameless true immortal, making eye contact with them. Feeling the experience of the split soul, his eyes suddenly flashed, revealing a strange expression. The creation furnace technique is already a distant memory for Li Fan. He didn't expect that after achieving the half-immortal realm, he would have a day to pursue it again. This also proves that my choice to give up at the time, instead of stubbornly trying to obtain it first, was the right one. In the fallen immortal realm, the more valuable something is, the harder it is to bring it to the real world. If that creation furnace technique is truly as mysterious as I think it is now, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to bring it out now. I just don't know if my method of transforming my mind into a god can ignore the memory-forgetting restrictions of the fallen immortal realm. People in different situations will come to completely different conclusions when looking at the same things. Li Fan wants to explore the perfect version, the true open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket again. But now that he knows the extraordinary nature of Mr. Bai and the master of the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan naturally needs to make some preparations. For a long time, Li Fan was unwilling to set foot in the fallen immortal realm himself. Even inheriting the test illusion of the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate, Li Fan let others do it for him. Because he carries the treasure open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket, and the people of the immortal realm seem to have been waiting for this for a long time. However, in this life, after Li Fan understood the method of transforming his mind into a god, things changed again. In the beginning, I rashly set foot in the fallen immortal realm because of ignorance and fearlessness. But now, I already have enough power to protect myself. His mind contracted, all returning to that miniature Tao network. Then, the Tao network bloomed with thousands of rays of light, and even overflowed with new divine thoughts from within. However, everything contained in this wisp of divine thought was all fabricated by Li Fan for disguise. To say it's fabricated, it's actually a near real-world line deduced by the transformation Tao stone. Except for the fact that such a person doesn't exist in the world, everything else is no different from reality. In addition to his own identity, he put on another layer of skin. This is what Li Fan temporarily came up with to reduce the possibility of being discovered by the true immortals in the great Tao of heaven and earth. Sure enough, as soon as this disguised divine thought came out, Li Fan clearly felt that the gaze from the projection of the nameless true immortal in his own miniature Tao network was greatly reduced for no reason. The pressing sense of crisis subsided, and Li Fan seemed to hide behind the scenes, hiding in the darkness, and instantly relaxed. Of course, this is only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. This layer of skin can still be disguised now, but in the future, as Li Fan's mind transformation continues to grow, it will inevitably attract the attention of the nameless true immortals in the great Tao again. If one day, the scale of Li Fan's great Tao projection in his mind even exceeds the Tao network of the Shuo Star Sea, going from behind the scenes to the front will definitely attract the eyes of all existing nameless true immortals. With Li Fan's cautiousness, he would never take this step without absolute certainty to deal with this crisis. But those are all things for later. Now, after making a disguise in his mind, Li Fan has already entered the fallen immortal realm. As he expected, this life he made up, because he didn't practice the open black lens bracket Xuanwang heart refining mantra close black lens bracket, so when he entered the fallen immortal realm, what he saw was not the scene of open black lens bracket Ning Yuan taking longevity fruit close black lens bracket. Li Fan directly committed suicide and exited the fallen immortal realm. Then, he modified the character setting of the disguised skin. In addition to changing his life again, there was also the experience of Li Fan himself. By chance, he understood the Xuanwang heart refining mantra in the cleansing spirit pool. In the cognition of the fallen immortal realm, this disguised skin seemed to have really become another person. Without being restricted by the time interval of entering the fallen immortal realm, he came to the fallen immortal realm again. And, he experienced the scene of Ning Yuan taking the longevity fruit. With sufficient experience in clearing the level, Li Fan solved it in the fastest way. The time limit for staying in the fallen immortal realm was still long, so Li Fan went directly to the beast-taming sect scenario. Repeating the old trick, waiting for Mr. Bai to come to the door, the heavenly destiny blackbird soared into the sky and came to him. The scene of that time was staged again. Mr. Bai looked him up and down, and shook his head slightly. "You kid, why are you practicing randomly?" Then, he taught the true open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket without reservation. Time seemed to freeze, and although he had already reached the half-immortal realm, he was still immersed in the mysteries of this creation profound technique. My premonition was right. Even a mortal without any cultivation qualifications can cultivate this method, step by step, transform, promote, and finally set foot in the immortal realm. If there are no many shackles in the world, and the immortal realm still exists. As for now, Li Fan is no longer the Li Fan he used to be. In addition to being amazed and obsessed, he also occasionally commented. At the same time, outside the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan's main body's divine thought, hiding behind the miniature Tao network, was trying to peek at the true open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket through the synchronous reflection of the miniature Tao network. It has to be said that the fallen immortal realm is really an amazing creation. Existing in the gap between reality and illusion, even if Li Fan can pass through the distance of countless high walls and star seas through the miniature Tao network, when sensing everything that happens in the fallen immortal realm, it is like passing through a distorted mirror. What you see and feel have all undergone a certain degree of deformation. There are even some places that are completely distorted. But after all, it really broke the boundary between the fallen immortal realm and reality. Being able to look at the illusion in reality. If I didn't have this heaven-defying method of open black lens bracket transforming mind into God close black lens bracket, I'm afraid that my strength would have to exceed the master who created the fallen immortal realm to ignore this restriction. One thought reflects Xuanwang, and in the countless years to come, infinite derivations will occur. The current me is not yet able to do this. Li Fan even suspected that this true immortal should have carried a treasure like open black lens bracket transformation Dao Stone Mother close black lens bracket. That's why he was able to do this. In the fallen immortal realm, Li Fan disguised his divine thought and practiced the perfect creation furnace technique in person. In reality, Li Fan tried to correct and restore the distorted parts he glimpsed based on his feelings. Then he began to practice the furnace technique himself. By comparing the different feelings from the body during the cultivation process, he calibrated it again. The mind transforms into a god, and with the help of the ubiquitous power of the great Tao, it reflects the illusory things existing in the fallen immortal realm into reality. Under Li Fan's unremitting efforts, he finally restored the open black lens bracket creation furnace technique close black lens bracket in reality. However, Li Fan did not let the divine thought in the fallen immortal realm withdraw directly. He remembered that Mr. Bai would also appear in the next scene of the Heavenly Sword sect refining swords. Perhaps he could also peek more secrets from him. Moreover, the Heavenly Sword sect and the sword domain of the Shuo Star Sea are now closely related. It is also necessary to inquire about it. The main body synchronized the completed calibrated furnace technique to Ma Tian in the Shuo Star Sea. Because that wisp of divine thought went deep alone. Moreover, there are suspected many nameless true immortals in the Shuo Star Sea. Therefore, Li Fan slightly limited it. The divine thought cannot fully perceive what happened to the main body. And the divine thought will not actively peek at what happened in the Xuanwang world through the miniature Dao network. The purpose is to ensure that if things are exposed, Li Fan's main body has sufficient time to return to the truth. Although the Shuo Star Sea has a time difference of 120 times with the Xuanwang world, the time flow in the fallen immortal realm is also different from that in the real world of the Xuanwang world. Therefore, when Li Fan completed the calibration of the creation furnace technique, only half a day had passed. In the Shuo Star Sea, only less than a month had passed. The holiday for everyone has not even ended yet. Even without the creation furnace technique as a reference, Li Fan's open black lens bracket Great Tao embodiment technique close black lens bracket has already been initially mastered. In the divine thought, the string of the Tao network is as thin as a cicada's wing. It emits a moist and white light, reflecting on this body. Li Fan is like sitting in the very center of the Tao network, bearing incomparable pressure. If you zoom in your mind and attention to the limit, you can see that every piece of flesh and blood in this body is turned into fly ash under the pressure of the Tao network. However, almost at the moment of being destroyed, they are re-derived from the miniature Tao network. It is Li Fan's combination of the change between true and false, plus the function of the Tao network to create things. Constantly generating and reorganizing all the flesh and blood tissues of this body. If I didn't have sufficient experience, I wouldn't be able to maintain the vitality of this body. This body refining technique has only just begun, although it is not as good as carrying the immortal domain fragment back then, it is almost the same as bearing the pressure of a cultivation world. Let alone cultivation, ordinary people would probably be crushed to death on the spot. Li Fan knew that his entry was very different from the normal entry. However, because of the accumulation of hundreds of reincarnations, Li Fan didn't need to slowly cultivate from the smallest beginning. The normal method of cultivation should be step by step and gradual. If you want to be faster, you need to match many natural treasures at least. Like me, simple and rude, is definitely not something ordinary people can replicate. The Great Tao embodiment technique has just begun to show its potential, and this body has been completely renewed. Li Fan finally understood why the forces in the Shuo Star Sea attached so much importance to body refining. Take this body as an example. Compared with the previous weak body, the new body can call more than twice the Tao network power when issuing the same number of Tao network instructions. When the Tao network circulates, it will consider the limit that the operator can bear. Those with strong bodies can naturally bear more. The same weapon, as the body becomes stronger, it becomes easier to manipulate. Moreover, this feeling, Li Fan moved his stiff body and temporarily stopped the reflection of the miniature Tao network. Walking back and forth, seemingly walking in the other courtyard. In fact, he is wandering in the Shuo Star Sea Tao network. It's a bit familiar. Li Fan frowned slightly, closed his eyes again, and carefully felt it. After a few breaths, he finally knew where this inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. The great Tao is horizontally pressed, constantly crushing and reorganizing flesh and blood. In this process, the flesh and blood of the body naturally leave the imprint of the great Tao. Li Fan's miniature Tao network in his divine thought and the Shuo Star Sea Tao network are both projections of the great Tao. They are originally from the same source. Therefore, Li Fan developed this sense of familiarity in the process of practicing the great Tao embodiment technique. Naturally, it was brought into the open black lens bracket Tao network close black lens bracket. This is the acquired holy body. According to this method, if it is tempered to the extreme. Li Fan suddenly changed his expression slightly. The transformation of the mind into a god is a projection of the Tao network. And the whole body's flesh and blood is the mold formed by the constant horizontal pressure and bombardment of the Tao network. The theoretical perfect limit is to use the body to replicate all the great Taos in the world. 1466. The Taoist net refines the furnace. To use the great Tao of the heavens as one's body. Even Li Fan found it hard to imagine what a powerful realm that would be. Those called nameless true immortals in the present world have only attained enlightenment through one of the countless great Taos of the heavens and earth. If the realm Li Fan was guessing it truly existed, then the difference between a nameless true immortal and it would be like the difference between an ant and a tangible form. For those who prove the Tao through strength, crossing possibilities is as easy as stepping across a stream. As Li Fan thought this, the scene of the black sky physician suddenly arriving from beyond the sky in his previous life, breaking through several high walls and descending abruptly, flashed into his mind. Black sky physician, evil Su Bai, perhaps they are at this realm. However, they probably aren't walking the path of sanctifying the body, but rather constantly hunting down versions of themselves in other possibilities, breaking through the limits of a single path to strengthen themselves. Making a single path equal to the sum of all other great Taos. This is essentially the same as unifying all laws within the body, just different routes to the same destination. It's just hard to imagine how many versions of themselves they've slaughtered. Li Fan was slightly stunned, a faint chill running through his heart. However, this thought flashed by and quickly disappeared into the depths of his heart. His attention returned to this great Tao embodiment art. Li Fan's deductions and guesses were certainly correct, but they were only ideal states purely in theory. If one wants to cultivate this technique to perfection, one must first continuously improve the hard mind manifestation, until it can simultaneously reflect all the great Taos in the heavens and earth. This step alone is almost impossible. If one could truly reach such a realm, one would already be invincible in the mortal world. Why bother pursuing the sanctification of the body? It's still the same saying, abandoning what's near for what's far. Because the distance to the realm in his deductions was still too far, Li Fan inevitably had many doubts in his heart. But just like the hard mind manifestation, this method of tempering the body with the great Tao embodiment art had a tangible improvement on Li Fan's current strength. Therefore, Li Fan would not abandon it. If there were problems in the future, then he would deal with them later. Anyway, he had the capital to start over at any time. The hard mind reflects the great Tao, which is called hard mind manifestation. The body contains the great Tao, wouldn't that be the nascent soul of the body in a sense? It seems that my new art not only needs to be practiced in reverse, but also needs to cultivate different realms simultaneously. When all realms are simultaneously perfected to the extreme, perhaps one can glimpse the true foundation establishment with myself. Li Fan shook his head inwardly. He was sure that neither Superior Man Yin, nor the Holy Emperor, nor Su Bai, all those who had contributed to the perfection of the new art, had ever thought that the new art could be practiced in this way. The reason why Li Fan had such a strange situation was only because Li Fan possessed the returning to truth treasure with infinitely high rank. Returning to truth transcends the great Tao of heaven and earth. In layman's terms, it's jumping out of the three realms and no longer being within the five elements. Therefore, my difficulty in foundation establishment is even greater than in Tao manifestation. So I have to go against the grain. As for others, the difference between Li Fan and others in the Shuo Xingxi simultaneously practicing the great Tao embodiment art can, to some extent, explain something. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Li Fan slowly brought the familiarity produced by constantly tempering himself in his own miniature Tao network to the Shuo Xingxi Tao network. Like a fish in water, like a bird in the sky. Li Fan even faintly had a feeling of returning to his extremely familiar Xuanwang world. Wonderful, wonderful indeed. Moreover, due to this familiarity, Li Fan could also disguise himself at will, so as not to expose his true body refining progress. What I'm using is completely dead effort, a stupid method. If I refer to the creation furnace art again. In his divine sense, the creation art transmitted from the main body appeared word by word. Li Fan took a deep breath, and the blood and energy in his whole body instantly surged as if boiling. His body seemed to have turned into a towering and huge furnace, melting the breath and flesh all over his body. With a slight movement in his heart, this furnace seemed to be located on the illusory Great Tao network. One of the Tao strings suddenly flashed with a dazzling white light. Then the Tao network trembled, and the power of the Tao string turned into a giant hammer, and slammed on the huge furnace. The furnace roared and roared non-stop. The exterior was slightly imprinted by the hammer, but the interior used this force to accelerate the process of melting flesh and blood several times. Ding, ding, ding. On the Tao network, the clamor continued non-stop. And at an extremely slow speed, the interval between the sounds was shortening. In reality, Li Fan's complexion visibly showed a trace of blush. It was as if he had been seriously injured. Then this ray of blush quickly turned into cyan, then pale. Then it turned into blood red again. Such a cycle, constantly reciprocating. Even weird. The Great Tao embodiment art and the creation furnace art complement each other. The creation furnace uses itself as a furnace to develop all the secrets and potentials in the human body. Step by step, every time it is melted, the strength will be stronger. The disadvantage is that it is slow. The Great Tao embodiment art uses the power of the heavens to temper and supplement itself. When the Great Tao returns to itself, the body can be sanctified. The disadvantage is that it is difficult and extremely dangerous. The combination of these two uses the power of the Great Tao to knock on the creation furnace. Compared to my previous simple flesh and blood fragmentation and fullness, the efficiency is more than 100 times higher. Li Fan inwardly observed the shallow marks protruding from the surface of the creation furnace. It was the imprint left by the Great Tao. Before, it would take hundreds of thousands of times for the flesh and blood to break and reorganize under importance to leave a similar degree of imprint. But now, under the urging of the creation art, it was only a moment. The Tao network roared, and thousands of Tao marks appeared on the creation furnace. Between Li Fan's breaths, the physical strength of this body was constantly increasing at a speed of hundreds of thousands of times. And from beginning to end, Li Fan did not feel any hunger. It seemed that there was really an infinite source of power in the human body to supplement it. Li Fan was immersed in the rapid improvement of his physical strength, almost unable to extricate himself. Until Nangong Hongzhou came to visit. Brother Ma, how is your cultivation going? Just getting started. This technique is indeed extraordinary. But it's really hard to practice. Li Fan looked pale, coughed lightly, and said somewhat weakly. Seeing that Li Fan's blood and energy were unstable, as if he had just been impacted by a huge force and suffered a serious injury, Nangong Hongzhou quickly cared, don't be too hasty. The profound coffin case is still under investigation. Our vacation will not end until there is a complete conclusion. Oh, it's been so long, and even with the ability of the Immortal Hunt, you haven't investigated the truth. Li Fan was a little surprised. Nangong Hongzhou lowered his voice and sneered, if we use all our strength, there is no problem. But someone is interfering. Before the investigation was launched, all of Yan Xuantai's records in the Tao network had been inexplicably eliminated. Someone who has the ability to do this. Nangong Hongzhou suddenly fell silent for a while. Then he whispered, what's even more strange is the world-crossing profound coffin. Analyzing the records left when we captured it, it is said that the profound coffin at the scene of the accident was indeed the one that the Immortal Hunt had planned to use as an immortal bait. The problem lies in the process of forging the immortal bait. What should have been forged was just bait, but it really became a tool for crossing the world. The most important thing is that the one responsible for forging this coffin. Li Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that Nangong Hongzhou suddenly stopped talking, he asked, what happened? Dead. Ah, Li Fan immediately showed a horrified expression. It wasn't a recent death. After creating 9 bait profound coffins, he disappeared from the world. These 9 profound coffins have helped the Immortal Hunt split immortals dozens of times, and there has never been an accident. That's why I was so confident at the beginning. Moreover, the profound coffin we used this time had also been used as bait several times before. But there has never been a real escape across the world. Listening, Li Fan touched his forehead. The more I listen to you, the more I feel that this matter is complicated. In addition to the forger of the profound coffin, I am afraid that it also involves the high-level power of the governing council. After all, being able to modify the Dao network information. Li Fan shook his head slightly. No wonder I haven't been able to find out a rough idea after so long. However, I have an idea. Nangong Hongzhao was stunned, and then said, there are only you and me here, Brother Ma, you might as well speak frankly. We might as well simplify things and only take the core of the event. The world-crossing profound coffin is used to escape to other possibilities to avoid disaster. Yan Xuantai has lived in our Shuo Xingxi for many years, why suddenly spend so much effort and take such a big risk to escape? Yan Xuantai is a holy merchant. The holy merchants disappeared inexplicably that year. I heard before that before they disappeared, they also recovered many exotic treasures that had been outside. Did Yan Xuantai know something from the holy merchants that year? Is the recent escape an act of last resort? You mean? Nangong Hongzhao stared at Li Fan fiercely. That's right. I suspect that a great disaster will befall Shuo Xingxi soon. Li Fan whispered. Brother Ma, don't talk nonsense. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nangong Hongzhao's stern voice. However, Li Fan's reasoning was not unreasonable. The more Nangong Hongzhao thought about it, the more he felt that this seemed to be the truth after a mess. As if he thought of something, the expression on Nangong Hongzhao's face changed several times in a few breaths. Brother Ma, just tell me these words. Don't say it outside. Otherwise, if something happens, I can't help you. After only explaining this, Nangong Hongzhao left in a hurry. Before leaving, he also left a volume of experience and insights summarized by the Nangong family's records of the great Tao embodiment art of past generations. However, it only stays at the primary stage of how to comprehend the great Tao and reflect it on oneself. It seems that Nangong Hongzhao wants to use this as bait to constantly increase Ma Tian's goodwill. Li Fan glanced at it and discarded this experience aside. The profound coffin escaped. Is there an internal response in Shuo Xingxi? Interesting. From the various information currently known, the actual power-holding forces in Shuo Xingxi should be those true immortals who have transformed into mortals. As for the mortals in front of the stage, they are just puppets controlled by them. However, being able to make the true immortals willing to let mortals act as the facade shows that mortals must have something that makes them afraid. Li Fan suddenly thought of the invisible giant hand behind the Tao network. And the four nameless true immortals who were used as living stakes. The struggle between the immortals who have transformed into mortals, the former immortals, and the group who are still true immortals now. However, now, a defector has suddenly appeared in this battlefield. Escaping not to any one of them, but to other worlds outside the realm of possibility. According to Nangong Hongzhao's words, the immortals who survived the Tao Annihilation Tribulation are extremely afraid of this great tribulation in the past. The strongest among them have already escaped far away. Li Fan believes that these remaining people, or immortals, still have this fear in their hearts. It's just that they have been deceived by the false prosperity created by the Tao network for tens of thousands of years. It seems that they can really use the so-called Tao network to resist the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. However, the holy merchants, and even Yan Xuantai's escape at all costs this time, may suddenly wake them up from their dreams. Interesting. There are never eternal enemies in the world. Perhaps Shuo Xinghai and those true immortals may really cooperate again. After all, one of the 9 profound coffins can escape across the world. Who knows if the others may not be able to. Another month later, the new Immortal Hunt's holiday finally ended. Li Fan and others were summoned again, and the one who gave the lecture was the burly man who carried the giant pillar before. This person reprimanded the new Immortal Hunts, saying that no matter what the reason, it was incompetence to have made such a big mistake in the first mission. So next, everyone has to make up for their mistakes. Hunt immortals again. This time, I will hunt true immortals with you. The target is our Immortal Hunt's old opponent. Several times before, this person was lucky enough to escape. But this time, humph, the burly man sneered, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Senior Qian, I don't know who our target is this time. It was still Dao Yuan who took the lead in asking. Dao Yuan was obviously acquainted with the burly man, and called out the other party's surname before he had introduced himself. This Immortal's Dao technique can cut off all connections with the outside world. It is extremely difficult to find and track. Even if he travels and wanders in the Dao network, he will not leave any trace. We do not know his details, and only call him nothingness. This immortal often sneaks into my Shuo Xingxi, relying on the special nature of his Dao path. Several of our immortal hunting operations have been destroyed by this immortal. Therefore, we have finally made up our minds this time to arrest this immortal. The burly man said in a deep voice, his expression solemn. Such a difficult task is entrusted to us. Dao Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this. Not only Dao Yuan, but also the other new immortal hunts. Don't worry, it is precisely because you are newly recruited and not understood by this immortal that you have a better chance of winning. You only need to listen to my orders and cooperate to issue Dao network instructions. That nothingness immortal will definitely be a turtle in a jar. The burly man said extremely confidently. Li Fan nodded with everyone. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Nangong Hongzhou. He found that he seemed a little absent-minded. However, what Li Fan cared more about was the target of this immortal hunt. Cut off all connections with the outside world. Li Fan didn't know why, but a presumptuous laughter suddenly echoed in his ears. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? 1467. The 10,000 Stars tomb swallows the bones. Besides the immortal ruins, the culprits responsible for the extinction of life in the star sea within the high walls also include numerous true immortal runes. All of these originated from the hand of open black lens bracket immortal he gone close black lens bracket. During his contact with the true essence of the star sea's origin, Li Fan sensed the star sea's immense hatred towards this immortal he gone. Although true immortals regard all living beings as ants, they do not engage in meaningless actions. Forging numerous true immortal runes and spreading them rampantly throughout the starry sky, especially while fleeing in a disheveled state from the upper realm. Li Fan guessed that this should be a method employed by this open black lens bracket immortal he gone close black lens bracket to comprehend the Tao. First, use this method to create countless entangled karmic connections out of thin air. When I can completely detach myself from these karmic connections, that will be the moment of my Tao attainment. Severing all connections with the outside world, Recalling that rampant, unrestrained laughter, Li Fan became even more certain of his judgment. If I'm not mistaken, the open black lens bracket nothingness close black lens bracket that the immortal hunt is trying to capture this time is probably the immortal he gone I know. However, it cannot be confirmed yet whether this immortal he gone is the faceless immortal who once saved the Zon Heaven King's life. Li Fan had once suspected that immortal he gone and the faceless immortal were the same person. This was because the Holy Emperor's clone had sensed an aura very similar to that of immortal he gone when he saw the faceless statue. Li Fan himself had the same feeling. But strangely, this thought only arose when he first saw it. Now, when Li Fan compares the two, he feels hesitant. The burly man surnamed Qian was still explaining the precautions for this hunt to the immortal hunt members. Regarding this open black lens bracket nothingness close black lens bracket immortal, I cannot reveal too much to you. His methods of infiltration are unbelievably bizarre. Furthermore, he is extremely sensitive to any connection between his existence and the outside world. If I were to tell you his detailed information, so many people suddenly getting involved would surely alert him. What you need to do is assist me in weaving a large net. Patiently wait for him to come willingly. The open black lens bracket nothingness close black lens bracket immortal was clearly stronger than the previous Shi-2 immortals. Upon hearing this, the new immortal hunt members felt both excitement and apprehension. After all, the unfavorable start last time had left them with more or less psychological shadows. Oh, right, my name is Qian Ruochang. You can call me Boss Qian. With a meaningful laugh, the burly man revealed his name. Afterward, the group was led directly to participate in this mission. Traversing through the Dao net, they quickly reached their destination. This is the graveyard of myriad stars. Unlike the vitality of the various forces in the Shuo Star Sea, the starry sky ahead was filled with a decaying, deathly aura. Even from a great distance, everyone instinctively felt uncomfortable. Li Fan had been in the Shuo Star Sea for some time and was familiar with this area called the graveyard of myriad stars. Both being places of life extinction, the graveyard of myriad stars and the land of annihilation were somewhat different. The land of annihilation was a forbidden area caused by the Tao annihilation tribulation, where even the concept of existence was erased. The graveyard of myriad stars, on the other hand, was a destroyed starfield caused by factors other than Tao annihilation. The forces in the Shuo Star Sea were not all natives of this starry sky. Instead, they were refugees from countless starfields, gathered together here. The boundless lower realm Star Sea, besides large swaths of the land of annihilation, was a fusion of the graveyard of myriad stars and the land of life. The Shuo Star Sea was one such land of life. Although the graveyard of myriad stars was devoid of life, the Dao net could still cover it. As for the land of annihilation, with the great Dao non-existent, the Dao net would also have to stop. Boss Qian, that nothingness immortal, wouldn't be hiding here, would he? Someone couldn't help but ask. Qian Ruochang smiled. How could a true immortal hide in this godforsaken place like the graveyard of myriad stars? I brought you here to find something good. Dao Yuan's eyes lit up with curiosity upon hearing this. I once heard that the graveyard of myriad stars has been filled with deathly aura for millions of years. As the saying goes, extremes meet, it is highly likely that boundless vitality will be born from the infinite deathly aura. You brat have some knowledge. However, our target this time isn't any vitality, but this. As he spoke, Qian Ruochang had already led the group deep into the graveyard of myriad stars. Although the Dao net still covered this place, it seemed to have heavy obstacles compared to ordinary star seas with life. The speed of travel was 100 times slower. Sometimes, it seemed as if they encountered some obstacles ahead, and everyone had to change course. At this moment, Qian Ruochang suddenly stopped and gently pointed to the left front. Then, he slammed the stone pillar he was carrying on his shoulder. In that instant, all the new Immortal Hunt members could feel the Dao net being pulled by the great force, shaking violently. The shock was even stronger than the descent of Nangong Fusheng before. Everyone looked at Qian Ruochang, their faces filled with shock. They didn't expect that this boss Qian, who seemed easy to talk to, was so terrifyingly strong. Li Fan was thoughtful. The phenomenon was not because Qian Ruochang's strength was above Nangong Fusheng, but because they had come to the weak area of the Dao net. The Dao net was attached to the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. In this graveyard of myriad stars, it was greatly weakened. The same power would naturally cause greater turbulence. The stone pillar flew out, constantly stirring in the dark and silent void. Li Fan's senses were more acute than the others. In the darkness, he seemed to see several floating, dead worlds accidentally colliding with the stone pillar. Under the stirring of the great force, they completely disappeared. Only some almost negligible small black dots flew out of the broken corpses of the dead worlds. Following the huge stone pillar, they floated towards Qian Ruochang. Looking at these little black dots, Li Fan felt a sense of familiarity welling up. It was very similar to the black gas produced after the flesh and blood of a true immortal were decomposed by the open black lens bracket fall to mortal dust close black lens bracket. Li Fan remained calm, pretending not to know its danger, and curiously approached to watch. Upon closer observation, Li Fan discovered the difference between these black dots and the black gas. Black gas was a sign of the Dao annihilation tribulation. Anyone whose strength reached a certain level would have an inexplicable sense of crisis in their heart when they saw it. But these black dots in front of him, Li Fan observed for a long time, but he only felt a little disgusted and uncomfortable in his heart. There was no ominous warning that made his heart palpitate. And then, what Qian Ruochang said gave Li Fan the answer. These are what can be regarded as the corpses of the immortal cultivation world. Just like after a person dies, flesh and blood will return to heaven and earth in a short time, leaving only bones to exist for a long time. These black dots are the most original and purest part, such as the bones of the world. They won't stay in the world for too long, so we have to hurry up and pick them. Qian Ruochang said, and stretched out the stone pillar and continued to stir. In a short time, he collected 15 black dots. The seemingly simple action seemed to consume a lot of energy. Qian Ruochang was already panting and sweating profusely. I had to stop to rest. You, eat it. Qian Ruochang passed one of the black dots to Dao Yuan in the air. Dao Yuan's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate much. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, he endured the discomfort and opened his mouth to swallow the world bone into his stomach. From the expression on Dao Yuan's face, it could be seen how much torture it was to swallow the world bone raw. But after entering his stomach, the effect was obvious. I feel like, brother Dao Yu, have become a little open black lens bracket faint close black lens bracket. That's right, I feel a little open black lens bracket blurred close black lens bracket. This, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost ignored brother Dao directly. He is clearly standing here, but it's as if he doesn't exist at all. Everyone discovered the abnormality and exclaimed. Qian Ruochang then said with a smile, this world bone is the cornerstone of the evolution of the immortal cultivation world. It is the bottom layer of the world mechanism, the part closest to the avenue itself. After you swallow it, before the world bone completely returns to heaven and earth, affected by its power, you will be like melting ice into water, blending into the world. As a open black lens bracket person close black lens bracket, S nature, it is covered by the open black lens bracket world close black lens bracket. In ordinary sensory ways, it is naturally difficult to distinguish. Qian Ruochang distributed the world bone to everyone according to the previously planned assessment order. Li Fan also got it early and swallowed it into his stomach. The moment the black dot was absorbed, various illusions appeared in front of Li Fan. That was the scene that the immortal cultivation world before this black dot had experienced. In the lower realm Star Sea, it was not a particularly special story. In the originally prosperous world, one day, a crack appeared in the sky. Several figures emerged from it. That powerful coercion caused the creatures in the world to die miserably in an instant. And those figures had no intention of restraining their own power at all. Or rather, they had no time to take care of these small things at all. They themselves also fled in a panic. 17 figures successively emerged from the crack. Until the last one forcibly closed the crack, the disaster was stopped. He seemed a little dazed in panic. When his gaze swept over the immortal cultivation world below, which had been devastated by the power of the true immortal, he shook his head slightly. With a light wave, all the surviving creatures on the earth were wiped out. There were no remains of even the corpses. The immortal cultivation world itself could not withstand such coercion, and it was torn apart and disintegrated. As if he had done something insignificant, the last figure drifted away. Li Fan woke up from the illusion. This is one of the sources of the corpses of the myriad worlds in the graveyard of myriad stars. The lower realm Star Sea is not a place for immortals to live in. When they are forced to come here, they will naturally cause an unparalleled impact on the mortals who are the natives. Li Fan didn't feel any resentment or rage. The weak are prey to the strong. Not to mention, when the doomsday disaster comes, desperados only seek survival as the first priority. As for the others, are not important. He calmed his mind and felt the changes that occurred naturally in his body after swallowing the world bone. As Qian Ruochang said, like ice into water. Using the connection between the world bone and the great Tao of heaven and earth, it slowly seemed to dissolve in this starry sky. If I communicate with the Star Sea at this moment, I am afraid that I can effectively connect to the Star Sea's original consciousness without the need for Taijia divine art. In addition, I can also feel that the connection with the Tao net is closer. In Li Fan's mind, the miniature Tao net shone brightly. Originally, it was just a virtual projection, but at this moment, a part of it seemed to have a real entity. Even if it was only a small part, it almost brought about a qualitative change. However, there were still others around him at this moment, especially Qian Ruochang, who was suspected of approaching the nameless realm, so Li Fan did not study it carefully for the time being. The so-called karmic connection that the open black lens bracket nothingness close black lens bracket immortal comprehends is only for the creatures of the world. He has not yet transcended, so he cannot sever the connection with heaven and earth. We use the world bone to hide ourselves in the great Tao, which can greatly reduce the possibility of being discovered by him. Qian Ruochang said, and swallowed a world bone himself. After collecting all the new immortal hunters, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to explore the depths of the myriad star cemetery. Hiding yourself is only the first step of the hunt. The second is to prepare traps and weapons that can seriously injure or even kill prey. Qian Ruochang's voice became a little gloomy. The best weapon for true immortals who cultivate the great Tao of heaven and earth and want to transcend is something that can hurt and destroy the great Tao. As soon as these words came out, the immortal hunters present changed their colors. Li Fan thought that Qian Ruochang was going to talk about the open black lens bracket Tao annihilation tribulation close black lens bracket. But unexpectedly, it was something else. He changed the subject. However, what our Tao net depends on is still the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The matter of hurting the enemy 1,000 and losing 800 ourselves must be carefully considered. But similar substitutes can be found in this myriad star cemetery. I just said that in the myriad star cemetery, the corpses and flesh of the immortal cultivation world are all transformed and returned to heaven and earth, leaving only the bones. This power to catalyze and devour the flesh and blood of the immortal cultivation world is the weapon we need. The great Tao, from top to bottom, is actually one. The mortal-immortal cultivation world is still the manifestation of the Great Tao. Being able to return the Great Tao from the evolved form to nothingness can also cause heavy damage to the immortal cultivating true immortal. Qian Ruochang talked eloquently. Li Fan was thoughtful when he heard this, and suddenly asked, Boss Qian, according to what you said, wouldn't this power to eliminate the flesh and blood of the immortal cultivation world also severely damage the Tao net? The other immortal hunters looked at Li Fan with different colors. Qian Ruochang clapped his hands. That's right. But don't worry, the difference between the Tao net and the true immortal lies in its comprehensiveness. And the ability to self-repair at any time. Since we have the confidence to use it as a weapon, we are not afraid of anyone using it to target the Tao net. Besides, using this strange power in the myriad star cemetery is also a result we have only recently achieved. Qian Ruochang suddenly stopped. His eyes turned to the left front, and his expression changed from joking to serious. Look carefully, that is what I said, the power to digest the flesh and blood of the world. Qian Ruochang slammed the stone pillar on his shoulder. It seemed powerful, but shuttling through the void was so silent. It didn't cause any waves. After turning around, it came back like this. However, Li Fan keenly discovered that the stone pillar seemed to have shrunk. 1468. The deep net imprisons the immortals. The seemingly vanished parts of the stone pillar hadn't completely disappeared. Instead, the power of the Tao web continuously replenished it, like flesh regenerating. However, the flesh-digesting power within the myriad stars graveyard clung to it like a bone-deep maggot, refusing to dissipate. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded before everyone. A portion of the giant pillar rapidly alternated between existence and non-existence. It appeared as a shadowy, translucent form. Qian Ruochang carefully retrieved the pillar from the myriad stars graveyard. Simultaneously, he issued instructions to the group of newly promoted immortal hunters watching the spectacle, create a localized Tao essence array isolated from the Tao web, to serve as a breeding ground for the power of world's end. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively froze. Clearly, they were incapable of executing Tao essence commands of this magnitude. After all, since joining the immortal hunters, they had been constantly on missions or forced into vacations without receiving formal training. Fortunately, Qian Ruochang wasn't being foolish. Before his voice faded, waves of energy emanated from beyond the myriad stars graveyard in the void. A seven-colored halo, utilizing the Tao web, rapidly traversed from the Shuo star sea. It emitted brilliant light, enveloping everyone within. Inside the halo was an ocean composed entirely of Tao essence symbols. As if echoing Qian Ruochang's words, tens of millions of symbols surged like a tidal wave, crashing towards the center of the group. As for the other Tao essence symbols, they suddenly faded into transparency, as if they had never existed. Caught off guard, everyone was drenched by this tidal wave. Each person received an equal share. At the same time, the method for executing the Tao manifestation beyond Tao technique appeared in everyone's mind. Tao manifestation beyond Tao. On the boundary of the Tao web, create another new Tao web realm. This realm is like a miniature version of the Tao web, except for the reduced coverage and power, everything else is like the Tao web. All existing commands in the Tao web are applicable within it. If this new realm is used to expand territory, it can greatly reduce the cost of the Tao web, opening up new coverage areas. Or to conduct experiments with extremely dangerous properties, to achieve experimental conditions that are completely consistent with the Tao web without threatening the Tao web itself. To ensure the absolute security of the Tao web. The newly opened Tao manifestation beyond Tao area can only be connected to the Tao web by the three chief executives of the Governance Council working together. Before that, the new realm will be in a state of absolute isolation. Accompanying the instructions were also a lot of information about the Tao manifestation beyond Tao area. Even though the complexity of the instructions was unprecedented for everyone, under the illumination of that strange halo, everyone learned it as soon as they studied it, and understood it as soon as they learned it. There was no learning, memorizing, or mastering this process at all. Under Qian Ruochang's command, everyone worked together. As one command after another was constructed, a new Tao web realm was created in this way. Although the construction of the small Tao web was completed so simply, this group of newly promoted immortal hunters could not understand this extremely mysterious process. They only felt that, as in the past, instructions were generated and the Tao web responded. Only Li Fan saw a scene that others could not see. The moment the Tao manifestation beyond Tao technique was cast, the entire Tao web seemed to be in a state of stillness. Then it seemed to dim, allowing light from the outer side of the Tao web, that is, the real great Tao of heaven and earth, to pass through, projecting the shadow belonging to the Tao web. If the Tao web is a piece of paper that is copied and covered, then the new realm we are creating now is a projection of the Tao web. Everyone was still under the strange halo. The stone pillar, which was wrapped in the power of world's end, was thrown into the new Tao web. As the small Tao web continuously input the laws of the great Tao, it fed the power. The intangible power of world's end was also cultivated more and more. Even though they were in the realm outside, everyone inexplicably felt a burst of unease. At this moment, the stone pillar in the realm, which had been almost completely eaten away and only had half of it left, suddenly turned into a giant hand. It began to manipulate the surrounding power of world's end. Although the giant hand was constantly being corroded and disappearing, it was also being replenished by the power of the small Tao web. Therefore, after repeatedly manipulating it for a long time, a black arrow was forged by this giant hand. When the first world's end black arrow was forged, the scene inside the realm suddenly changed again. It was divided into 3 distinct areas. The first was for cultivating the power of world's end, the second was for forging black arrows, and the third was for storing black arrows. On each black arrow, a human face emerged, corresponding to the newly promoted immortal hunters in the field. "This is a weapon for us?" Dao Yuan asked with some shock. Qian Ruochang smiled. "Not yet. When you have truly set up the trap and no immortals enter the net, it will truly belong to you. The power of world's end, contact with it, will inevitably be in a state of being eroded at all times. Without the support of the Tao web, even I would be instantly drained into powder. Therefore, you must use it while connected to the Tao web. Let's go." Qian Ruochang looked back at the boundless, dead myriad stars graveyard, and led everyone back with a whoosh. "This new realm will accompany us throughout this immortal capturing process. Whether the mission is successful or a failure, we must dissipate this realm. We cannot allow the power of world's end to wreak havoc in the real Tao web." Away from the dark graveyard, back to the land of life in the Shuo Star Sea. Qian Ruochang pointed to the halo around everyone and said, "This halo is to prevent accidents from happening. If we are all annihilated, the halo will be responsible for recovering all the heritage we leave behind." Everyone's expressions were a little subtle when they heard this. "With you leading the team, Chief Qian, and such a powerful weapon as the world's end black arrow. And we are in the Tao web, fighting on our home turf. Even if we lose, can we still be completely annihilated?" Zhang Yuming frowned and asked, somewhat disbelieving. The faint smile that had always been on Qian Ruochang's face suddenly disappeared. The identities of hunter and prey, the exchange has always been in an instant. Although we have a better chance of winning, after all, the opponent is immortal. And a true immortal who has survived the ancient cataclysm and the immortal hunter's hunts until now. Qian Ruochang gave Zhang Yuming a cold look. Zhang Yuming couldn't help but lower his head and said repeatedly, "This junior has been taught. You still know too little about immortals. Next, I will take you to really get to know true immortals. By the way, look for suitable bait." The light and shadow around everyone changed rapidly. At this speed, they could have crossed the Shuo Star Sea several times. But for some reason, they kept moving forward, never reaching the end. The original vitality and light became dim again. But it did not disappear, but seemed to slowly float above everyone's heads. Like stars, orbiting and hanging overhead. They were constantly delving into the unknown. Where we are going is where the deep web is located. The place where the Shuo Star Sea imprisons the immortals is also there. The so-called deep web is the core of the Tao web. Qian Ruochang only gave such a simple introduction to the deep web. He didn't seem willing to say too much. The deep web is top secret. Ordinary people don't know of its existence, let alone have the good fortune to enter it. Even I, if I didn't have the responsibility of capturing true immortals this time, I couldn't enter and exit at will. During the downward shuttle, countless tiny light spots flickered on Qian Ruochang and the group of newly promoted immortal hunters, seeming to verify everyone's identity. When the stars of vitality above their heads completely disappeared, everyone's actions finally stopped. It was as if they had come to a dark cave, surrounded by nothingness. In front of Qian Ruochang, countless symbols seemed to surge at the same time. A thread suddenly illuminated the darkness. To the left and right of the thread were boxes, one after another. Like a prison, or like a world. The boundaries of the boxes were exceptionally thick, vowing to completely isolate the imprisoned objects inside from the outside world. And within these boxes, what was imprisoned was one person after another. Or rather, immortals. Some of them were in a state of slumber. Others remained awake, cold, murderous eyes constantly vigilantly sized up their surroundings, flying in the void, as if looking for a way to escape. And there were others who were in a state of complete madness, constantly casting immortal arts, bombarding everything in the world, even if there was nothing else in the cage where they were, except themselves. All of these imprisoned true immortals had one thing in common. That is, their bodies were covered with threads of various colors. The various colored threads extended from their bodies and connected to the outside world. But it did not touch the boundary of the cage, but disappeared directly into the void midway. Obviously, these imprisoned true immortals could not see the existence of these threads on their bodies. Only Li Fan and the others could see it clearly. These are immortals. After the initial shock, everyone's awe of immortals completely dissipated. After all, anyone who sees the true immortals, who only existed in legends and imagination in the past, in reality, looks like this in front of them. I'm afraid their attitude will change drastically. Separated by the immortal cage, you certainly can't experience the terror of true immortals. If you were put in, and experienced it, you would know what is called the might of a true immortal. Qian Ruochang saw the contempt in everyone's hearts and said with a sneer. Then his eyes swept over everyone, as if he really wanted to choose someone. Everyone was horrified and watched with serious expressions, not daring to show any abnormal expression. Instead, they observed very seriously. Chief Qian, these true immortals should have been imprisoned for a long time. Why do I see that they are all still very energetic and healthy? There is no sign of decadence or weakness from being imprisoned for a long time. In a silent silence, someone suddenly asked. Qian Ruochang looked at the questioner, Ma Tiand, and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. I didn't expect you to see the core of the problem so quickly. You are very good. It's not that we provide energy supplements to these true immortals after they are imprisoned. But as true immortals, their own energy is endless. Qian Ruochang said sonorously. Obviously, the nature of the infinite power of true immortals was not known to everyone. As soon as Qian Ruochang said this, 8 or 9 out of 10 people were shocked. Infinite? How is this possible? Obviously, the concept of infinity is completely contrary to what everyone has learned since childhood. The infinite immortal spiritual power of true immortals comes from a mysterious area called the Infinite Sea. It even exists outside the Great Tao, so even the core power of the Tao web cannot cut off the connection between true immortals and the Infinite Sea. Being able to arbitrarily use the power of the Infinite Sea, this is what makes true immortals truly terrifying. Qian Ruochang pointed to a man in one of the boxes who was always sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. This immortal was one of the first to be captured by us. He has been imprisoned for nearly 50,000 years. But he is still determined and has not shown any flaws. Although the cages are all places of Tao exile and cannot be cultivated to improve the realm. But this immortal has been silently improving his strength over the years just by inner feelings. Now I don't know what level it has reached. Qian Ruochang sighed slightly. His tone was full of helplessness and admiration. Why not just kill them all? Jin Chengyu, who had been silent for the most part, suddenly opened his mouth, without concealing his murderous intent and desire. He. Qian Ruochang didn't answer, just smiled meaningfully. Li Fan noticed that when Qian Ruochang smiled, his eyes inadvertently looked at the threads of various colors that were covered on the true immortal's body. Thinking of the 4 nameless true immortals who were used as living stakes, Li Fan thoughtfully said, perhaps the establishment and stability of the Tao web are also inseparable from these imprisoned true immortals. Li Fan turned to look around. Obviously, what he saw at the moment was not all of the true immortals imprisoned in the Tao web. In the invisible darkness, there were still countless boxes of unknown existence. Killing is not possible, and their energy supply cannot be cut off. Just let them cultivate like this. Could it be that one day, they will be able to escape from this cage? Dao Yuan frowned. A trace of worry and fear also flashed in the eyes of the others. True immortals were hunted and captured back one after another. If so many true immortals who are being sought at the same time lose control, that would be an unimaginable and terrible scene. You don't have to worry about this. Even if they go further, the prisoners of the deep web are not something they can leave if they want to. Qian Ruochang was very confident in the solidity of the cage. Although I can't really let you in, I can let you feel the power of the true immortals in a more concrete and personal way. Who should I choose? Qian Ruochang picked around and finally chose an imprisoned true immortal who seemed to have become harmless and just slept soundly all day long. With a light wave, threads of various colors appeared out of thin air in front of Qian Ruochang, seeming to connect to the cage. Who wants to try? Qian Ruochang looked at everyone. Dao Yuan said confidently. Qian Ruochang didn't say anything, just quietly connected the various colored threads to Dao Yuan's body. The next moment, this Shuo Star C's pride was uncontrollably trembling violently. 1469. The real immortal corpse is dissected alive. At this moment, Dao Yuan seemed to be trapped in an extremely terrifying nightmare, his face pale and cold sweat pouring down his body. Fortunately, Qian Ruochang didn't let Dao Yuan face the might of a true immortal for too long. After a few breaths, he quickly withdrew the threads. Even so, Dao Yuan still looked terrified and panicked. It took a while for him to recover. Is it really that exaggerated? Many people muttered to themselves upon seeing this. But after Qian Ruochang connected the threads to their bodies one by one, no one dared to doubt it anymore. Dao Yuan could barely hold on, already considered one of the better performers among the group. Some couldn't bear it and collapsed on the spot, trembling uncontrollably. Many others suffered mental breakdowns, crying for their parents. Seeing the so-called prodigies in such a pathetic state, Qian Ruochang didn't mind. In fact, he had deliberately chosen a dangerous element among the imprisoned true immortals to properly intimidate this group of newcomers. Unlike the others' genuine reactions, Li Fan's performance was naturally feigned. Not to mention true immortals, Li Fan had personally witnessed even stronger beings capable of traversing possibilities. Naturally, he wouldn't be frightened into losing his composure. However, this slumbering true immortal that Qian Ruochang had the newly promoted immortal hunter's face was indeed somewhat strange. He seemed to be able to detect the various threads inserted into his body and peek into the outside world through them. Therefore, when the new immortal hunters connected the threads, they were immediately met with the true immortal's gaze. A pair of indifferent eyes, looking down from above, seeming to see through everything deep within their souls. In the depths of their hearts, there were no secrets to hide. Even their life and death were at the mercy of the eye's owner. No wonder these people are in such a state. It's not just facing a true immortal, but being constantly under the subtle observation of a true immortal, a being of high status. However, aren't they afraid that this imprisoned being will glean a way to escape from the minds of outsiders? Li Fan glanced at Qian Ruochang without making a sound. He only saw him with an expression of watching a good show, without any such worries. So Li Fan turned his head and carefully looked at the box imprisoning the true immortal, the cage called Place of Tao Extinction. Although it seemed that the true immortals imprisoned in the box were in the same place as everyone else, it was clear that what appeared before them was just a representation of the cage's existence. The only place in the mortal world that can be truly called a place of Tao extinction is the Annihilation Lands, which have been cleansed by the tribulation of Tao annihilation. Could it be that the immortal hunters of the Shuo Star Sea can use the Annihilation Lands as prisons? But how did these threads pass through the Annihilation Lands? Within the core of the deep web, there are too many unknown secrets. What Qian Ruochang showed everyone was just this shining thread and the countless box cages attached around it. Li Fan was unable to glean any more information. In the dim deep web, the passage of time was unknown. Everyone was forced to face one imprisoned true immortal after another in various ways. Even with vast differences in strength, after experiencing such frequent exposure, everyone slowly began to become somewhat numb. Only the most dangerous among the true immortals could make them feel a little fear. As for ordinary true immortals, they could be regarded with indifference. Qian Ruochang seemed very satisfied with everyone's progress. On this day, he finally stopped the game of constantly plugging and unplugging threads. Very good. It seems that you have finally barely adapted to the existence of immortals. Next is the final test here. Pass this test, and we can officially weave the immortal catching net. Qian Ruochang's face once again revealed that meaningful smile. The immortal hunters present all felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. And Qian Ruochang's next words made them look incredulous. The final test is to personally dissect the corpse of a true immortal. His voice was like a thunderclap, falling into everyone's ears. The threads connecting the many boxes disappeared into the darkness. After a few breaths, light reappeared. Along with it, there was also a tall, towering figure. The figure's aura, as deep as an abyss, made everyone's breath stop abruptly. They didn't dare to make the slightest movement. Looking to the left and right, Qian Ruochang, who had always been with them, had disappeared without anyone knowing when. Only then did everyone recall the test that Qian Ruochang had mentioned earlier. To dissect the corpse of a true immortal. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a time. Even though they understood the mission objective, no one dared, or could easily act. The figure standing before them, said to be a corpse, was actually almost no different from the imprisoned true immortals they had faced before. They couldn't see the true immortal's face, but everyone present felt that they were being faintly stared at by the true immortal in front of them. This wisp of gaze, pressing down on them, was as heavy as a mountain. Adapting to the existence of true immortals, and being able to act freely under the gaze of a true immortal, even to draw a knife against them, were completely two different concepts. The corpse of the true immortal was right there, but who dared to draw a knife and dissect it? Li Fan certainly dared, but he had no intention of being the first bird to be shot. After a long silence, one person finally said fiercely, "No matter how strong he was in life, after death he's just a corpse. What's there to be afraid of?" Having said that, he rushed straight towards the true immortal's corpse under everyone's gaze. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, silently mourning for this cultivator named Feng Zhengyuan in advance. The corpse of a true immortal is completely different from a corpse in the mundane sense. Even the will to survive of a true immortal can instantly kill several Chengsheng realm experts in the Xuanwang realm. Not to mention this complete true immortal corpse. Sure enough, before Feng Zhengyuan could fly to the true immortal's side, the towering shadow seemed to suddenly swell several times. After engulfing Feng Zhengyuan completely, it returned to its original state in an instant. The true immortal's corpse still stood quietly and towering there. But everyone could no longer find Feng Zhengyuan. Everyone felt their scalps tingle and instinctively retreated backward violently. Isn't he dead? How can he still suddenly attack people? Look, isn't that figure becoming clearer? It even looks a bit similar to Feng Zhengyuan. What's going on? We've retreated so far, but not only have we not distanced ourselves from the true immortal's corpse, but we're getting closer and closer. ... Panic spread among the crowd. Even though they had already undergone adaptation, theoretical learning. At this moment, losing Qian Ruochang's protection, truly facing a true immortal corpse that could injure people at any time, the crowd inevitably fell into chaos. However, there were also outstanding individuals among them who were not afraid in the face of danger. We can't keep wasting time like this. Otherwise, who knows who will be dissected? Zhang Yuming said in a deep voice. We will all be slaughtering true immortals in the future. What's there to fear from a mere corpse? Jin Changyu finally opened her tightly closed eyes. To be precise, it was 3 pupils. At this moment, it seemed that there were 3 different personalities existing within Jin Changyu's body. One was angry, one was compassionate, and one was empty. The 3 swords behind her were also unsheathed with a clang. 3 dazzling sword lights illuminated the dim space here. The originally blurred true immortal's corpse revealed its full appearance. The pale face, the appearance, was exactly the same as Qian Ruochang, who had led everyone here. Even the evil smile on his face was exactly the same. The smiles of the 2 overlapped in everyone's minds. What's going on? Could it be that Chief Qian has encountered an accident? The smile that Qian Ruochang left behind before disappearing made everyone's minds uncontrollably filled with wild thoughts. Their minds were in great disarray. Pretending to be a ghost. Jin Changyu shouted violently, her tone showing no decrease in anger. The 3 sword lights merged into one, piercing the center of the true immortal's brow. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. Jin Changyu, who was still furious, was about to use her swordsmanship when a ray of light flashed across her body and disappeared without a trace. After a moment of astonishment, Dao Yuan, Zhang Yuming, Nangong Hongzhou all woke up and used their strongest divine powers on the true immortal's corpse. Li Fan did the same. However, while using the power of the Dao web to conjure a dagger, he didn't forget to remind loudly, "Don't panic, brothers." Jin Changyu must have completed the test and been safely teleported out. Just leave a wound on the true immortal's corpse. The illusory dagger arrived first, appearing directly on the true immortal's face. Slashing horizontally, cutting along the corner of the mouth. The smile, which was completely consistent with the hint left by Qian Ruochang, was instantly destroyed by Li Fan. Everyone also broke free from the inner demons in their hearts, awakened as if from a dream, and used all their means. Li Fan, who had completed the dissection of the true immortal's corpse, had already been teleported out one step ahead, ranking second among the crowd, only behind Jin Changyu. Soon after, Dao Yuan, Nangong and others appeared one after another. Brother Ma, how were you able to use the power of the Dao web just now? Dao Yuan asked with some confusion. We all couldn't feel the existence of the Dao web within it, so we had no choice but to use our own divine powers to dissect the corpse. Zhang Yuming also frowned, staring at Li Fan intently. Li Fan was surprised when he heard this. What are you two brothers talking about? We are in the core of the Dao web, how can there be no Dao web power around us? These questions left the two speechless. Wanting to say something more and more people who had completed the test were teleported out, making it difficult to speak out. Li Fan had previously reminded them and destroyed the terrifying appearance of the true immortal's corpse, clearly helping the later arrivals a great deal. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Li Fan. It wasn't until Qian Ruochang reappeared that this liveliness was broken. You. Not bad. As for the others, barely passable. Qian Ruochang said, pointing to Jin Changyu, Li Fan, Dao Yuan, and the other 5 who came out first. I hope you can maintain such tacit understanding and mutual assistance when hunting true immortals. These words were directed at Li Fan. Li Fan looked solemn and cupped his hands. Junior will keep it in mind. Qian Ruochang snorted coldly. The light and shadows around them constantly changed. It was as if they were rapidly floating to the surface from deep water. In an instant, they returned from the deep web to the normal territory of the Shuo Star Sea. I have already selected the bait. Now I will take you to set up the trap. With the help of the power of the Dao web, they traveled quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the edge of the Shuo Star Sea. Ahead, all they could see was darkness. A place devoid of life. It was the direction Li Fan had come from, the location of the Annihilation Land. They traveled along the narrow living star field for another half a day until they completely left the area covered by the Dao web, and then they appeared in reality. Old Qian, are we going to make our move here? Even Jin Changyu, who was always full of confidence, was now filled with doubts. Qian Ruochang pointed ahead. No. We need to go further ahead. But without the Dao web, how can we be a match for that open black lens bracket without close black lens bracket immortal? Everyone was anxious. Who said there's no Dao web? Aren't we carrying the Dao outside of Dao with us? After Qian Ruochang's reminder, everyone realized. Li Fan looked back at where they had come from and indeed saw a faint small Dao web. It was as if the position of the reflected light had shifted, infinitely stretching the shadow of this Dao web, reaching beyond the coverage of the Dao web here, relying only on a single Dao string, connected to the real Dao web. This without immortal is cunning and treacherous. It is truly difficult to capture him within the Dao web. But outside the Dao web, in the territory that originally belonged to true immortals, his vigilance will be greatly reduced. Let's go. We need to go deeper, to a place where he feels completely safe. Qian Ruochang said, continuing to lead everyone deeper into the Annihilation Land. Within the Annihilation Land, there were not many places where life still existed. It was almost the same route as going to the high wall of the Dark Star Sea. So much so that Li Fan suspected that the destination this time was inside the high wall. Fortunately, Qian Ruochang didn't seem to know about the existence of the high wall. Bypassing the location of the high wall, they continued to go deeper into the Annihilation Land, until they finally stopped in a narrow, circular living star field. 3/4 of the boundary here had already been washed by the Annihilation Tribulation, only connected to the outside world through the remaining 1/4 of the narrow passage. Qian Ruochang seemed to be very familiar with this place. In this star field, he actually found a floating, detached ruin. Let me see, this should be the place. Qian Ruochang picked up a few pieces of gravel from the ground, observed them, and muttered in a low voice. First, set up the open black lens bracket Dao outside of Dao close black lens bracket. He turned his head and ordered, then continued to collect similar gravel on the ruins. Li Fan seemed to be as serious and solemn as everyone else, executing the Dao web's instructions. But his attention followed Qian Ruochang, wandering in this ruin. Not using the will of Ma Tian's body, but the power of the dream paradise in this star field. This place is close to the Dark Star Sea, where Li Fan's current lair is located. Naturally, it is also covered by the dream paradise. It's just an ordinary ruin, what mystery does it hold that can attract Hegon Immortal? Li Fan was a little puzzled. But soon, Qian Ruochang gave the answer. Because when he turned around and came back, he scattered a pile of gravel on the ground. The faint aura that emerged from it made Li Fan feel somewhat familiar. This is the Immortal Ascension platform of the Immortal Realm. Not the one in the Immortal Ruins above the Xuanwang Realm, but one that survived from another star field. Qian Ruochang slammed his hands on the pile of gravel in front of him, and the gravel instantly turned into dust. Then, surrounded by brilliance, this cloud of powder evolved into an octagonal, four-sided pavilion. 1470. The Immortal platform seals the real immortal. It truly seemed to be the legendary ascension platform of old, its vast and holy aura emanating from the octagonal building. The onlookers were instantly shaken to their core. Even if they didn't know what this octagonal building was, they instinctively focused all their attention on it. It was as if there was an immense attraction, and everyone present was unable to look away. Even Qian Ruochang himself, the creator of the octagonal ascension platform, was stunned for a moment. But after all, he was a powerful figure who could be ordered to capture the open black lens bracket without close black lens bracket immortal, and he quickly recovered from the illusion. First, he connected this miniature octagonal building to the local network of the Tao that had been following them. Once the octagonal building's image changed from solid to illusory, Qian Ruochang reached out and took out a blood-colored light sphere. The blood color seemed to be sealed by some kind of power, constantly zhuang against the invisible boundary, but it could not escape. Li Fan could faintly hear extremely angry roars coming from the blood-colored light sphere. Qian Ruochang remained unmoved, and with his right hand, he made a sword shape with two fingers and pierced into the blood-colored light sphere. Li Fan keenly felt that the local network of the Tao seemed to be stirred up like a stormy sea. The local network of the Tao was newly built, and its current scale was not large, and its foundation was not yet stable. For a time, it gave people a sense of precariousness. Clearly, Qian Ruochang's finger was not entirely mobilizing his own strength, but borrowing a large amount of the Tao network's power. Everyone, don't be distracted, quickly help Qian to stabilize the situation. Li Fan also wanted to see Qian Ruochang's method of attracting immortals. Seeing that these newly promoted immortal hunters were still immersed in the temptation of the octagonal ascension platform, he reminded them. The crowd woke up as if from a dream, reluctantly shifting their gazes away. After that, most people focused on the construction of the local network of the Tao. However, there was still a small group of people who occasionally glanced at the ascension platform, a flash of longing in their eyes. It just so happened that those who were distracted were not mediocre people, but outstanding figures like Jin Chengyu and Dao Yuan. It seems that even if mortals are in the Tao network, ascending to immortality still has a natural and fatal attraction for them, Li Fan realized. With everyone's help, the swaying local network of the Tao gradually stabilized. And Qian Ruochang's fingers also safely withdrew from the blood-colored light sphere, but the fingertips were completely stained, turning into a dazzling scarlet. It seemed that the most critical step had arrived. To prevent outside interference, Qian Ruochang waved his hand and set up protective measures around himself. Li Fan could feel that at this moment, almost 99% of the local network of the Tao's power was being mobilized by Qian Ruochang. Pooh, pooh, amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the flesh and blood on Qian Ruochang's sturdy body exploded one after another, revealing his white bones. This was because he had suddenly endured pressure beyond his limit. But what surprised all the newly promoted immortal hunters present, including Li Fan, was that Qian Ruochang's bones were not ordinary human bones in the usual sense. Instead, they emitted a seven-colored crystal light, with no substance, as if they were completely composed of countless Tao network strings. Under the blessing of the Tao network's power, the virtualized flesh and blood quickly regenerated, concealing the Tao string bones. Qian Ruochang ignored everyone's reaction, using the scarlet on his fingertips as ink and his two fingers as a pen. He wrote in the air above the octagonal ascension platform. The content of this writing seemed to be some kind of secret. Even ignoring the exposure of his own Tao string bones, Qian Ruochang paid special attention to these written symbols. He separated the power of the surrounding Tao network's protection, turning it into a hazy mist curtain, shielding everyone's vision. At the critical moment, there was no good show to watch, and the newly promoted immortal hunters all showed disappointed expressions. However, most of the local network of the Tao's power was used by Qian Ruochang to write this Tao character. This shielding method could deceive these young immortal hunters, and even Li Fan's divine sense clone. But it could not deceive the vast worry-free dream realm consciousness here. As if from a high position, penetrating the mysteries, he saw the scene happening inside the shielding clearly. This is very similar to the open black lens bracket immortal mortal transformation close black lens bracket character, but in a few key nodes the direction is different. Strictly speaking, the DAO network's shielding method was indeed extraordinary. Even if it was just a local DAO network, it far exceeded the power of Li Fan's dream paradise built on the foundation of the Xuanwang sentient beings. But don't forget, Li Fan himself was also one of the constructors of this local DAO network. He had a very deep understanding of the DAO network's structure, and his divine sense also contained a miniature projection from the great DAO. Breaking through it was naturally much easier than simply using brute force. Without alerting anyone, Li Fan quietly observed. When the mysterious character was completely written, a burst of intense light also erupted from the octagonal ascension platform. 7 colored auspicious clouds floated out, golden flowers fell from the sky, and immortal birds chirped. It was clearly the scene of a cultivator attaining the Tao and ascending to immortality in ancient legends. Before the phenomenon dissipated, a familiar aura was born here. True immortal. A body only the size of a palm flew out from the small ascension platform. It was covered in red, as if painted with Qian Ruocheng's scarlet blood color. Although its appearance was small, in Li Fan's eyes, it was no different from a true immortal. Not only did it have the open black lens bracket momentum close black lens bracket of attaining immortality, no longer belonging to the same rank as mortals, but also because of the aura of immortal spirits surrounding this little person. Li Fan's pupils shrank sharply. What he had envisioned but failed to accomplish, using the immortal realm's ascension platform to connect to the endless sea, was actually completed by the Suoxing Sea forces. And it was even more comprehensive than he had imagined. It was not just one aspect of attaining immortality, but a comprehensive creation of immortals. Could it be that the Suoxing Sea can mass-produce immortals? Li Fan stared at the true immortal little person, a storm raging in his heart. Even more terrifying was that Qian Ruocheng's familiarity showed that this was clearly not the first time he had done this. In a state of shock and uncertainty, Li Fan did not act rashly, but continued to observe. This little person did not resemble Qian Ruocheng. On the contrary, it was somewhat similar to the vague image that Li Fan had seen in the blood-colored light sphere, the one that had been trying to break free. After being created by Qian Ruocheng, it did not run around randomly. It just silently sat cross-legged, closing its eyes and resting. Having successfully created an immortal, Qian Ruocheng was relieved. The scarlet on his fingertips had faded the moment the true immortal little person appeared. And the octagonal ascension platform in front of him also turned to ashes after completing its mission. Qian Ruocheng showed a look of regret, but was powerless to stop it. He respectfully bowed to the true immortal little person in front of him. The true immortal little person seemed to have spirituality and directly burrowed into Qian Ruocheng's body. Qian Ruocheng's Tao string bones were not ordinary, but a carrier of the great Tao. Therefore, he could actually use his mortal body to accommodate the body of a true immortal. After adapting to the new power attached to him, Qian Ruocheng removed the shielding and appeared in front of everyone. Among the young immortal hunters, only a few noticed the changes in Qian Ruocheng, showing some surprise and uncertainty. But they also knew that what they shouldn't ask, they shouldn't ask. They waited obediently for Qian Leota to speak. The bait and the hunting net are ready. Next, we officially begin the hunt. Are you all prepared? As Qian Ruocheng spoke, he gently took down the pillar he had been carrying on his shoulder. He brandished it casually, as if it were a light wooden staff. The group of immortal hunters watched, dumbfounded. But they still subconsciously replied in unison, "We will surely eliminate the true immortal." Qian Ruocheng nodded with great satisfaction. He glanced at this circular place of vitality and whispered, "This is where the Wu immortal will be caught." With that, he swept the giant pillar in front of him. Although the giant pillar remained in his hand, an invisible wave of destruction spread through this small place of vitality. In an instant, it leveled and shattered all the remaining floating ruins. Then, it continued to spread far beyond the annihilated land, along the narrow passage outside the circular place of vitality. It was unknown where it would eventually lead. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the sea of stars, causing ripples. Ordinary people could not detect the special nature of these ripples. They only perceived it as a powerful and abnormal energy fluctuation. However, those who had already ascended to the immortal realm, such as Li Fan, could perceive a lot of information from these ripples, including the identity of the true immortal who caused the ripples, where they were located, and the reasons for their actions, and so on. Although Li Fan was not a true immortal who ascended through the immortal realm ascension platform, he, in his half-immortal state, could barely discern the information within. Changchu Star Region, duty-bound immortal official. Obtained the crossing world profound coffin, intending to escape the world. Nearby immortal friends, come quickly. Li Fan carefully savored the content of these ripples, and his expression gradually became strange. No matter how he looked at it, this so-called trap was very clumsy. With such a wide range of dissemination, how could they be sure which immortal would eventually take the bait? Moreover, He-Gon Immortal had survived so many tribulations and was extremely cautious in his actions. Could such a simple and flamboyant method really deceive him? Li Fan was deeply skeptical. Unless this true immortal small fry, the so-called duty-bound immortal official of the Changchu Star region, is an old acquaintance of He-Gon Immortal. And he hasn't been captured by the immortal hunters for long, so He-Gon Immortal is unaware of this. Even, recalling the previous successful escape of the Zai-2 immortals with the help of the crossing world profound coffin, this duty-bound immortal official sneaked into the vicinity of the Shuo Star Sea, most likely for the crossing world profound coffin. In that case, Qian Ruochang must also be carrying a crossing world profound coffin with him. Calling it a trap is not really a trap. If He-Gon Immortal really has the ability to kill all the ambushers here, then he will naturally be able to obtain the profound coffin. And the true immortal small fry, Li Fan, while observing Qian Ruochang, noticed that the subtle changes in his expression were slightly different from before. Even if the magnitude of the change was generally negligible, Li Fan was certain that it was the influence brought about by the possession of the true immortal small fry. To successfully activate the power of the Ascension to Immortality platform, one must use the corresponding true immortal seal script, such as the transformation of immortal in mortal, and what Qian Ruochang just wrote. Perhaps, it must be written by a specific true immortal to be effective. Duty-bound immortal official. The Shuo Star Sea has mastered a method of imitating the identity of a true immortal with the essence and blood of a true immortal. It can even deceive the identity authentication of the boundless sea. In Li Fan's mind, he constantly recalled that character, analyzing its possibility of still being usable on the stone tablet left by Xuantian Wang. After the true immortal ripple was emitted, it was like a mud ox entering the sea, without the slightest response. Qian Ruochang, however, was certain that the open black lens bracket Wu close black lens bracket immortal would take the bait, and he methodically issued a series of orders to the new immortal hunters. One instruction after another was activated, and the group hid in the regional Dao net one after another. Qian Ruochang then concealed them with immortal spiritual energy. Even Li Fan, with the power of dreams, found it difficult to discover their figures. The boundary extinction black arrows were distributed and integrated into the bodies of everyone. They were ready to be launched at any time. The Dao string connecting the regional Dao net to the main Dao net was also quietly broken at some point. Although it no longer had the support of the Shuo Star Sea main Dao net, Li Fan, who was hiding in the regional Dao net, did not feel that the power of the Dao net had weakened much. This was likely due to Qian Ruochang, who was sitting in the center of the regional Dao net, with thousands of Dao strings as his bones. It seems that bringing us along for this immortal hunt can be completely described as a burden. With the combat power Qian Ruochang is showing now, he can completely fight He-Gon Immortal head-on. There is no need for us to take action. Or perhaps, these young immortal hunters have other uses. The various experiences during this training quickly flashed before Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan pondered the possibilities within. In the void of the circular place of vitality, Qian Ruochang had already taken out a profound coffin. Looking at its appearance, it was exactly the same as the one everyone had seen in the first mission. Qian Ruochang stared at the profound coffin for a long time, then gently patted the coffin lid. Then, he jumped in and lay down just like that. However, he did not completely close the coffin lid, leaving a small gap. The new immortal hunters, hidden in the Dao net, patiently waited for the prey to appear. Located in the annihilated land, this star region had no other living beings besides them. Time passed quietly in the dead silence, and it was unknown how long had passed. Someone suddenly noticed that the calm strings of the Dao net seemed to tremble slightly. However, when they looked closely again, it seemed like their own illusion. There was still no other existence in the Dao net. It's not an illusion. Someone is coming, Dao Yuan said in a deep voice, both nervous and excited. Since the initial slight tremors, this Wu Immortal had not shown any traces. Even whether he was still within the regional Dao net at this moment, no one knew. Compared to the invisible and inaudible Zai 2 Immortals before, this Wu Immortal was obviously more mysterious and unpredictable. Just as everyone didn't know what to do, a faint sacred chanting sound suddenly rang out from within the profound coffin. Everyone recognized the sound. It was the same sound that had been heard when the Zai 2 Immortals had escaped with the coffin. However, last time everyone had observed from a distance, this time Qian Ruochang was in the coffin, and everyone was in the same Dao net. So everyone heard it more clearly. Slowly, the way everyone looked at the profound coffin changed subtly. Their vision was divided into two parts. The left side was the overwhelming disaster of world destruction. And the right side was a completely new and beautiful world without worries. The strong contrast made everyone inevitably have the idea of hiding in the profound coffin to avoid disaster. 1471. Two immortals fight in the coffin. Within the coffin of worldly salvation, the chanting grew increasingly hurried. An ethereal, otherworldly aura gradually enveloped the Zan coffin. The gap left by the coffin lid grew smaller and smaller, as if Qian Ruochang within the Zan coffin truly intended to emulate the two Shi immortals of the past, escaping the world. The newly advanced immortal hunters, equally bewitched by the Zan coffin and seeking to seize the opportunity to fly inside, suddenly found themselves bound by the Dao net, unable to move. They could only silently watch as the situation in the arena seemed to spiral out of control. Amidst the inexplicable panic, Dao Yuan was the first to step forward and stabilize the situation. Don't panic, trust Chief Qian. However, the truth was, they had no choice but to trust. But their trust seemed to be in vain. The speed of the coffin's ceiling was very steady, and under the desperate gazes of the crowd, it finally closed completely. In an instant, the Zan coffin erupted with dazzling, mesmerizing seven-colored light. But, the scene everyone had envisioned, of the Zan coffin escaping the world, did not occur. Instead, the chanting abruptly ceased. The seven-colored radiance seemed to solidify, frozen in place. This place of vitality within the land of annihilation instantly fell into an eerie silence. Then, the coffin of worldly salvation suddenly trembled violently. Bang, bang, bang. The movement grew increasingly intense, each massive tremor seeming to resonate in the depths of everyone's hearts, as if a ferocious beast were trapped inside, desperately trying to escape. Just as everyone was feeling at a loss, they suddenly realized that the restraints of the Dao net had quietly dissipated. It wasn't that someone had intentionally released them, but rather that the vast majority of the power within the regional Dao net had been mobilized, unable to even spare a fraction to imprison them. This is, Wu Xian has entered the coffin, and Chief Qian is engaged in close combat with him inside. Jin Changyu was the first to react, exclaiming in alarm. We didn't even detect any signs of his movement. This place is under the cover of the regional Dao net. Damn it, Chief Qian is facing Wu Xian alone, won't he be in danger? The crowd exchanged glances. They were both shocked by the unfathomable strength of this Wu Xian and worried about Qian Ruochang's situation. But they were helpless. Even with 1,000 kinds of heroic sentiments before setting out, they clearly realized, only when truly encountering a battle of true immortals, that without the power of the Dao net, they were completely unable to intervene in this level of combat. Moreover, the Zan coffin was already sealed shut. Without knowing the method to open it, even if they wanted to participate in the battle, they had no way to enter. This Wu Xian acts so mysteriously, Chief Qian can only use himself as bait, using the imminent closure and worldly escape of the Zan coffin to force him to show himself. With the coffin lid sealed, no matter how capable Wu Xian is at escaping, he has no way to go to heaven or earth. Therefore, what we need to do? After some deliberation, everyone quickly reacted. Quick! Transport this coffin back to the Immortal Hunter headquarters. Even with the suppression of the entire regional Dao net, this Zan coffin, originally bait but now a cage, trembled more and more violently. Everyone, even from a distance, felt an immense heart-palpitating fear. They were afraid that Wu Xian, trapped inside, would break free at any moment. This place is very far from the Shuo Star Sea. Using ordinary flight techniques to rush over there definitely won't be in time. Stabilize the regional Dao net and re-establish the connection with the Shuo Star Sea Dao net. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. After training for so long, they still had some tacit understanding. Without anyone directing, orders flew out, slowly restoring the regional Downet, which was on the verge of collapse in the true Immortal battle, to stability. The next step was to reconnect the regional Downet to the main Downet. Although the Dow string that previously connected the two had been severed, this place was not too far from the Downet boundary. Only one person needed to fly at top speed to act as a medium, and the connection could be successfully established. "I'll go." Now was not the time for humility and concession. Jin Changyu directly said in a deep voice. She reopened her triple-pupiled eyes. Perhaps due to overuse in a short period of time, her strange eyes were still covered in blood, like a scarlet spider web, quite eerie. Two of the pupils stared into the distance at the target, while the central, illusory pupil eerily looked around. The sword light was like a rainbow. Before Jin Changyu's voice had even finished, she had already disappeared from everyone's sight. And her next sentence then belatedly rang out. "The numbers are a little off." Everyone was first stunned, and then looked at each other. A few breaths later, a chilling fear surged into everyone's hearts. There were a total of 28 newly advanced Immortal hunters this time. Excluding Jin Changyu who had left, and Feng Zhengyuan, who had died dissecting the true Immortal before, there should have been 26 people remaining. But at this moment, there were only 25 people left on the scene. More importantly, after everyone recalled and counted, they couldn't even remember the name or information of this inexplicably missing person. It was as if this person had never existed in the world from beginning to end. Everyone looked at the coffin of worldly salvation at the same time. An extremely terrifying thought floated in their minds. That Wu Xian, was he lurking among us before? Li Fan's expression was also extremely serious. Even when he used the miniature Dao net in his divine sense to recall, he could only remember a blurry shadow, and could not determine the other party's identity. Li Fan's thoughts raced. Did he mix in with the crowd from the beginning, or did he replace someone midway? But regardless, he already knew this was a trap, so why did he still enter the coffin at the last moment? Recalling the scene when the coffin of worldly salvation erupted with dazzling seven-colored light just now, Li Fan suddenly seemed thoughtful. Qian Ruocheng should have anticipated Wu Xian's secret infiltration long ago. His throwing himself into the coffin was an open conspiracy. If Wu Xian hadn't shown himself at the end, I'm afraid he would have truly escaped the world with the coffin, just like the two Shiyi Immortals. And seeing the opportunity to completely escape the disaster right in front of him, Wu Xian ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Moreover, Wu Xian had been lurking close to Qian Ruocheng for some time. Perhaps he believed that even if it was a trap, with his strength, he could suppress the other party. That's why he made a desperate gamble. While Li Fan was pondering, he seemed to reconstruct the truth of the matter. But soon, a new problem presented itself to Li Fan. If that's really the case, Qian Ruocheng was able to endure the temptation of escaping the world. When Wu Xian appeared, he abandoned his original goal and instead began hunting Wu Xian. Is capturing this true Immortal more important to Qian Ruocheng than escaping the world? Li Fan couldn't help but look at Qian Ruocheng with new eyes. As time passed, the battle in the Zan coffin not only did not subside, but intensified. Qian Ruocheng seemed to inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Even with everyone's combined efforts, it was difficult to stabilize the regional Dao net. Like duckweed in the wind, it was about to be completely blown away, detached from the attached great Dao of heaven and earth. Just as everyone was feeling somewhat desperate, a sword light lit up from the darkness at the end of the sky. It was rapidly flying towards here. It was Jin Changyu's heroic figure. Behind her, everyone could vaguely see a Dao string gleaming with crystal white light. Although the Dao string was only a thin thread, it was still heavier than heaven and earth. Jin Changyu towed it, no longer bearing the pressure of an immortal cultivation world. Even so, her flight speed did not slow down in the slightest. This showed Jin Changyu's extraordinary strength. Seeing Jin Changyu's figure getting closer and closer, the connection of the Dao net was in sight. But for some reason, her flight speed suddenly slowed down. Everyone vaguely saw that the eyelids of Jin Changyu's triple pupils were constantly touching each other up and down. Damn it, Jin Changyu must have reached her limit, hurry up and meet her. Everyone exclaimed. Dao Yuan and most of the others remained in place, struggling to stabilize the Dao net. And Zhang Yuming led 3 people to meet Jin Changyu in the Dao string that concerned everyone's life and death. Jin Changyu seemed to have really overdrawn all her strength, and her flying speed in the dark void became increasingly slow. In the end, she completely stopped. Her eyelids closed, and she seemed to fall directly into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Yuming was anxious and accelerated to approach. However, before even reaching Jin Changyu's side, the 4 immortal hunters who went to meet her also flew slower and slower. In the end, like Jin Changyu, they quietly fell asleep. Dao Yuan and the remaining newly advanced immortal hunters all paused in their rhythm of issuing commands. Although they didn't know what had happened, an ominous premonition arose in everyone's hearts. Before they could even speak, a strange and unpredictable force had already enveloped them. As if the accumulated fatigue from birth to the present moment had concentrated and erupted in an instant. Many immortal hunters instantly fell asleep. Even Dao Yuan and Nangang Hongzhou, outstanding individuals like them, could not persist for long under the onslaught of such intense drowsiness. Soon they fell into a deep sleep, sinking into a dreamlike paradise. The Ma Tian, possessed by Li Fan, was also the same. The entire starry sky, apart from the Zon coffin that was still shaking violently, was devoid of any moving objects. The newly advanced immortal hunters slept soundly, but the battle between the 2 true immortals in the Zon coffin had not yet been decided for a time. 1 day, 2 days. When the time came to 30 days later, the person in the coffin seemed to finally realize the possible changes outside the coffin, or perhaps the result had finally been determined. The movement of the struggle slowly diminished. But still no one came out of the coffin. This coffin of worldly salvation was just quietly floating in the void. Xuanwang world. Li Fan, through the power of dreams, was remotely observing the floating Zon coffin. His intervention this time was also the result of careful consideration. He even prepared to be discovered as the mastermind behind the scenes and to escape at any moment. Regardless of whether the immortal being hunted by the immortal hunters was he Gangxian or not, for Li Fan, there was value in resolving the situation and making contact. After infiltrating the Shuo Star Sea, he had a preliminary understanding of the general situation of the various forces within it. However, Li Fan was still completely ignorant of the true immortal side, which was opposed to the Shuo Star Sea. Li Fan's current situation was that, apart from not having immortal spiritual energy within his body, he was no different from an immortal. He could barely be considered to be on the same side. If he could save this immortal and learn something from him, it would definitely be beneficial to the advancement of Li Fan's plan. However, Li Fan did not reveal himself directly and confront him so carelessly. Instead, he silently observed the changes in the Zon coffin. Like a hunter waiting for his prey to take the bait, he had patience. The silence in the Zon coffin lasted for a full 7 days. Still unable to sense any changes from the outside world, the person in the coffin seemed to be getting a little impatient. The sacred chanting resounded once again. It seemed that he was preparing to ignore the outside world and escape directly. But the chanting did not last long. In the void, another ethereal murmur suddenly echoed in sync. The tone, which was completely different from the chanting, actually caused some subtle changes in the chanting within the coffin. The 7-colored radiance also seemed to be interfered with. It flashed continuously, but ultimately could not condense into one piece. The person in the coffin did not give up. After a slight pause, the colorful light suddenly surged. Even the chanting doubled in volume. But as the saying goes, the devil is always one step ahead. The illusory sounds from the surrounding dreamland of paradise amplified dozens of times, completely suppressing the sound of chanting. The 7-colored light retracted into the Zon coffin, and there was no more movement. After completing the disruptive behavior, the murmuring sound disappeared without a trace, just like when it came. In this void, only the Zon coffin remained, as well as the quietly floating group of newly promoted immortal hunters. Li Fan personally weaved a beautiful dream for them. Of course, out of caution, it was also inspired by the existence of the regional Dao network. This dream was independent of the profound yellow world's dreamland of paradise and could be discarded at any time. In addition, with the barrier of the high wall, it would not leave any flaws. By gathering all the dreamland power outside the high wall that had been developed during this period, and adding the demonic sound from the Xuanyuan clan's bloodline memory, it was possible to interrupt the Zon coffin's crossing behavior. Li Fan had previously used the Archmage's Calamity Avoidance profound sound to neutralize the influence of the Xuantian Devil's sound. Therefore, when he heard the chanting sound of the Zon coffin starting up, which was somewhat similar to the Calamity Avoidance profound sound, he had this idea. Now, after putting it into practice, it really worked. It seems that these two kinds of Taoist rhythms should be opposed to each other to some extent, Li Fan thought thoughtfully. The Shuo Star Sea Immortal Hunters did not ignore the fact that the Zon coffin was trapped here. Obviously, the Immortal Hunter headquarters knew about Qian Ruochang's plan to some extent. They had already sent people to the edge of the Dao network to search for the missing Zon coffin and the traces of the Immortal Hunters. But in order to deceive the Immortal, Qian Ruochang had obviously not revealed too much. The Annihilation Ground was still an unknown place full of danger for the Shuo Star Sea. In addition, Li Fan had already cut off the Dao strings, so they would not be able to find him for a while. Let's see how long you can hold out. In order to capture the Immortal, this Zon coffin must have been tampered with and can only be opened from the outside. Unless one's strength is strong enough to directly shatter the Zon coffin, it is impossible to escape from the sealed Zon coffin. This was originally Qian Ruochang's perfect hunting method. But unexpectedly, it had now become Li Fan's reliance to dare to come forward. 1472. The first test of true and false. In order to force the second Immortal in the coffin to take the next step as soon as possible, and also to further carefully study this so-called Zon coffin of crossing the world, Li Fan also released the power of the Mo Sha Immortal Soul to wrap the Zon coffin layer by layer. The Mo Sha Immortal Soul is extremely close to the calamity of Dao annihilation, and can almost completely block the power of the Dao network. The faint black mist not only surrounded the Zon coffin, but also penetrated into it, trying to infiltrate the coffin. Although the Zon coffin of crossing the world is said to be able to avoid all disasters in the world, it is on the premise of escaping to other possibilities. In fact, it cannot resist the calamity of Dao annihilation. Even the complete isolation between the inside and outside of the Zon coffin cannot be achieved. After the silence lasted for a while, the second Immortal in the coffin obviously sensed the destructive aura outside the coffin. The violent vibration reappeared in the Zon coffin of crossing the world. It's just that the movement this time is far stronger than before. The previous time was caused by the aftermath of the two fighting, but now it should be that the two Immortals want to work together to break the coffin. However, since it can be chosen as a cage to imprison Immortals, this Zon coffin cannot be easily broken. Even if Qian Ruochang and Wu Xian join forces, it is the same. After trying for a while, the two quickly realized that doing so was simply futile, so they changed their thinking. And in this desperate situation, Li Fan also truly witnessed the methods of a true Immortal. The seemingly sacred chanting sound in the coffin rose again. It's just that this time, it was almost inaudible. Li Fan could barely sense it with the help of the Mo Sha Immortal soul power that enveloped the Zon coffin. The chanter seemed to be still Qian Ruochang. Li Fan wanted to repeat the old trick, using the power of dreams to weave chanting demonic sounds to interfere. But the two kinds of sounds seemed not to be in the same world. The two were parallel and independent, unable to influence each other. The chanting sound continued, and the seven-colored light in the coffin became more and more intense. There is a force isolating the Zon coffin from the world. Although I can sense it with the help of the Mo Sha Immortal Soul, I can't have any influence on it. That Wu Immortal has taken action. Since you can't break the coffin and get out, you might as well choose to join hands and cross the world. Li Fan sneered in his heart. Since he dared to use life and death to force them, how could he not have anticipated the reaction of the second Immortal in the coffin? Crossing possibilities. Let me see what's going on. The black mist turned into thousands of tentacles, tightly entwined on the Zon coffin of crossing the world. As an extension of Li Fan's senses, it touched and analyzed the essence of the Zon coffin. Without external interference, the Zon coffin of crossing the world was fully activated. Seven-colored light suddenly poured out from the coffin, and for a time, it forced back all the power of the Mo Sha Immortal Soul. Li Fan seemed to see countless phantoms appearing and superimposed on the Zon coffin at the same time. Each shadow of the Zon coffin was completely consistent with each other, but the surrounding scenery of the Zon coffin was different. The chanting sound became more and more high-pitched, and the Zon coffin in reality seemed to be pulled into these layers of overlapping shadows, about to break away from reality. The number of overlapping shadows of the Zon coffin presented at the same time suddenly dropped from infinity. From the fleeting glimpses that flashed by, Li Fan saw all perfect worlds, where the calamity of Dao annihilation was not raging. Although still tightly bound to the Zon coffin, Li Fan's tactile sensation became weaker and weaker. The Zon coffin was about to fade and escape from his fingers. This Zon coffin of crossing the world does not unconditionally travel to other possibilities. It seems that it can only go to possibilities where the Zon coffin of crossing the world also exists. Using the unification of the Zon coffin to escape from the current possibility. So that's how it is. Li Fan vaguely understood in his heart. Since the same characters in different possibilities can cross possibilities and devour themselves, then certain special items can naturally do the same. The so-called crossing the world of the Zon coffin cleverly uses this characteristic. In fact, Li Fan used Huan Zhen to retain and bring back the items from the last simulation to the reality of this life. It can be regarded as a certain degree of unification. However, not all objects can become stronger through unification. Only the heaven and earth wonders of the Zon Huang world seem to be able to appear at the same time and spontaneously devour each other. However, the Tao transformation stone from outside the sky cannot. Li Fan needs to actively promote the fusion. The material for building this Zon coffin of crossing the world should be somewhat similar to the nature of wonders. Being completely consistent with the Zon coffin in other possibilities can make use of the power of unification to jump through possibilities. No matter how powerful the entanglement of the Mo Sha immortal soul was, the Zon coffin of crossing the world eventually became more and more indifferent. While Li Fan was observing and pondering, the Zon coffin was almost about to escape from the current possibility. A force that transcended everything, even true immortals could not perceive, quietly descended. When the real is taken as the false is also real. Before Li Fan's eyes, those 7 familiar characters seemed to appear again. Now in the semi-immortal realm, he can already barely do, the false is also real. Even the essence ancient azure origin which can help the demon race jump through possibilities, he can create out of nothing. But in the end, he could not enter the path of, the real is also false. In theory, destruction should be easier than creation. Li Fan had been puzzled before. It was not until just now, with the help of the Mo Sha immortal soul, that he clearly observed the entire process of the Zon coffin crossing the world. He realized that he was being a bit stubborn. To turn a real and complete thing into nothing out of thin air, the difficulty of using this, the false is also real, ability does not depend on the object of use. Whether the target is a strong person like Xie Subai or He Tianyi, or an ant on the earth, the difficulty for Li Fan to complete both is the same. Because as long as they are all under the transformation of true and false, they cannot resist the occurrence of the concept of the real is taken as the false. However, turning a complete thing from true to false corresponds to transforming a false thing into true, and its existence will not disappear due to the disappearance of the power of true and false. This great accomplishment realm is naturally not something that Li Fan, who has just entered the door, can do. Probably because the true state of things can last for a certain period of time. Once it falls into a false state, there is no chance to return to being true. Once it disappears forever. The reason why he suddenly thought of this key point was because Li Fan observed and discovered that the process of the Zon coffin, disappearing from the current possibility was not completed in an instant. Instead, countless particles that make up the Zon coffin completed the corresponding verification with themselves in other possibilities, and then entered the unification state, escaping from the current possibility. It is not the Zon coffin body that travels, but it is divided into countless individuals. After reaching other possibilities, it is reintegrated from zero to whole. There are natural shackles between possibilities. Compared to a complete individual, those extremely small particles that even exceed my ability to observe should be much easier to travel through. Turning the whole into parts. By the same token, what I have to do is not to directly turn the entire Zon coffin into false. Just break the verification process of the Zon coffin and make this Zon coffin different from the original. Li Fan instantly understood. The transformation of true and false instantly enveloped the Zon coffin. He recalled in his mind the feeling of constantly simulating rebirth, life after life. True, also, false. He said word by word in his heart. The object of action is not the macroscopic individual of the Zon coffin, but any one of the particles that Li Fan came into contact with that make up the Zon coffin. It's like gently wiping off some dust. The Zon coffin looks like it has not changed in appearance. But the sound of chanting has already reached its climax. However, the overlapping shadows of the Zon coffin in the 7-colored light suddenly went out. Although it was just missing an insignificant particle, the Zon coffin was no longer the Zon coffin of crossing the world. From true to false, it is difficult to continue crossing the world. Qian Ruochang's chanting sound stopped abruptly. Seemingly unable to accept this reality, the second immortal in the coffin did not react for a long time. The Zon coffin was eerily quiet. Qian Ruochang and Wu Xian were even like they had left the world, without any sound. It also seemed like they had resigned themselves to fate and stopped struggling. Li Fan's attention was not on the two of them, but he was overjoyed that he had successfully used the transformation of true and false. Theoretically speaking, the degree of true to false and false to true that he can do should be equal. That is to say, even if he cannot completely eliminate a certain individual now, he is definitely not limited to just sweeping away a few particles. I can now do a short-term threefold power superposition. Conversely, it should also be possible to weaken it to a certain extent. In Li Fan's understanding, if a person or thing as a whole is suddenly cut off apart, then it will inevitably become weaker accordingly. As for where this weakness is reflected, Li Fan subconsciously wanted to experiment on himself. However, as soon as this thought arose, his heart suddenly jumped. Even Huan Zhen faintly transmitted fluctuations, as if issuing a warning. This was unprecedented. It seems that this weakening of the true is also false is more terrifying than I imagined. Leaving the Zon coffin of crossing the world aside, Li Fan first found a few experimental subjects to conduct experiments. There were a total of 10 people, some pure mortals and some cultivators. Among the cultivators, there were those with mediocre qualifications, those with considerable talent, and those who could become geniuses. Their consciousnesses had all been immersed in the worry-free dreamland before. At this moment, Li Fan recalled all their consciousnesses for the sake of the rigor of the experiment. Recalling the feeling when he used his supernatural powers before. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This time, Li Fan used it without being so unfamiliar and difficult. It's like an eraser, gently erasing on a character painting. After Li Fan finished his supernatural powers, he carefully checked these 10 people. Strange. My cultivation hasn't decreased. My divine soul and consciousness seem to be no different from before. Where exactly does my true from false ability manifest itself? After a long while, Li Fan frowned, having found nothing. Since he couldn't find the answer by examining himself, it meant the change wasn't significant enough. So, Li Fan continued experimenting. Compared to the false from true ability, which he had already mastered, using this true from false ability placed a great burden on Li Fan. Even though he was now different from what he once was, and had the support of the power of dreams from countless Xuanwang sentient beings. After performing it 3 times in a row, he felt exhausted and drained. An unprecedented feeling of weakness also surged into his heart. Li Fan was secretly alarmed and wisely stopped the experiment. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. After continuously wiping, Li Fan finally saw where his ability was taking effect. The changes in those few mortals were still not very noticeable. Even among the ordinary cultivators, Li Fan couldn't see any obvious differences. The key was that, genius. This person was named Yin Changshou. Originally, in the Xuanwang world, he was unremarkable due to issues such as his birth and resources. However, after everyone entered the land of utmost bliss, he suddenly rose to prominence. His performance was even more outstanding than Wang Xuanba and Sun Erlang. He had already touched the boundary of dreams at the high wall. When Li Fan was choosing test subjects before, he had taken a fancy to him at first glance. But now, upon Li Fan's examination, he discovered that the spiritual energy on Yin Changshu's body seemed to have disappeared. This spiritual energy was not the same as ordinary spiritual energy. It was a mysterious and profound feeling. It had nothing to do with his current cultivation realm, but rather a premonition of what he would achieve in the future. When Li Fan first saw Yin Changshu, he knew that if this person was not strongly interfered with by external forces and allowed to develop freely, then reaching the Harmony Dao realm would be a certainty, not to mention the Eternal Life realm. But now, it was as if his potential had been exhausted, and there was no road ahead. This feeling of not having a promising future appeared on the genius whom Li Fan had initially chosen. The drastic change before and after shocked Li Fan. My so-called spiritual energy is the sum of everything, such as comprehension, luck, aptitude, and talent. My true from false ability cannot directly reduce cultivation, but its effect is. Like a bone-scraping, soul-shaving knife, it's even more ferocious. No wonder Jen issued a warning when I had the idea of experimenting on myself before. If this knife is struck down, I'm afraid even I won't be able to restore the changes. For a true genius, perhaps death is not scary. What is truly scary is that the talent they are so proud of suddenly leaves them one day. From a genius, they become mediocre, or even stupid. This is more heart-wrenching than killing a person. This ability severs the future. Moreover, I vaguely feel that it may not be limited to this. It was as if inspiration was just ahead, within reach. But there was a layer of mist in between, and I couldn't see through it. After resting for a while, Li Fan began the experiment again. The knife of truth and falsehood fell inch by inch. Gradually, in Li Fan's eyes, Yin Changshu had become inferior to Immortal. Mortals can still use resources to forcibly advance on the path of cultivation, but at this time, Yin Changshu's path was completely cut off. No matter what method was used, he could not take another step forward. A comprehensive regression in cultivation is a certainty. However, why do I always feel that the real harm has not yet manifested? Li Fan stared at Yin Changshu, and after gazing at him for a long time, he struck the final blow. It was like constantly erasing with a rubber, finally erasing the image completely on the canvas. Reflecting in reality, Yin Changshu did not disappear directly. But some possibility was completely cut off. Li Fan felt something and suddenly raised his head, looking towards the sky. 1473. The mysterious secret hidden in the wall. This time, it wasn't some great power directly charging across possibilities. Rather, Li Fan vaguely sensed that outside the world, a certain existence's gaze swept over him. However, this person didn't have the strength of Black Sky Physician or Evil Subai to precisely lock onto a specific possibility's location. Or perhaps Li Fan was within the high wall, protected by it. In any case, this scan was just a random probe. It wasn't that the owner of the gaze had truly found Li Fan. Even so, Li Fan felt a sudden sense of terror, as if he were being stared at by an ancient beast. He almost blurted out, "Still real." Fortunately, the feeling of being watched came and went quickly. In an instant, it completely disappeared without a trace. As if it were just Li Fan's illusion. But Li Fan knew in his heart that what had just happened was definitely not an illusion. That gaze should be from another Yin Changshu. My weakening of the current possibilities Yin Changshu actually caught the attention of him from other possibilities. Li Fan pondered for a long time. Looking at the young man in front of him, whose expression was extremely haggard, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Li Fan's mind. Could it be that my true or false divine power can simultaneously affect the same entity across all possibilities? This thought did indeed excite Li Fan. But after careful consideration, he denied it himself. If the true or false divine power were synchronized across countless possibilities, then the world-crossing Zon coffin wouldn't have failed its verification due to the removal of some microparticles. Moreover, Li Fan was somewhat self-aware. Perhaps when his understanding of the Tao of truth and falsehood deepened, he could truly act on the same target across all possibilities simultaneously. But with his current entry-level skill, he definitely couldn't do it to that extent. Li Fan's thoughts surged, but he quickly guessed the reason why Yin Changshu from another possibility would cast his gaze. Judging from the specific actions of Black Sky Physician and Evil Subai, it seems that strong individuals at their level need to constantly devour themselves from other possibilities to become stronger. It can be seen as a kind of cultivation method, the so-called unification of all selves. Theoretically speaking, being able to reach this step in a certain possibility means that this person's talent is definitely not weak. The him of other possibilities may have different cultivations, but these are just differences caused by different opportunities. There will never be the current situation where all paths are cut off. Even a completely uncultivable cripple, I believe, is not difficult to deal with for a strong person who can cross possibilities. There are countless exotic treasures in the entire star sea, and there are always ways to forcibly reverse fate. Devouring them can also strengthen oneself. But the current Yin Changshu is an out-and-out, completely poisonous pill. Consuming it will cause 100 harms and not a single benefit. Among countless versions of me, suddenly there appears a seemingly similar but completely alien me. If Subai and Heavenly Physician had been affected by this divine power back then, they might not have been targeted. It wasn't that Li Fan's true or false divine power directly affected the strong individuals who could cross possibilities. But rather, it poisoned the materials for their Tao attainment, cutting off their path in an alternative way. Of course, this kind of poison, it seems, can only be administered by Li Fan, who holds still real. Although I can't directly fight them yet, this move is enough to discuss them. Li Fan was quite satisfied in his heart. Perhaps there are still key details in the cultivation process of unification of all selves that Li Fan doesn't know yet. But judging from the obsession that Evil Subai once showed, every self is very important. If a certain Self, in a surviving possibility suffers such a change, it should be absolutely unacceptable to strong individuals of that level. Cutting off an individual in only one possibility may not be enough to prevent the attainment of the unification of all selves. But because of this acquired defect, they will probably be weaker than others, and it is irreparable. Li Fan's gaze turned to the outside world again. As if he saw the figure of Black Sky Physician, his heart couldn't help but stir. At the end of this life, I can experiment on Heavenly Physician. First, apply the true or false divine power, and then actively send him out of the wall. See what kind of expression the suddenly arriving Black Sky Physician will have at that time. Li Fan sent away the 10 experimental subjects. He also stabilized the true or false divine power until he was exhausted and his temporary insights reached a bottleneck. Only then did he stop the comprehension in stages. The small episode that happened in the Xuanwang realm was only a brief moment. Li Fan's attention returned to the starry sky outside the high wall. Due to the difference in time flow, about 30 days had passed here. The true or false divine power forcibly interrupted the Zon coffin's world crossing. The two immortals in the coffin were deterred by this and had not moved for a long time. And during this time, Li Fan, with the power of the Inkkill immortal soul to contact and analyze, seemed to have found a way to forcibly open the coffin lid. In the end, the Inkkill immortal soul's near-Dao annihilation power is the most terrifying destructive force in the mortal world. None other. Even though Li Fan's current realm is slightly weaker, with the continuous erosion, even if the Zon coffin bears the name of world crossing, it cannot withstand it. But Li Fan did not act rashly. Judging from the divine powers displayed by the two immortals in the coffin, it is not enough to suppress them with his Inkkill immortal soul alone. So he needs other means. Qian Ruochang is easy to deal with. The Inkkill immortal soul isolates the Dao network. Without the power of the Dao network, he is at most a little physically strong. The difficult one is that nothingness immortal. Before, he also lurked in the newly promoted Immortal Hunter team. Li Fan contacted him at close range, but he didn't notice him. Obviously, his strength should be above Li Fan's. Perhaps compared to the starving immortal in the immortal ruins, there is still some gap. But it shouldn't be much. After all, he is a true immortal who has survived the great calamity to this day. His tricky point lies entirely in the characteristics of nothingness, cutting off all connections with the world. So what I have to do is forcibly involve him in cause and effect. Li Fan's mind flashed through the means he could use. The light and shadow changed constantly, suddenly stopping on a chessboard covered with black and white pieces. Immortal Realm Fragment. Li Fan's eyes flickered. Even though what Li Fan can collect is only the faded chess pieces of the losers. But the existence of the Southern Immortal Heavenly Pillar in the chess pieces is enough to show that it involves extremely deep things. I wonder if bearing the weight of the immortal realm can still be regarded as nothing. With a specific countermeasure, the current difficulty is how to send the chess pieces out. Now all of Li Fan's actions are with the help of the worry-free Dreamland power. The power of the Dreamland can reshape the body outside the wall, but it cannot construct the immortal realm chess pieces. However, the high wall is to restrain those below true immortals. Perhaps it cannot restrain immortal realm fragments at all. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan vaguely found the answer. Not all immortal realm fragments, but only took out one of them. Being pulled by Li Fan's power, it came to the flaw in the high wall. Outside the high wall, the worry-free Dreamland power had been waiting for a long time to receive it. In order to prevent unexpected changes, Li Fan's main body also cheered up and prepared to return to reality at any time. On the edge of the darkest star sea, outside the continuous remnant wall of the Long City, Li Fan's phantom manifestation. Right hand 2 fingers, clipped chess pieces. His face was serious, and then he threw it forward violently. Just like the desperate fight of the merchant immortal boat in the past, it slammed into the high wall. The chess piece was like a sword, flying out of Li Fan's hand. Straight to the high wall. Different from the great momentum caused by the Xuanxian boat hitting the high wall that Li Fan promoted before. The immortal realm fragments hit the high wall silently. From the perspective inside the high wall, the chess piece seemed to be directly swallowed, disappearing in an instant. And from the perspective outside the high wall, Li Fan waited for a while, but he never waited for the immortal realm chess piece he threw. He couldn't help but change his color slightly. At this moment, his Dreamland power has spread throughout this annihilation land. If the chess piece appears here after crossing the high wall, it will definitely be sensed by Li Fan. Now the chess piece has not appeared for a long time. Li Fan urged and released a large amount of accumulated dreamland power, exploring outside the Annihilation Land, trying to find his lost chess piece. But after a long time, there was no gain. Even the Mark I left on the chess piece has disappeared. Li Fan's mood was a little dignified, recalling the various things that happened in this short moment. Could it be that the Immortal Realm chess piece failed to cross the high wall? In the darkest star sea, Li Fan carefully explored the place where the chess piece disappeared again. No traces were found. Could it be that the change is caused by the time difference inside and outside the high wall? Need to wait a little longer. Thinking like this, Li Fan waited patiently for a while. But another day passed, and the chess piece was still missing. Could it be that the problem lies in this high wall? In the Annihilation Land, the power of the Dreamland gathered next to the high wall in the induction. The so-called high wall has no entity. It only appeared inexplicably when the collapse of the great Tao caused by the Tao annihilation calamity came. Limited to supporting the tilting sky, creating a small place where vitality still exists in an area that was completely destroyed. That is the space where the so-called ruins and walls collapsed. Li Fan stared carefully at the nothingness in front of him. Suddenly recalled that before, under his bewilderment, the Xuanxian boat fought desperately and slammed into the high wall. At that time, when connecting inside and outside the high wall, the darkest star spirit seemed to see something extremely terrifying, fleeing in panic. And Li Fan also felt the same way, as if he was being observed by some terrible existence, separated by transparent glass. Outside the high wall, Shuoxinghai. I don't know the existence of the darkest star sea inside the high wall. This can be seen from Qian Ruocheng passing the high wall without entering. So, this inexplicable sense of horror, plus the inexplicably disappeared chess pieces. An unbelievable idea suddenly floated in Li Fan's mind. Could it be that there is something in the high wall? In this life, Li Fan used the power of the worry-free dreamland to escape the high wall in another way. But he only saw inside and outside the wall, but not in the wall. Because the wall is an invisible and intangible thing. However, since it can support the darkest star sea and the nearby immortal realm from being destroyed in the Tao annihilation calamity, the high wall should not only be a void rule, but it is very likely that it is a physical object like the leg bone of an unknown true immortal, the southern Shantian pillar. However, this object is hidden by some special means. Not to mention Li Fan, even nothingness immortal, Qian Ruocheng, these two strong men close to the unknown true immortal, could not notice it. But why is he Gangxian no stranger to the Xuanwang realm? Even has a lot of contact with Zhan Yuanong. Could it be that this Wu Xian is not what I have always thought, is that he Gangxian? Li Fan's doubts suddenly arose. But the most important thing now is to find out if there is really a saying of, in the wall. The power of the worry-free dreamland surrounds the world crossing Zhan coffin layer by layer. Li Fan chose to temporarily put the two true immortals in the Zhan coffin aside, and deal with this unexpected thing in the wall first. The Xuanwang realm and even the surrounding vast star field were once a secret experimental site for the upper realm true immortals. Although it was later abandoned, the high wall as a protective measure should also be part of this experimental site. Quote. Although the desire to explore is urgent, Li Fan did not act rashly. Judging from the sense of being monitored that I revealed in my heart before, there may still be creatures in the wall. I have to guard against it. In addition, this high wall may still be selectively intercepted. After all, Tianjian sect and Shangxian boat really jumped over the wall. Or, did they find something in the wall? Thinking of these two, they are not very top-level strengths in the Star Sea. However, after crossing the high wall, they suddenly had the strength to even hunt true immortals. Even if there is a time difference, millions of years of accumulation. It seems a bit incredible. If they found something in the wall, in the ruins of the former Immortal Realm experimental site, it would be a bit logical. Thinking of this, Li Fan is really curious about, in the wall. The lost Immortal Realm chess pieces, he can return as long as he returns to reality. It's not worth caring about. However, being in the Immortal Realm chess pieces and hitting the high wall may be a good way. This matter is of great importance, and I need to do it myself. Li Fan's main body pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. In a flash, many materials for making avatars appeared in front of him. It turned out to be a long time ago, wanting to create an avatar. It has been a while since ascending to the fairyland. After understanding the mystery of the mind turning into a god, and contacting the details of the Shuoxinghai Dao network, Li Fan also has new ideas about this method of refining avatars. That Qian Ruochang's Dao string skeleton is an example worth emulating. This time to explore the wall, this avatar's strength cannot be weak. Li Fan's mind moved, and many materials were like being baked by a raging fire, and instantly merged into one place. A human body faintly showed its shape. The projection of the great Tao can be the god of the heart. The human body suddenly turned transparent, like a mirror, reflecting the heavens and the avenues. Tao light condensed, weaving a network within the body. Immortal realm fragments can be the bones of the body. Li Fan whispered and threw out an immortal realm chess piece. The immortal realm chess pieces continued to unfold, turning into a pillar-like entity, slowly merging into the Tao network. 1474. Destroy Li Buren. A tiny chess piece can evolve into a fragment of a celestial domain. The reason is that the so-called chess piece is actually an accumulation of countless true immortal runes. True immortal runes are one of the methods true immortals use to interpret the great Tao. Once, the profound immortal boat obtained a celestial domain chess piece and transformed it into the outer armor of the immortal boat. At this moment, under Li Fan's continuous urging, the chess piece he threw out relied on the projection of the Tao network in his mind, unfolding and flowing, transforming into a humanoid body. However, at this stage, it still only had a form. Miniature Tao network, fragments of the celestial domain. All were external objects. The connection with Li Fan's main body was too weak. Therefore, Li Fan's main body forcefully tapped his glabella. The finger force seemed to penetrate his entire body. A portion of his divine soul, along with flesh, blood, and bones, was directly blasted out. Outside Li Fan's main body, a thin but scarlet afterimage formed. Enduring the dizziness, Li Fan commanded a part of his body to fly into the body made of the Tao network projection and celestial domain chess piece in front of him. Relying on his familiarity with the two, Li Fan somewhat laboriously controlled it, almost forcibly stuffing the blood and flesh afterimage in. This refining was not just a simple refining of a clone. It also referenced the craftsmanship of crafting the holy punishment puppet and Tian Yang's achievement of an immortal puppet. Rather than a clone, it was a perfect fusion of clone and embodiment of the Tao. Moreover, because the materials used for this refining were too powerful, Li Fan was also worried about the clone losing control, leading to a repeat of the Holy Emperor Li Ping's situation. At the beginning of the refining, Li Fan had already set the tone for this powerful clone. No self-emotion, just absolutely follow Li Fan's orders. If there are obstacles, kill them all. If they are not opponents, then temporarily avoid the edge and follow secretly. Find a solution. In short, the clone puppet's setting was an emotionless task execution machine. His only task was to find out the secrets in the high wall. There was even an instruction to self-destruct after completing the task. The Tao network projection was a reflection of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The true immortal runes were a concrete depiction of the great Tao. There was a strong correlation between the two. The blood and flesh afterimage that Li Fan separated from his body was filled with his understanding of the great Tao. Taking this as a connecting point, he slowly melted the three into one furnace. The clone's mind reflects the Tao network, and the body is transformed by the great Tao. As soon as it is born, it is already at the minor achievement stage of mind transforming into spirit and body into nascent soul. In terms of combat power alone, I am afraid it is far above me. Because of the gradual formation of this powerful puppet, a powerful other self was slowly pulling Li Fan towards the other side. It was like a reflection in the water, reaching out to pull him into the water. Like a child holding a heavy sword. If it was before infiltrating the Shuo Star Sea and contacting the Tao network, this clone puppet would probably be out of Li Fan's control as soon as it was born, turning against the host. But now, Li Fan looked calm and played out one Tao network instruction after another. The Tao network projection in the clone puppet's body immediately emitted flickering light in sync. It seemed to be responding to Li Fan's actions. The puppet was slowly subdued in this way, and its power was completely restrained. Standing quietly, Li Fan's move seemed understated, but behind it was the accumulation of countless years of research on the Tao network in the Shuo Star Sea. It was just that Li Fan turned it into his own use and applied it to the Tao network projection in his mind. Compared to the huge Tao network covering the entire Shuo Star Sea, the one existing in Li Fan's divine mind could be said to be very weak. But after all, it already possessed the basic properties of a Tao network. In addition, with the support of a powerful body, it was not difficult for this clone puppet to compete with true immortals. What's even more wonderful is that there is no immortal spiritual power in the clone puppet's body. It is a creation of the great Tao's laws. If it is deliberately hidden, it can hide in the world like ice melting into water, without a trace. Just like ordinary objects, hitting the high wall will not be treated specially and directly released from the high wall. It was by no means easy to use one person's power to lead and manipulate the miniature Tao network. Even with the strength of Li Fan's current divine mind, he needed to allocate 8 or 9 points of attention to restrain the clone puppet. In fact, it doesn't matter if I let go temporarily. I just need to bring it back under the control of the Tao network in time. During this time, it will still act according to the task goals I set. It's just that I can't let it be in a free state for a long time. Otherwise, there will definitely be miscellaneous thoughts. Li Fan understood in his heart. One Tao network instruction after another was woven into a line, tightly holding the puppet clone. It was like a puppet giant beast being pulled by Li Fan's threads. Heaven and earth are unkind, and treat all things as straw dogs. You don't need to consider the myriad things in this world, just act according to my orders. Let's call you Li Buren. As the last instruction was issued, all the threads returned to the Tao network in the clone's mind, and ordinary means could not see it. Li Fan felt that Li Buren in front of him had formed some kind of peculiar connection with him. It was more distant than a pure blood and flesh clone. But it was much closer than a puppet controlled by will. Li Buren's face was like 10,000 years of cold ice, without any emotional fluctuations. His eyes completely inherited Li Fan's most real thoughts, the heartfelt indifference to all things in heaven and earth. Even Li Fan himself couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart when he looked at it. Li Buren's body was surrounded by an invisible aura, just like the heaven and earth itself. Although he carried the weight of the great Tao, he could be as light as a wandering swan. Without seeing him with his own eyes, even if he approached him, he would not be noticed. But as long as he was noticed, he would be unforgettable. At the same time, an instinctive fear would rise in his heart, becoming a terrifying shadow that could not be dispelled. Li Fan was also unwilling to stay with this pure creation of destruction for long. Go, he just said so faintly. Li Buren's figure turned into a sword and disappeared into the Xuanwang realm in an instant. 3 breaths passed. He had already crossed the entire dark star sea and arrived at the foot of the high wall. The great Tao transformed into form, roaming in the great Tao. Just like a fish swimming in water. It was dozens of times faster than Li Fan's sword escape technique. And Li Buren faced the invisible high wall in front of him without any hesitation. He crashed into it head-on. From the beginning of the action to the collision with the high wall. From beginning to end, Li Buren was like a sculpture, without the slightest change. It was as if this life and death matter had nothing to do with him. Did not appear outside the wall. It seems that there is indeed a saying of being in the wall. Li Fan's main body, which remained in the Xuanwang realm, combined with the power of dreams outside the wall to search and verify, and had initially obtained the answer he wanted. After a while, the picture from Li Buren slowly emerged. Fortunately, this high wall cannot completely block the connection between the great Tao. Li Fan tried his best to sense the encounter at the clone puppet's location. Since Li Buren's own conscious fluctuations had been suppressed by Li Fan to the lowest possible level, although he had experienced the matter of crossing the high wall, Li Buren himself had no psychological activity. He was just acting as Li Fan's camera, observing the scenery in the wall on his behalf. A magical world where there was no sky. What was presented above was the reflection of the earth under his feet. But Li Buren was standing on the earth, and the mirror in the sky did not reflect him in it. It was not caused by Li Buren's hidden characteristics. But Li Buren did not belong to this world. Sensing the intrusion of the outsider, this world suddenly changed drastically. The sky and the earth vibrated slightly, and then moved with a bang. Approaching each other. Gathering and closing, it was going to crush the suddenly intruding outsider into powder. Li Buren just stretched out his right hand straight up. In the blink of an eye, his arm swelled into a pillar of the sky, forcibly propping up the closing heaven and earth. The mirror sky continued to press down, but it could not advance an inch, making creaking sounds. The place where the sky and the pillar of the sky were connected was even broken layer by layer due to the pressure of the giant force. However, behind the broken mirror surface, there was no space to escape to the outside world, but another layer of mirror. Li Buren supported the heaven and earth with his right arm, but his body broke away from his arm and quickly wandered around in this space, looking for an exit. But here, it seemed to be boundless. Even with Li Buren's terrifying flying speed, He had not found the boundary after flying for a long time. It seemed that with his movement, the boundary of this world would continue to expand outward. But while Lee Buren was flying, he remembered all the details of the scenery of this world in his mind. He did not find any duplicates. Lee Buren returned to where his sky-supporting right arm was, and then held the pillar of the sky with his left hand. With a slight force, it was like grabbing a giant stick and pulling it suddenly. The pillar of the sky tilted, and a crack was torn in the sky in an instant. Lee Buren grabbed the pillar of the sky with his left hand and waved it non-stop. In the whistling sound, the mirror sky was smashed to pieces in an instant. He even took a long breath and swallowed all the broken mirror fragments that were constantly falling from the sky into his stomach. The Tao network projection in his mind flickered in order, and he had already analyzed the composition of this mirror sky. The Tao is a curtain, covering the eyes of all living beings. The exit is ahead. Lee Buren simply gave the conclusion without any extra thought. Like the giant in the creation myth who opened up the world, Lee Buren held a giant pillar and his body expanded rapidly. In just a moment, he had already exceeded the overturned mirror sky. Then, regardless of everything, he continued to grow towards the sky outside the sky. Using his head as a hammer, he smashed all the layers of mirrors to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. When the last disguise curtain was broken, Lee Buren jumped out. His body had already returned to its normal size, and he vigilantly looked around. There is no aura of living things. There is no great Tao energy fluctuation. Temporarily safe. Looking back at where he had just come out, it was just a transparent sculpture like glass. Because it was pierced and broken, he could not see the original appearance of the sculpture clearly. And around it, there were a total of 16 other sculptures. There should be a total of 18 here. One is missing. Among the remaining 16, 5 were smashed. The rest are intact. Lee Buren continued to make calm analysis as always. He flashed to the nearest intact transparent sculpture. Cannot see clearly beyond a certain limit. Must come to the sculpture to see its face clearly. And the world in the sculpture. Not limited by formations and restrictions. But one of the Tao rules here. Lee Buren observed indifferently, and the appearance of the miniature Tao network seemed to appear in his eyes. He stretched out his hand into the air and gently stroked it. In the Tao network, a new light suddenly appeared. That was a great Tao law that was not previously in the miniature Tao network. Now it was perceived and captured by Lee Buren, and merged into his own Tao network projection. After a moment, the light and shadow in Lee Buren's eyes went out. In his vision, the 11 transparent sculptures that could not be seen clearly before had all revealed themselves without any difference. They were actually many people with different faces. Or rather, immortals. Each sculpture contains a certain great Tao of heaven and earth. It should be the Tao that the immortal in the sculpture cultivated. Lee Buren approached the sculpture in front of him and felt the Tao rule aura related to guard from it. However, this Tao rule was already recorded in the Tao network projection, so Lee Buren ignored it. He just put his eyes close and peered at the scene inside the transparent sculpture. If Lee Fan's main body were here, seeing this scene, his heart would definitely beat faster and he would be horrified. But Lee Buren did not frown at all, and faced the pair of widened eyes that he saw, a corpse. The corpse of a true immortal. Lee Buren withdrew his gaze and went to the other transparent sculptures. He also observed them closely. In each sculpture, he saw the corpse of a true immortal. The Taos they cultivated are all different. Not the same true immortal. Where I came from, I did not see the corpse of a true immortal. Stopping in front of the last transparent sculpture, Lee Buren did not hesitate much. He punched the sculpture's face. The sculpture remained motionless. Not even a vibration was produced. Lee Buren's punch, which could shatter the Xuanwang realm into pieces, was like a clay ox entering the sea, completely resisted. But Lee Buren persevered, one punch after another. What appeared on his body like a tattoo was a symbol formed by the twisted true immortal runes. Seemingly not injured, but each time I hit, I attract a small part of the Tao rule aura of the sculpture to my body. The ebb and flow. Useful. Lee Buren kept punching, non-stop. The originally transparent sculpture became more faint. From a glass state, it became constructed of water. Finally, under Lee Buren's stable bombardment, it scattered with a bang. However, what was strange was that the corpse of the true immortal that Lee Buren had seen before did not fall out with the shattering of the sculpture. Just fragments scattered on the ground. Just like the scene caused by Lee Buren's escape before. The corpse of the true immortal seen is not really the corpse of the true immortal, but the condensation of the true immortal's understanding of the Tao rules before his death. Although the true immortal has fallen, these insights have been preserved by someone in some way. Li Buren put one of the fragments in his mouth. After chewing it carefully, he gave a judgment. Beneficial to me. Then, with a wide open mouth, he swallowed all the fragments of Taoist law comprehension in this place. 1475. Wanjun stands on the infinite sea. Li Buer's perception of the Tao network projection seemed to become increasingly clear. And the hasty, superficial understanding within a short time did not cause indigestion. The insights from the fallen true immortal, coupled with the powerful endurance of Li Buer's unique body, allowed him to almost completely and harmlessly accept the true immortal's enlightenment here. In this space, only these transparent statues stand. Moreover, the concept of front no longer exists at the boundary of this space. There is no road ahead, much like the high wall of the Star Sea. Li Buer followed suit, shattering the remaining transparent statues here one by one, swallowing them all into his stomach. Then, he intended to break free from the constraints of this space again. Before crossing and leaving, Li Buer noticed that the 18 statues here had not truly disappeared. Even though they seemed to have been completely eaten by him, the source of the true immortal's enlightenment that created the statues still existed. Given time, they should be able to restore themselves to their original state. But it would take at least 10,000 years. The light disappeared, and darkness once again enveloped his vision. By the time Li Buer could see again, he was already in a square space. Looking around, in all directions, up and down, were spaces similar to small cubes. They seemed within reach, yet also far away. Most of the cube spaces were completely silent. The rest were flickering erratically, extremely strange. Only a very few cube spaces had a stable, faint light shining. Looking at everything before him, Li Buer fell into deep thought for a moment. The cube spaces are somewhat similar to the prisons used to imprison true immortals deep within the Shuo Xingxi Dao network. The reason they appear as pure blackness when viewed from the outside is. Li Buer turned to look at the places with flickering light for comparison. After a moment, he nodded slightly. The vitality has completely disappeared, a dead zone. There is no need to observe it. And those flickering areas are. He reached out, trying to touch and feel. After a long while, even though his self-awareness had been suppressed to an extremely low level, Li Buer still frowned slightly. The original observation system has been damaged. What is presented as an erroneous state? And the culprit that caused the observation failure? The calamity of Tao annihilation. Li Buer withdrew his hand. Even though he was still separated by the boundary of the cube space, just a distant touch. His fingers were like being blackened, appearing in a strange charred state. Where it was pitch black, the Tao principles were annihilated, the Tao was no longer the Tao. Li Buer exerted a little force, and the blackened fingertips turned into ashes, fluttering upwards. Disappearing into this space. Just getting close to the calamity of Tao annihilation, the immortal domain body uncontrollably turns into flying ash. Quote. However, that square boundary can, like a dam, temporarily and firmly contain the erosion of the calamity of Tao annihilation. While pondering, the severed finger regrew. Li Buer stared intently at the boundary of the square space, trying to discern its mysteries. But with little success. So he turned to look at the only 10 or so areas with faint light shining in this space. After some observation, Li Buer concluded, star seas that are not full of vitality. Their situation is roughly the same as the dark star sea. Moreover, the true immortal seal characters left by Hegon Xian are still raging. Li Buer carefully looked at all the light spots one by one. None of them are the dark star sea where the Xuanwang world is located. They are all unfamiliar starry skies. Li Buer couldn't help but look at his feet, at the location where he was. Or rather, in the small square, which was the same as the surrounding thousands of spaces. I broke through the high wall and shattered the 18 true immortal statues. Only then was I able to break through the curtain of Tao and arrive here. But what I see before me is not from the perspective of a so-called observer. I am still in a prison. So the star sea where the Xuanwang world is located is one of these thousands of square prisons. Looking at the countless squares around him that should have been shining with the light of vitality, Li Buer was lost for a moment. But after all, his self-awareness was weak, and he quickly recovered from the shock and began to think. In that case, what the high wall blocks is not just one starry sky. It's just that all these star seas exist in a parallel, side-by-side manner. Unable to see each other. Before Li Buer's eyes, suddenly flashed the scene of Qian Ruocheng finding another ascension platform in the ruins not far outside the high wall. No wonder there are two ascension platform relics so close to each other. Because this starry sky has already been divided and overlapped, all bound within the high wall. It is indeed a method that is difficult for mortals to imagine. Even if it were me, it would take a lot of effort to completely destroy these starry skies. Not to mention gathering them so exquisitely, like squares. Li Buer was not intimidated by the scene before him, which could be called a miracle, but analyzed it very calmly. Such a grand scale, using the starry sky as an experimental field. What exactly are they trying to experiment with? How can I get to the real core area? I am not the first person to cross the high wall. Before me, the Xuanxian boat, the Heavenly Sword sect, etc., have all successfully escaped outside the wall. How did they escape from this prison? I haven't found any traces they left behind. Or perhaps, they didn't come to this space. Li Buer looked down at his immortal domain body. Perhaps, it is because of this special body that I entered this area. Different people, different methods of crossing, and the results they go to are also different. Even the calamity of Tao annihilation can be temporarily resisted. The square boundary in this experimental field is definitely not something Li Buer can break now. He didn't stubbornly fight it, but turned back and went to where he came from. In the narrow space where the 18 statues were located. He searched carefully again. In the Xuanwang world, when mortals are infected with a mortal taint, cultivators move mortals to small worlds and grotto heavens. And seal them off with the immortal severance formation. The various tests in the formation are impossible for mortals to pass. And this experimental site, in order to ensure the confinement of the experimental subjects, must also do what they cannot do. Ensure that only the leader of this experiment, or rather, the immortals, can go to the real core location. Although he still searched without success, Li Buer had a vague guess. The difference between immortals and mortals is one is momentum, and the other is infinity. I am an immortal domain body, and my momentum already meets the requirements. This is also why I can easily break through the curtain of Tao and see the truth of the experiment. But without meeting the nature of infinity, I will ultimately be unable to enter the core area. The Sea of Infinity. After figuring out the key point, Li Buer did not waste time. He temporarily rushed back from the high wall. He came to the Xuanwang world and brought the Tao Key stone slab left by the former Zontian king, which was copied from the ascension platform of the immortal world. Then he instantly returned. Relying on a stone slab alone is not enough. To access the Sea of Infinity, 3 conditions must be met. The immortal spiritual power unique to the true immortal himself. The ascension platform, the access route from the immortal world. And the top secret seal characters mastered by the on-duty immortal official. The stone slab is a replica from the ascension platform by the Zontian king. Qian Ruocheng of Shuo Xingxi disguised himself as an on-duty immortal official in order to lure Wu Xian. That true immortal seal character has also been mastered by me. Now the only thing missing is the immortal spiritual power. Unowned, immortal spiritual power. Li Buer's thoughts surged, but his main body in the Xuanwang world was already prepared. If Scholar Zhu hadn't been so generous before, I'm afraid there would have been many twists and turns this time. Not far outside the high wall, where the world-saving profound coffin and a group of immortal hunters were sleeping. Ma Tiand, who was also sound asleep, had the tip of his finger suddenly covered by a piece of skin that did not belong to him. It only lasted for a short moment, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. But a wisp of immortal spiritual energy passed through the invisible Tao network, shuttled through space, and came to Li Buer. At the same time, the 2 immortals trapped in the Zon coffin seemed to sense something. The coffin, which had been silent for a long time, emitted faint fluctuations. But in the end, it disappeared. The 2 immortals did not speak again. In the high wall, where the original 18 statues were located, the appearance of immortal spiritual energy seemed to stimulate something. The surrounding boundary, which was like a high wall, rippled like water. The things hidden behind it were about to reveal their true colors. But perhaps it was only a wisp of immortal spiritual energy, and not the true immortal's main body in person. A series of ripples continued, but could not completely lift it. Li Buer knew that he still needed to take action himself. So without hesitation, he seized the opportunity of the remaining existence of immortal spiritual energy and wrote furiously on the Tao Key stone slab. It was as if Qian Ruochang had possessed him. Even the actions required to complete each stroke, and the time required, were exactly the same. Soon, using immortal spiritual energy as ink, that mysterious symbol shone on the Tao keystone slab. Although there were no auspicious signs of thousands of rays of light or auspicious beasts appearing. But an inexplicable force suddenly bloomed from the stone slab. It may be inappropriate to say that this force came from the Tao keystone slab. Because the stone slab only opened a channel. A road to the Sea of Infinity. Caught off guard, his divine soul was as if sucked into a huge, surging vortex. Each drop of water beside him seemed to contain an boundless and endless starry sky. Countless images flashed before his eyes, as if experiencing trillions of years in an instant. Such a huge amount of information, although only a forced superficial taste, was still a devastating disaster for the creatures immersed in it. Fortunately, this time, accessing the Sea of Infinity was a puppet clone that had completely suppressed the fluctuations of self-awareness. If Li Fan's main body rashly fell in, after being washed by this infinite seawater droplets. Even with the benefit of returning to truth, the huge trauma suffered by the divine soul would be difficult to compensate for in a short time. Chao Sidao was trapped in the Aerith device, experiencing hundreds of millions of reincarnations. And everything he experienced added up was not enough to form a drop of water in this Sea of Infinity. My mind relies on the Tao network, and I can barely support it. But I can't hold on for too long. It's completely different from the previous scene of entering the Sea of Infinity with the skin of a true immortal. After all, it's just one of the stone slabs in the Ascension platform. Not all of the Ascension platform. These waves are definitely not something that newly ascended immortals can withstand. There should be a lack of corresponding protective components. The scene of Qian Ruochang borrowing the Ascension platform to seal immortals flashed before Li Buer's eyes. Because it was contaminated by the light and shadow data of the Sea of Infinity, the miniature Tao network that Li Buer's divine thought relied on was also somewhat overwhelmed. It was as if it had encountered the calamity of Tao annihilation, and the periphery of the Tao network was submerged by endless waves. Never to exist again. The Tao network gradually collapsed. The Sea of Infinity was about to submerge him. But Li Buer did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He was created to explore the secrets of the High Wall. And to explore the secrets of the High Wall, he must first access the Sea of Infinity and achieve the body of a true immortal. In order to achieve this goal, he can put life and death aside. This scene of the infinite sea engulfing the Tao network. Is it actually so similar to the sudden arrival of the calamity of Tao annihilation, engulfing everything? A question suddenly arose in Li Buer's heart, whose consciousness was gradually blurring. In a moment of inspiration, the power of the ink-kill immortal soul from the main body, with the help of the Tao network that was only a weak spot of light, arrived late. After the only remaining light of the Tao network was wrapped by the power of the ink-kill immortal soul, the monstrous waves of the infinite sea suddenly subsided. As if it had lost its target. The vortex calmed down and turned into an boundless ocean. Once again, Li Fan saw the legendary Sea of Infinity. It's just that this time, he didn't use the skin of a true immortal, but used his puppet clone, personally crossed the vortex, and descended. On the boundless Sea of Infinity, it seemed that no new true immortal had visited for a long time. It was terrifyingly quiet. Only occasionally on the sea surface, vortices would appear for no reason. Stirring up some water. Li Buer, or rather Li Fan. In the water droplets splashed up by these waters, he vaguely saw countless lights and shadows. That was an accumulation of years that was even longer than the trillions of years he had experienced in the vortex before. And this was only a few insignificant drops of water in the sea. Li Fan looked around. The Sea of Infinity was boundless. I really don't know how many histories and creatures gather here. Words cannot describe even 1/10,000th of its magnificence. Li Fan wandered in it, stunned. Individuals, true immortals, the nameless. And even the strong who transcend possibilities. In the face of such creation, it also seems to have lost its meaning of existence. Time seemed to freeze, and thoughts seemed to be completely frozen. I don't know how long it has passed. In Li Fan's main body, the fluctuation from returning to truth awakened him. That was a very strange emotion. It was like surprise. It was like remembrance. There was also sadness. And there was also indignation. Thousands of emotions intertwined, making it difficult for Li Fan to distinguish whether returning to truth was joy, anger, sorrow, or fear. And the tranquility of the infinite sea was quietly broken. It was as if an extremely terrifying deep-sea behemoth was quietly awakening underwater. The entire sea surface was stirred. Like boiling, it began to stir up waves. The terrifying power brought about by the collision of water droplets even made the concealment of the ink-kill immortal soul gradually fail. It was like in a storm, a thin life jacket could not save lives at all. The Tao network attached to the divine thought was in critical condition. It was about to completely dissipate. The next moment, Li Buer inexplicably broke away from the sea of infinity. Everything he had seen before seemed like an illusion. Li Buer stretched out his right hand. Although he didn't summon his immortal spirit power, Li Buren knew that as long as he was willing, he could communicate with the infinite sea at any time and awaken endless power. But he didn't dare. Early update today, 1476. The allegory of mountains and seas. For Li Buren, a pure creation of destruction, the emotion of fear barely existed. The reason he could use the power of infinity but dared not was due to instinct. Once the thought of using the infinite power of immortal spirit arose in his mind, Li Buren seemed to see the boundless and endless sea of infinity again. Every drop of the towering waves, weighing billions of years, would pour down along the passage he created to connect to the sea of infinity, submerging all things in the world, and even the great Tao of heaven and earth. Nothing in the mortal world could survive. This indescribable pressure made it difficult for Li Buren to press that invisible button, even when it was close at hand and within reach. Besides the pressure brought by the magnificent sea of infinity itself, what concerned Li Buren even more were the terrifying existences hidden beneath the sea of infinity, never seen before. Merely the fluctuations caused by their thoughts when sensing Huan Zhen could stir up monstrous waves in the sea of infinity. And since returning to reality, Li Fan had been trying to communicate with Huan Zhen, probing for more information about the sea of infinity but had never received any response. Fortunately, what made Li Fan feel a little relieved was that the power of Huan Zhen did not seem to be affected by any real-time influence, and he could still activate it with a single thought. Huan Zhen should just be in a bad mood and too lazy to respond. However, the various things glimpsed during this short journey to the Sea of Infinity forced Li Fan to consider many things. For example, the fact that the Sea of Infinity seemed to be closely related to the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. And also, Huan Zhen should have a great origin with the Sea of Infinity, and even more so be an old acquaintance with the terrifying unknown existences hidden beneath the Sea of Infinity. Virtualize everything and return to the original anchor point. Has that Sea of Infinity above the endless world been traced back as well? Extremely heavy, yet unavoidable facts suddenly appeared before Li Fan. All along, as Li Fan's cultivation realm improved, his understanding of Huan Zhen's abilities also deepened. From seeming somewhat weak when facing true immortals, to being able to create separate timeline fragments called interdimensional reincarnation out of thin air, there seemed to be no end in sight to Huan Zhen's abilities. But today, after borrowing the means left by the former immortal realm and leaping up to connect to the Sea of Infinity, Li Fan seemed to finally glimpse the limits of Huan Zhen. The terrifying existences hidden beneath the Sea of Infinity seemed to be old acquaintances with Huan Zhen. If they are existences of the same level, I'm afraid Huan Zhen's power of tracing back may not be able to act on them. But to confirm this, I need to enter the Sea of Infinity again in the next life. However, a trace of gloom flashed in Li Fan's eyes. This was the first time since he began his reincarnation cultivation that he had to face enemies who, like him, could jump out of reincarnation. Especially the experience of almost being drowned in the Sea of Infinity, which made Li Fan suddenly feel a sense of pressure in his heart. Moreover, Huan Zhen's performance on the Sea of Infinity, those several forces that surpassed everything in the mortal world, made Li Fan couldn't help but think of the legends about the creator god that he had once heard from Lu Rushan. The powerful creator god defeated his kind and extracted their power to evolve the sentient beings of the world. Lu Rushan himself said that he had seen this legend in an ancient book. Previously, Li Fan had searched Lu Rushan's soul and indeed saw this ancient book in his memory. However, when the Medicine King sect fled the Xuanwang realm that year, they left in a hurry. This ancient book was originally not an important item, so it was not taken away and has since disappeared. This legend of the creator god is not circulated or recorded anywhere else in the Xuanwang realm. There is reason to suspect that the so-called ancient book is probably a casual note by that Sun Piaomiao. Lu Rushan also casually flipped through this book, and besides the legend of the creator god, he only saw another fable about the dialogue between mountains and the sea. Li Fan recalled what Lu Rushan had seen back then. In the beginning, there were only mountains and the sea in the world. The mountains and the sea surrounded each other, depending on each other. Originally, there was great harmony between the mountains and the sea, until one day, life was suddenly conceived in the sea. This was an existence completely different from mountains and the sea. While adding a lot of vitality to the sea, it naturally attracted the sea's attention. At first, the mountains didn't care. The creatures in the sea have a limited lifespan. But the mountains and the sea last forever, never perishing. Compared to the almost endless years of the mountains and the sea, the creatures of the sea are destined to be only fleeting passers-by. But as time passed, the mountains were surprised to find that the number of creatures in the sea not only did not decrease, but became more and more prosperous. After some investigation, the mountains were shocked to discover that it was because the sea could not bear to see the creatures die one after another, so it gave its endless lifespan to them. The mountains were furious. "Sea, why did you do this? What qualifications do these little things have to enjoy the same infinite lifespan as us?" The sea gently retorted, "Mountains, why can't we do this? You and I can both exist forever in this world, and even if we share our lifespan with them, it won't weaken us in the slightest. Isn't it better for the mountains and the sea to become more lively?" The mountains were speechless for a moment. It observed the creatures evolving in the sea, and then sighed, "See, it's not that I'm stingy. It's just that once these little things master things that don't originally belong to them, they will instinctively crave more." The sea asked again, "What does originally belong to mean? Is our infinite lifespan innate?" The mountains eventually fell silent. It seems to be just a simple fable. But if it is combined with the chapter on the Creator God, and added to what I saw on the Sea of Infinity, I am afraid there is another mystery. Sun Piao Miao. Li Fan pondered for a moment and decided to find the lost ancient book. However, when the entire Medicine King sect fled, it was identified by the 10 sects as an act of betraying the realm. The sect was quickly smashed and looted. In the chaotic scene at that time, no one knew where the ancient book went. It might have been burned directly by someone. Li Fan first summoned the stone tablet. Although the stone tablet claimed to be able to record everything that happened in the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan knew that it was only limited to the original Xuanwang realm. Moreover, the stone tablet could not record transcendent powers such as the fishing pond. So he didn't have too much hope. Sure enough, he didn't find the ancient book in Lu Rushan's memory. However, with Li Fan's current control over the Xuanwang realm, as long as this book still exists in the Xuanwang realm, it will definitely be found. Without Li Fan having to do it himself, just an order was issued, and the cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Association woke up from their dreams one after another, rummaging through their collections and searching. Li Fan's attention temporarily returned to the doppelganger puppet Li Bu Ren. Although he did not use the power of immortal spirit, Li Bu Ren, who had returned from the Sea of Infinity, already had the attribute of infinity, plus a wisp of immortal spirit energy remaining from the immortal skin's transmission. It was as if he had passed some kind of verification. What was originally just a corner of the land, the invisible boundary like a high wall, manifested into a physical entity in an instant and folded backward. This was a rather strange, but difficult to explain, visual change. Li Bu Ren only felt that this small space was rapidly expanding in all directions. Moreover, due to the increase in the volume of space, a sloping upward staircase gradually appeared in the previously non-existent location. The expansion of space seemed to be endless. And this staircase that appeared in front of Li Bu Ren also seemed to extend upwards all the time. He couldn't see the end. Li Bu Ren didn't rashly step onto the staircase, but first looked around. The space here did not extend infinitely like the staircase. But after expanding to a certain limit, it gradually showed a peculiar curvature. Although it was still in a state of expansion, the rate at which the volume of space increased was greatly reduced. The space gradually filled up, but there was nothing else except the sky-reaching staircase in front of him, which was glowing with a faint silver light. In order to explore the true secrets of the high wall, Li Bu Ren finally stepped onto the staircase. In the next second, Li Bu Ren actually felt like he had returned to the Sea of Infinity. The surroundings were filled with lines moving forward at high speed. The lines were either alone or gathered into a whole. Some were just simple gray and white, while others were colorful. Li Bu Ren tried to come into contact with these lines and found that they were just like the seawater of the Sea of Infinity, storing and recording a large amount of historical and life information. It's just that the amount of information data was not at the same level as the real Sea of Infinity at all. Li Bu Ren could withstand it without pressure. Moreover, the information in the lines was encrypted in some way. Li Buren could only glimpse some vague shadows from it. He was in the torrent of lines, rushing forward. Before long, Li Buren broke free from it. He came to the entrance of a dark passage with a faint aura of death. The door sealing the passage had been blasted out with a large hole for some reason. 4 broken puppets were also lying beside the door. The puppets' parts were scattered all over the ground. Li Buren looked back at where he came from and found that this location was already the end of the entrance to this passage. No boundary ahead. If you want to leave, you need to go through the form of line shuttle just now again. Li Buren looked at the puppets lying on the ground not far away. Although they had been damaged for who knows how many years, Li Buren could still feel a faint threat from them. Reaching out and picking up a piece of debris from the ground, Li Buren tried his best to press down on it, but he couldn't completely crush it. He could only cause further damage. The materials for forging the puppets are not ordinary. Without choosing to entangle with these gate-guarding puppets, Li Buren's figure flashed and he escaped into the passage door. When he flew up, Li Buren keenly noticed the difference between this place and the outside star sea. In the mortal world and the sea of stars, he merged with the Tao network and traveled with its power, crossing the dark sea of stars in just 3 breaths. But this place seemed to be a forbidden area where the great Tao was not manifest. His connection with the Tao network seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, making it much more difficult. In his divine sense, the shining projection of the Tao network instantly dimmed slightly. Only some specific Tao paths were unaffected. It was as if the complete Tao network had been burned away by a fire, leaving only a few remnants. Li Buren's speed of flight was greatly reduced because of this. Even the battle strength he could exert was greatly reduced. But he was not anxious. Instead, he began to study this dim passage with great interest. For him, just seeing this place was worth the trip. In front of the law enforcement hall of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, there is a long road paved with spirit transformation stones. Within the range of the long road is a forbidden zone for spiritual power, and cultivators cannot fly, but can only walk honestly on foot. This passage also has a similar effect. It's just that the object of the restriction is not ordinary cultivators, but Tao comprehension immortals. Moreover, it's not just this passage, but all the buildings here. The passage that Li Buren was walking through also had no physical boundaries. There was only a conceptual restriction similar to a high wall, forcing those who entered to only move in a specific direction. Originally, there should have been some images on the walls of this passage, but it seems they were damaged and did not appear. The passage was not long. When he reached the exit, Li Buren suddenly looked back, feeling something in his heart. After that, there were no more twists and turns. He walked out of a patch of darkness, the only circular bright exit. A messy cylindrical cavernous hall appeared before Li Buren's eyes. The cylindrical hall was towering, its top unseen. As if it had experienced some kind of robbery, it appeared somewhat empty. Li Buren followed the faint aura of death he had sensed earlier and found a clean spot on the ground. This is. His fingertip rubbed against the ground, and when he raised it in front of his eyes, a illusory and twisted face actually appeared. Screaming and roaring, "Save me!" It was just a remnant trace, re-stimulated by Li Buren with immortal power. It could not be communicated with, and would only mechanically repeat words such as, "Save me," and, "Run away." Li Buren shook his head slightly. After withdrawing his immortal power, the twisted face dissipated on its own. After carefully examining it, there were actually 37 traces of residual thoughts in this cylindrical hall. And these were just the ones with remnants. As for those that had been cleaned, there was no way to speculate. Judging from the strength of these remnants, they should all be left behind after the fall of true immortals. The reason why they are far inferior to the will to survive in the dark sea is firstly because of the difference in strength before death, and secondly because of the thorough cleansing here. True immortals were slaughtered like ants. What exactly happened here? Apart from the 37 traces, there was nothing else to be gained in the cylindrical space. And apart from the passage Li Buren came from, there seemed to be no other connections in this cylindrical hall. The investigation fell into a stalemate for a time. After pondering for a moment, Li Buren suddenly looked at the several great Tao paths in his divine sense that were still shining in the miniature Tao network. He gradually had an idea in his mind. He saw that the body transformed by Li Buren's immortal domain fragments were all folded up again, turning into a chess piece, hidden within the other Tao paths suppressed by this place. only leaving behind the still bright parts, harmonizing with the remaining Tao principles here. The originally infinitely high cylindrical hall suddenly shrank to a size of 99 feet. One item after another appeared, filling the empty hall. And on the cylindrical walls of the hall, Li Buren clearly saw countless square spaces arranged, displaying scenes. 1477. The Great Void is demarcated. These square spaces were precisely the scenes he had witnessed after breaking through in the dark star sea, with countless divided star seas juxtaposed. They still existed in three states: darkness, dim light, and flickering. However, the overview on the circular walls here contained even more square spaces than Li Buren had seen. Li Buren attempted to identify the location of the Xuanwang realm. After locking onto the light spot representing the dark star sea, he also recognized the countless square spaces arrayed alongside the dark star sea. And at the edge of all these square star seas, a thick white line separated this square space from other regions. This white line seemed to be some kind of boundary. Although visually, the area where the dark star sea was located was juxtaposed with all other areas on the circular mural and was not particularly eye-catching. However, because of the existence of this white ring, the square star seas within the defined boundary were invisibly elevated. It was as if all the stars were guarding and clustering around the most conspicuous position in the center. This special characteristic, Li Buren stared intently at the dazzling white circle. The Great Void, a term naturally appeared in Li Buren's mind. During the ancient immortal cultivation world era, it was the substantial boundary for exploring the starry sky. A place of pure nothingness with no end in sight. Observing from afar outside the circular mural, Li Buren vaguely sensed the essence of this Great Void. But he couldn't be certain. Although it is a place of complete nothingness, it is fundamentally different from being affected by the annihilation calamity. The reason it appears empty is because most of the Tao principles there have disappeared and are no longer visible. Only a few Tao laws remain, like pillars. Just like the experimental field here. Only by being within the range of these Tao principles can one clearly see the things hidden and concealed in the experimental field, and avoid being forcibly drained of one's own attributes in the Great Void. If an ancient true immortal wanted to go further, they needed to merge with a certain great Tao in the world and achieve the nameless realm. Only by understanding a certain great Tao to a certain extent could they take this step. Therefore, the cultivation of true immortals was largely a deepening of the understanding of a certain Tao principle. There were 3,000 great Taos, though this was just a figure of speech. However, due to the differences in each Tao principle, true immortals were naturally endowed with many different attributes. For example, the starvation immortal, the rare sight immortal, the what's the matter immortal, and so on. This place, as well as the Great Void, with their means of restriction similar to the annihilation calamity, could screen out one's own camp from the vast number of true immortals and obtain permission to enter and exit this experimental star space. Identity and background could be fabricated with lies, but only the standpoint was unchangeable. In other words, if a true immortal really changed the Tao path they cultivated in order to sneak into this place, then they would first directly become a member of the camp, and this place would welcome their arrival. There would be no such thing as sneaking in. This restriction method is actually a huge screening machine. And it's definitely not just for simple screening purposes. Once you change your allegiance, I'm afraid it will be difficult to turn back. The reason why Li Buren was able to enter this place after many years was entirely due to the heaven-defying method of mind incarnation, Tao net projection. If the various great Taos in the world naturally divided true immortals into various different camps, then Tao net projection was, I want them all, impartially joining all existing and known true immortal factions. This was absolutely impossible in ancient times. Not to mention cultivating 3,000 great Taos equally, it was extremely difficult to cultivate even two different great Taos at the same time. And even if you cultivated all Taos, you would still not be as good as controlling one of them to the extreme and achieving the nameless realm. Just as I analyzed before, the reason why my Tao net projection can exist safely is because the annihilation calamity has descended and the immortal realm has been destroyed. The nameless true immortals who merged with the Tao have either died or fled. They have no time to take care of this miniature mirror that reflects the great Tao. Moreover, there is another larger Shuo star sea Tao net blocking my view. Under the great background of the immortal realm's destruction and the suspected abandonment of this experimental field, Li Fan's many reincarnations and the cumulative effect of various factors allowed Li Buren to fortunately enter this place. It can be said that he would not have been able to enter without any of these conditions. Records of the Great Void have existed since ancient times. But since the great calamity descended and the high walls rose, it has disappeared without a trace. From what I see now, it is because after the outbreak of the annihilation calamity and the activation of emergency protection measures, it underwent an overall change along with all the experimental square star seas. Lee Buren stared at the thick white circle representing the Great Void. Its sudden appearance in the countless small squares of the circular mural was as if someone had drawn a circle in the vast sea of stars, circling out the target they wanted to search for. Although this experimental field was abandoned for unknown reasons, various facilities are still in operation. So, there was this encirclement of the Great Void. Lee Buren analyzed secretly in his heart based on the clues he had observed. Although he was able to infiltrate this place due to the special nature of the Dow net projection, he only had the permission to observe, and did not have the ability to manipulate. Whether it was the divided square star seas on the circular mural or the many objects flashing in the cylindrical hall, he couldn't use any of them. It was still impossible to judge the real reason for encircling those square star seas with the Great Void. But the fact that the Xuanwang realm's dark star sea was among them already made Li Fan feel awestruck. Li Fan tried to restore the secrets hidden behind this experimental space as much as possible based on the clues he currently possessed. The annihilation calamity is suspected to be of the same origin as the Infinite Sea. After I used the incomplete ascension platform to connect to the Infinite Sea, I found that as I called upon the power of infinity within the Infinite Sea, the billions of water droplets in the Infinite Sea would pour down along the invisible passage from that sacred and unknowable place, submerging all things in the world. The premonition was so real that even the clone puppet, which had little self-emotion, dared not press that button. But there are countless true immortals in the world, and even more immortal artifacts, immortal servants, immortal puppets, and so on. They use the power of infinite immortal spiritual energy, but they don't need to worry about this. Within the decomposition disk, the derived immortal spiritual energy undoubtedly illustrates this point. Li Fan thought, and a sacred and supreme power diffused from the immortal array decomposition disk. Li Fan wrapped his fingertips with the shimmering white light, and while sensing its infinite nature, he seemed to see the boundless and infinite sea again. There shouldn't be a second infinite sea in the mortal world. And the immortal realm was not initially too afraid of the ravages of the annihilation calamity. It was as if mortals viewed the ravages of floods, and there were true immortals responsible for guarding it. A reasonable guess is that the immortal realm was well aware of the consequences of calling upon the power of the infinite sea causing the annihilation calamity. But the temptation of infinity made it impossible for true immortals to give up the use of the infinite sea. They created things similar to dams and reservoirs on the endless sea. All true immortals were not directly connected to the endless sea, but instead transferred through the dams and reservoirs built by the immortal realm. Therefore, they were able to avoid the terrible disaster of the endless sea pouring down and the annihilation calamity descending upon the world. But, the endless sea is an unimaginable, magnificent, and sacred place. Even a nameless true immortal cannot compare to a single wave that occasionally rises in the endless sea. Even though the immortal realm civilization of the past had developed to the point where it could limit the endless sea to a certain extent. However, Li Fan remembered the extremely terrifying and obscure fluctuations that came from the deep sea when Huan Zhen stood on the endless sea. Those who play with fire will surely perish by self-immolation. There is no such thing as an eternally impregnable dam in the world, and once a gap appears, it is too difficult to plug it again. Moreover, there are many true immortals, either by chance or intentionally, who want to bypass the restrictions set by the immortal realm and directly connect to the endless sea. Just like me. Each time it happens, it is equivalent to tearing another crack between reality and the endless sea. Over time, the annihilation calamity will become more and more turbulent, and it is already destined to happen. Li Fan's thoughts churned as he continued to deduce. Signs of the calamity appeared, and one star field after another in the immortal realm was annihilated. Huan Zhen, this supreme treasure that can defy fate seems to have also originated from the endless sea. Although the immortal realm may not know its specific effects, they can vaguely guess that it may be able to completely resolve this world-destroying crisis. Therefore, they secretly searched for it everywhere, even including the lower realm star sea. They deduced the approximate time when Huan Zhen might appear. And Huan Zhen was originally supposed to appear at that time. Appearing in the Xuanwang world, it was discovered by the power of the immortal realm. If Huan Zhen had been controlled by the master of the immortal realm, a nameless true immortal, from the beginning, then perhaps Huan Zhen might have been able to turn the tide and nip the world-destroying annihilation calamity in the bud. However, due to some unknown reason, Huan Zhen's appearance was delayed. The Immortal Realm did not wait for this world-saving treasure. Although the overall situation is still stable, it is only natural that those with different ideas will arise. Just as I glimpsed in the memory of that true immortal before. Important figures have the ideas of important figures. Ants also have their own ways of survival. True immortals use their own methods to find their own paths to survival. Some transform mortals into immortals, and some use the bones of the nameless and immortal sky pillars to create fragments of immortal domains that are arcs of salvation. But what no one expected was that the annihilation calamity broke out ahead of schedule. And the momentum was far more fierce than before. It was as if all the connecting passages between the endless sea and the present world had suddenly exploded. A monstrous disaster suddenly descended. Caught off guard, true immortals, nameless true immortals, and even the masters of the immortal realm who are currently unknown, died like ants. Before Li Fan's eyes, a terrifying scene appeared of the endless sea pouring down and destroying the immortal realm. Although there are many nameless true immortals who are willing or forced to transform into pillars to resist the annihilation calamity, how long can they resist? The endless sea swallowing the real world is the general trend. Unless it is possible to rebuild the dams of the past immortal realm on the many cracks during this short period of safety. Otherwise, Li Fan couldn't help but look at the doomsday countdown on Huan Zhen's panel. The endless sea seems to span all possibilities. The annihilation calamity is definitely not only present in my primordial possibility. Perhaps they also discovered and utilized the endless sea, and suffered the same disaster. Or perhaps, after the great calamity occurred that year, the nameless true immortals in the primordial possibility fled in panic to other possibilities. Although they jumped through possibilities, as long as they did not abandon the power of the endless immortal spirit, then the connection with the endless sea would always exist. Moreover, when one reaches the realm of nameless true immortal, merging with the Tao, it is not something that can be abandoned simply by wanting to abandon it. The annihilation calamity follows like a shadow, arriving one after another, engulfing the world. Having deduced to this point, even with Li Fan's current calculation ability comparable to the Stone Mother of Transformation, he couldn't help but feel a splitting headache. It would be fine if it only involved a single possibility. With the convergence of many clues, countless possible answers are deduced. Li Fan verifies them one by one, and selects the one that is closest to the truth. But once another possibility is involved, the difficulty of deduction suddenly increases by several orders of magnitude. One is because Li Fan currently knows nothing about the situation in other possibilities. There is too little information known. The second is because with each additional possibility, the number of variables involved in the deduction doubles. In theory, with endless possibilities, even tens of thousands of Stone Mothers of Transformation working together would be insufficient. However, the annihilation calamity has been raging until now. The possibilities still existing in the mortal world are probably far from endless. More than 7 million years of remaining life. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as lingering on one's last breath. Li Fan's thoughts raced to the extreme, and suddenly his eyes went dark, and he was forced to stop the deduction. His attention temporarily shifted from the immortal realm and the truth of the annihilation calamity, and returned to that strange experimental field. The original purpose here should have been to lie in wait for Huan Zhen. However, because Huan Zhen did not arrive as expected in the end, this place was abandoned by the official immortal realm. But only on the surface. Some minor figures in the immortal realm did not completely give up and leave this place. However, their goal may not necessarily be Huan Zhen, but merely to find a glimmer of hope for survival in the face of the imminent annihilation calamity. Being able to create the confining methods of the Great Void Cave, there must be the help of a true immortal in the nameless realm. But why did they all suddenly disappear? Judging from the traces left behind in the past, the number of true immortals gathered here was definitely not small. Li Buren probed the experimental site again, trying to glean more secrets. Scanning his gaze around, suddenly, his attention focused on one of the items that suddenly appeared later in the cylindrical hall. It was a uniquely shaped statue of a human figure. It was like a recluse hiding in the court, standing there quietly, but almost escaping Li Buren's attention. If it weren't for the unique style of this object being extremely similar to something Li Fan had encountered before, I'm afraid Li Buren would have really ignored it. 1478. The Sect of Compassion for the World and Reincarnation. This method of concealment, which can only reveal its secrets when one knows that something possesses a particular characteristic, is precisely what Sun Piaomiao's relics possess. The statue before Li Bu Ren was similar in style to the few relics Sun Piaomiao left on the profound Immortal boat, which promptly reminded him. The objects left by Sun Piaomiao almost all have their unique wonderful uses. The humanoid puppet can increase the charging of returning to truth by onefold. The trident tree gives returning to truth an extra simulation opportunity out of thin air. And after the bronze crane is destroyed, a secret message will be heard in the ear. Tianluo Era 213. Beginning with Shengzheng Deyuanxian, Zuo Efeng, ending with Yangqi Fenruo, Yanmao Xuanyi. Thinking like this, Li Bu Ren slowly walked towards the humanoid statue. The items that suddenly appeared in the hall seemed to be related to the experiments in this test site. Although he had been granted visitor viewing privileges, their main bodies were not in the same space-time as Li Bu Ren. He could only observe from a distance and could not touch them in any way. Only this humanoid statue, relying on the connection between Li Fan and other relics of Sun Piaomiao, could Li Bu Ren vaguely touch. His fingers seemed to probe into a layer of cool water vapor, rather than touching the entity of the puppet. Even with just a hazy touch, Li Bu Ren still felt the mysterious feeling he had when facing Sun Piaomiao's relics. If the main body were here, perhaps it could ignore the restrictions and protections here by directly absorbing it through returning to truth. Unfortunately, this place seems to be built specifically to capture returning to truth. Before fully exploring the secrets of this place, it is absolutely impossible for the main body to personally venture into such a dangerous place. He had to think of another way. Although he had initially established a connection with the humanoid statue, he could not proceed with the next step no matter what. All forms of energy, even thoughts and divine consciousness, could not affect this statue that existed between reality and illusion. After numerous fruitless attempts, Li Bu Ren recalled Sun Piaomiao's various actions. The secret message suddenly reappeared in his mind. Tianluo Era 213. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment this sentence reappeared in Li Bu Ren's mind, the puppet made a heavy sound. It was as if a machine that had been sealed for a long time was turned on again after many years. The puppet seemed to turn from illusion to reality, and its originally drooping hands slowly raised to its chest. The right hand stretched out, pointing to the center of the circular painting wall in front. The starry sky scene of thousands of square small worlds presented on the cylindrical hall changed drastically with the puppet's finger. The circular painting wall, with alternating light and dark, flashed rapidly. It was like a book, with pages being flipped forward quickly. It was also like a recording being played, with the rewind button pressed. The starry sky, which had lost its vitality and turned into a dead and dark place, once again shone brightly. The constantly flashing square starry sky also slowly stopped jumping and became stable. Those few places where vitality still existed suddenly exploded, turning from faint points of light to a dazzling starry sky. Unknowingly, Li Bu Ren was surrounded by a vast sea of vitality stars. The entire starry sky monitored by the test site seemed to have returned to the time before the outbreak of the Tao Annihilation Tribulation. The starlight was already jumping and changing. Finally, at a certain moment, it suddenly stopped. After a pause, the scene on the circular painting wall returned to normal playback. The speed of the picture change was extremely fast. Even with Li Bu Ren's divine sense strength, it was somewhat difficult to completely analyze and identify it. However, Li Bu Ren quickly reacted after staring for a moment. What he was seeing was a recorded scene being replayed. It's not reversing time and returning to the time before the Great Tribulation descended. Instead, it is using this puppet to retrieve the monitoring data once recorded by this test site. Tianluo Era 213. Then the following paragraph should be. Li Bu Ren silently recited in his heart again, beginning with Shengzheng Deyuanxian, Zuo Efeng. The puppet changed again with this instruction. The originally drooping left hand also slowly lifted. This time, it was not a simple pointing, but like drawing a circle of a large void, it circled out a range in the constantly replaying scene fragment. Li Bu Ren saw that not only was the recorded image of Tianluo Era 213 cut off from the very beginning. Even the square starry sky in the circular painting wall was directly reduced by 90% with this stroke. The dazzling sea of vitality stars suddenly dimmed. Li Bu Ren continued to recite the last sentence of the secret message. Ending with Yangqi Fenruo, Yanmao Xuanyi. The looping recorded image was further reduced in time range. According to Li Bu Ren's calculations, Tianluo era 213 originally presented a time equivalent to about 1,000 years in the Xuanwang realm. But after being filtered by 2 commands, the time range was greatly reduced. Li Bu Ren looked at the repeating scene in front of him and calculated that this was a period of about 50 years. Similarly, this time it was not just a precise lock on the time range. The puppet waved its hand again, splitting the starry sky. This time, only 3 square starry skies remained, still bright and flashing. The 3 originally inconspicuous small squares were suddenly magnified, occupying the entire circular wall. What happened in this time period in the square starry sky was being quickly replayed scene by scene. And one of the starry skies was extremely familiar to Li Bu Ren. It was the Xuanwang realm, the dark star sea. With a slight thought, his divine sense tried to probe into the recorded scene in front of him. This time, there was no longer any resistance from protective forces, just like traveling in the real starry sky. Li Bu Ren quickly locked onto the location of the Xuanwang realm. No immortal Dao 10 sects. No Xuantian sect. Barren God, reincarnation, divine wood. This is the ancient age when the immortal realm still existed. There is no sign of the Great Tribulation coming, and the immortal cultivation sects can still contact the immortal realm. In the full 50 years, Li Bu Ren could not see everything that happened on the Xuanwang land in detail. He could only focus on certain unusual events. The number of barren gods that the barren god sect can summon reached its peak in the 5th year. A total of 12 different barren gods appeared together, suppressing all who disobeyed. In the Xuanwang realm, they can be said to be unparalleled. But in the 43rd year, one of the barren gods suddenly lost contact with the barren god sect. This is something that has never happened in the history of the barren god sect. Although a new barren god was reconnected 8 years later, this incident still made the barren god sect's sect master and elders very worried. Compared to the barren god sect, the reincarnation sect is much more low-key. The reincarnation sect does not establish a great reincarnation in the Xuanwang realm, but establishes a small reincarnation for individuals. With the reincarnation undying body, they can constantly reincarnate and be reborn. Although each reincarnation will result in the loss of all cultivation, certain of the most important memories will always be retained. And the pursuit of constant reincarnation is not to ascend to immortality, but... Li Bu Ren narrowed his eyes. The scene recorded on the circular painting wall of this test site almost contains everything that has happened in history. It is unknown what means were used, but even in secret rooms and closed formations, Li Bu Ren's divine sense can explore freely without restraint. Even some divine sense voice transmissions can be heard clearly. But not all of them are recorded. When the Xuanwang sects contact the immortal realm, the recorded images will be distorted. And in certain mysterious areas, the recorded images will also become invalid. Some become blurred, and some are directly blank sections. This reincarnation sect master seems to have sensed this ubiquitous monitoring. Whenever he teaches the reincarnation sect's unique skills to his direct disciples, he bathes, burns incense, and connects with the upper realm. The recording is therefore interrupted. This reincarnation sect master is called Zhang Lianxi. His direct disciple, called Chu Ziyi, is not known. However, Chu Ziyi has a disciple who looks somewhat familiar. This disciple is called Zhang Ruyu, and is currently just a child in his teens. But between his eyebrows, one can already vaguely see the shadow of Zhang Qinmo. Reincarnation sect. Although what the reincarnation sect's unique skills ultimately cultivate cannot be known in the surveillance, Zhang Lianxi's actions are indeed worthy of suspicion. In addition to avoiding surveillance by connecting with the immortal realm, Zhang Lianxi also often comes to the top floor of a high pavilion in the reincarnation sect to sit quietly. There is only one hall on the top floor, hanging tens of thousands of scrolls of Zhang Lianxi's own paintings. These paintings seem to be all painted by Zhang Lianxi himself. In each painting, Zhang Lianxi's expression, clothing, and actions are all different. In addition to painting, Zhang Lianxi in this pavilion is face to face with tens of thousands of his own portraits. Throughout the entire process, there are no spiritual energy fluctuations. But as an observer many years later, Li Bu Ren still felt a strange feeling from this strange cultivation scene. Sometimes, he would even have the illusion that all the paintings in this pavilion came alive in a certain instant. Within 50 years, Zhang Lianxi did not complete any breakthroughs. The entire reincarnation sect has always been low-key and silent. The only time he took action was when a divine wood sect elder came to the door, wanting to borrow the reincarnation sect's treasure, a glance of 10,000 years bead. According to this Divine Wood sect elder, the A glance of 10,000 years bead can promote the growth of the Divine Wood sect's Divine Wood without side effects. He sincerely begged for it, and could exchange anything for it. But Zhang Lianxi denied it in one word. The Divine Wood sect elder begged several times, but the result was the same. In great anger, he wanted to forcibly snatch it, but he was pointed in the center of his eyebrows by Zhang Lianxi. The 60-year-old old man actually seemed to have his time reversed. He returned to the infancy stage of babbling. Not only did he lose all his cultivation, but even his sanity seemed to have regressed to his childhood. Zhang Lianxi did not take the elder's life, but ordered someone to send him back to the Divine Wood sect. At the same time, he also attached a talisman written by him personally. It was a seemingly ordinary piece of yellow paper with an eye drawn on it like ghost drawings. The Divine Wood sect received this talisman, apologized to the reincarnation sect, and expressed gratitude. They wanted to attach gifts of the same specifications. Zhang Lianxi politely refused, and strictly ordered his disciples to have as little contact with the Divine Wood sect as possible. Zhang Lianxi's cultivation. Li Bu Ren can be said to have observed Zhang Lianxi for 50 years. With his current vision, he still can't see through it. On the surface, it seems to be just a simple Dao integration realm. But that finger that can reverse time is already very telling. Considering that the reincarnation sect can constantly reincarnate and rebuild, it is unknown how long Zhang Lianxi has lived. And the tens of thousands of self-portraits hanging on the top of the pavilion cannot help but remind Li Bu Ren of the word, possibility. Could it be that the reincarnation sect's secrets involve the self in other possibilities? Although they cannot cross over, they can be vaguely connected. Li Bu Ren is increasingly curious about Zhang Lianxi's ending. It's just that the recorded scene is now fixed in these 50 years and cannot be spied upon. Within 50 years, in addition to the various things that happened in these powerful sects, there was another thing that happened in the primordial Xuanwang realm that is worth Li Bu Ren's attention. In the 30th year, in the southeastern corner of the Xuanwang realm, a true immortal was suspected of descending to the mortal world. The details in that large area of distorted light and shadow cannot be seen clearly. Moreover, this true immortal did not descend alone, but had a response in the Xuanwang realm. The person in charge of receiving him seemed to be just a mortal. In the first 30 years, he had always lived as an extremely ordinary old farmer in a mountain village. But in the 30th year, he suddenly left his wife and children and came to the deep mountains. He arranged a reception ceremony. After completing all this, he returned to his hometown, as if nothing had happened. He died only half a year later. And that received true immortal seemed to have escaped from the surveillance in the dark, and has since disappeared. What Li Bu Ren cares about very much is that the place where the receiving mortal lived is extremely close to the location of the fishing pond. But there is no trace of the fishing pond in this recorded image. So it is still impossible to judge whether that fishing immortal is involved behind the scenes. During this time, there is no Medicine King sector Sun Piaomiao. What exactly does this secret message he left through the bronze crane want to reveal? Or is it that even he himself couldn't figure it out, and only roughly locked the time range? Li Bu Ren's gaze temporarily left the Xuanwang realm. He came outside the starry sky. It has to be said that the ancient immortal cultivation world is indeed very different from today. Vitality is surging, and anomalies appear in the starry sky from time to time. Li Bu Ren finally knows why there are always rumors that even true immortals can only retreat when starry sky anomalies erupt. If my perception is correct, the eruption of starry sky anomalies will interfere with the connection between true immortals and the infinite sea to some extent. Having lost the nature of infinity, true immortals may not be able to escape unscathed in these treacherous and changeable anomalies. In 50 years, the dark star sea erupted a total of 7 times with anomalies that could deter true immortals. The blurred recorded images tell the story of these magnificent scenes that once happened in the starry sky in history. Li Bu Ren's divine sense roamed in this 50-year dark star sea. He secretly recorded all the anomalies in each immortal cultivation world. Sure enough, the Xuanwang realm is unique. Not to mention anything else, just being able to connect with the immortal realm is something that ordinary immortal cultivation worlds cannot do. And, Li Bu Ren clearly felt that the spirituality of the creatures in other immortal cultivation worlds seemed to be much weaker than that of the Xuanwang realm. 1479. Wanzhen's guidance. The so-called spirituality, is a unique quality that Li Fan's main body only began to perceive in cultivators and living beings after comprehending that truth is false divine power. It is almost a comprehensive judgment of all factors such as temperament, talent, aptitude, and luck, involving the probability of that living being transcending possibilities. In the past, Li Fan's perspective was only focused on the myriad beings of the Xuanwang realm. Those he encountered in the Shuo star sea were also among the most gifted. Moreover, the number was too small to make a judgment. Now, Li Buren's scope of observation has suddenly expanded to the entire experimental star sea. The Xuanwang realm is just one of the countless stars, and the amount of data has almost increased tens of millions of times. Li Fan suddenly realized a fact. In the vast sea of the cultivation world, the aptitude of the Xuanwang realm's living beings is definitely among the best. What factors lead to this difference in the average aptitude level of living beings in the cultivation world is unknown. But the true immortals in the experimental field must have discovered this strange point. It is only natural to regard the Xuanwang realm as a key observation object. Throughout the dark star sea, Li Buren is most concerned about the Xuansheng immortal ship. At this point in time, the Xuansheng immortal ship had already begun to travel between realms. Since the position of the immortal ship is not fixed, it sometimes even goes near areas where star phenomena erupt. Therefore, the records of the Xuansheng immortal ship in the experimental field are not continuous. For a certain period of time, observation of the Xuansheng immortal ship will be completely lost. Soon after, the immortal ship will jump and appear in another place in the star sea. And inside the immortal ship, there also seems to be some method that can interfere with the experimental field's records. The images are very blurry, as if the signal is lost, intermittent. Reflected in Li Buren's exploration, it is as if he is running into walls everywhere as his divine sense wanders. He is completely unable to see everything that is happening inside the Xuansheng immortal ship. It is said that the Xuansheng immortal ship discovered the fact that living beings in various realms are raised like livestock, so they gave up the life of settling in one realm. Instead, they constantly travel in the star sea, hoping to escape this fate. To some extent, they have indeed achieved this. According to the current Xuansheng immortal ship, the Xuansheng immortal ship may have mastered a certain immortal treasure or a method that can only be used by true immortals. Using immortals to control immortals is the only way to achieve such miraculous effects. As usual, he recorded in his heart the suspicious events that had occurred in the Xuansheng immortal ship in the past 50 years. Li Buren was about to check the other two square star seas besides the Xuanwang realm when suddenly, he felt like he had overlooked something. Pondering, his mind returned to the recorded images of the Xuanwang realm from the past 50 years. This time, he no longer focused on those conspicuous and dazzling beings. Instead, he focused on the ordinary masses. Li Buren discovered that some of the faces were surprisingly familiar. At the time this was recorded, Li Fan did not exist at all. The reason why Li Buren felt that some of these people were familiar was because they had appeared in the reversal of life and death array of the celestial Venerable of life and death, among the countless frozen corpses. Not just these. Even, one or two of these faces still exist in the current Xuanwang realm. With a thought, Li Fan's main body locked onto two people in the carefree dream paradise. They were originally mortals, and only embarked on the path of cultivation after the dream paradise enveloped the entire Xuanwang realm. And in the experimental field's recorded influence, in the ancient Xuanwang realm, these two also existed as inconspicuous mortals. Quote. 4 faces, spanning a long time, overlapped in pairs before Li Fan's eyes. Even with Li Fan's current power to destroy the Xuanwang realm with a flip of his hand, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He also recalled the ordinary person he saw in the recorded images who suddenly deviated from his life trajectory, as if he had become a different person, and went to welcome the true immortal. These mortals are probably just NPCs used to fill the Xuanwang realm, which can be infinitely recycled. At certain critical moments, they can also accept special instructions to complete the tasks assigned by the true immortals. This control method is not achieved through any magical powers. Rather, it is probably rooted deep within the core of these mortals. Li Fan, even before ascending to immortality, could barely create things with the shape of living beings. Therefore, he has no doubt that the true immortals of the past immortal realm had the ability to create living beings in batches. These created living beings are used in cycles. This shows that the experimental field also considered the issue of consumption. Since the base number is large enough, Thousands of years have passed each time they are released into reincarnation. Almost no one can detect it. Even if it is occasionally discovered, it can be easily explained by coincidence, making it difficult to determine. Only someone like me, who spans 2 periods of time and fully grasps the faces of all living beings in the Xuanwang realm, can make a definitive judgment. Not only will everything that happens be recorded, but even the environment of the cultivation world and most of the living beings are set up as expected of an experimental field. I just don't know if the other cultivation worlds are the same as the Xuanwang realm. The other realms have all been destroyed. Li Fan cannot verify it. But presumably, their structure should be the same as the Xuanwang realm. The maintenance of the experimental field is definitely inseparable from the indefinite ring in the ancient formation of the Xuanwang realm that I discovered before, and the 9-star red pearl. The 9-star red pearl is missing, suspected of being taken away. Traces of the returned secret are still left at the scene. If it was taken by someone from inside the experimental field, there would be no need to go to such lengths. So it should be an outsider. From what I saw back then, the pattern of the 9-star red pearl remains. And from the recorded data of the influence in this experimental field, the 9-star red pearl should contain all the life data of the living beings that existed in the history of the Xuanwang realm. Millions of different faces seemed to flash across Li Fan's eyes. A question suddenly appeared in his mind. If those mortals are NPCs created to fill the world's blank spaces, then what are those cultivators who were active in the history of the Xuanwang realm, those who were once illustrious, and even those peerless powerhouses who shook the ages? In the history of the Xuanwang realm, geniuses emerge frequently, not to mention all the true immortals who have ascended have not left any records. Either they were deliberately erased, or they all achieved the realm of anonymity and spontaneously disappeared from the world's records. If it is the former, it is still okay. If it is the latter, nameless true immortals, even if they died like ants in the disaster of the immortal realm's destruction. But after all, every promotion of an anonymous person needs to be in harmony with the Tao. Their number will never be too many. Moreover, it is still based on countless and immeasurable cultivation worlds in the lower realm. No matter how beautiful the Xuanwang realm is, it is impossible to frequently produce so many nameless true immortals. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the mist, a thought could not help but emerge in Li Fan's mind. Could it be that nameless true immortals descended to the lower realm in some way, using themselves as bait, trying to attract and capture return to truth? Li Fan's thoughts turned rapidly. The supreme treasure from the infinite sea that can reverse the annihilation of the Tao. Even nameless true immortals will definitely be tempted. If it were me, if I knew of the existence of this experimental field in the lower realm, I would also find a way to get involved. Even if the official does not allow it, I would smuggle myself over. After all, it is just an incarnation, which can be done casually. What if it is really captured? But return to truth is not so easy to be lured away. They are destined to return without success. Those who can cultivate into nameless true immortals, their own qualifications are beyond doubt. Even if they don't have the memory of their main body in order to be a realistic bait, it should not be a problem to return to the realm of true immortals. As an experimental field, theoretically, it is absolutely impossible to allow experimental creatures to escape through ascension. But those from the immortal realm are naturally not subject to restrictions. Some are even beings that the true immortals who preside over the experimental field cannot afford to offend. Naturally, they will choose to obediently let them go. Li Fan suddenly recalled Mo Rubin's description of Xuantian King's memory. The reason why Xuantian King was able to ascend to immortality smoothly was because the immortal official who was in charge of the Thunder Tribulation happened to have fallen in the disaster of the immortal realm's destruction, so he was able to ascend to the immortal realm by luck. According to Xuantian King himself, the Thunder Tribulation never intended to let any cultivator pass. Xuantian King is already faintly the #1 person in the Xuanwang realm for all ages. Even from the beginning of his cultivation path, he is suspected of having the assistance of a fishing pond. Even so, facing the Ascension Thunder Tribulation, he still has no chance of winning. It seems that under normal circumstances, it is impossible to escape from this experimental field. Li Fan's face was gloomy, and he also felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, the annihilation of the Tao has come and destroyed the immortal realm. The true immortals fled in all directions in order to survive. They no longer care about this experimental field. Otherwise, even if I have the advantage of return to truth, I am afraid that I am just like a bird in a cage, a fish in a net. Thinking of this, Li Fan suddenly froze. tasting it carefully, or, the true immortal's calculations in the past were not wrong. Return to truth did appear in this designated experimental field. But perhaps they did not expect that return to truth has its own consciousness. This method can deceive the secular mortals. How can it deceive return to truth? Therefore, it has never shown itself. Waiting for. Not only is the immortal realm destroyed and the experimental field is destroyed, it is also waiting for a qualified and unique carrier. With this kind of guess, after returning from the infinite sea, the return to truth, which had been silent, finally had fluctuations again. It's just that this time the emotions it conveyed made Li Fan a little confused. There is some certainty, there is also some amusement. Li Fan's expression was as usual, and he even shamelessly wanted to ask for more advice. Having been with return to truth for hundreds of lifetimes, almost any subtle change that happened to return to truth could not be hidden from him. Li Fan keenly noticed that since returning from the infinite sea and possibly coming into contact with return to truth's former acquaintances, return to truth has gradually become more active. In the past, it would only give a lazy response in certain extreme cases. But now, this time, facing Li Fan's sincere request for advice, return to truth, which has always been colorless, actually gave an answer. Li Fan himself did not expect this result. He was slightly stunned for a moment, and then looked for where return to truth was pointing. The main body and the avatar puppet Li Buren have not changed in the slightest. The change exists in the time segment that Li Fan created in this life, called endless reincarnation. The celestial Venerable of Truth is trapped in it and has experienced 9,363 reincarnations. No matter how he tries, he can never rewrite the ending of the Xuanwang realm's destruction. So after the 800th attempt, the celestial Venerable of Truth finally chose to give up. He gave up all pursuits, and at the beginning of each reincarnation, he resigned himself to waiting for the arrival of destruction. Gradually, he actually felt that this seemed not bad. Anyway, no matter how it is destroyed, he will return to the initial point in time. Then, to some extent, doesn't that mean he is immortal? After figuring this out, the celestial Venerable of Truth became even more at ease with his laziness. Living in a daze, he did not notice that the speed at which he experienced reincarnation was getting faster and faster. In Li Fan's perspective, through return to truth's disturbance, this period of time has suddenly accelerated the speed of reincarnation. The celestial Venerable of Truth in it cannot detect it, but Li Fan can see that millions of cycles of evolution in an instant are constantly being staged in front of him. The celestial Venerable of Truth, who has completely given up, gives up struggling in every reincarnation. Reincarnation has also lost its variables because of this. Each time is exactly the same as the last time. Staring closely at the celestial Venerable of Truth in reincarnation, Li Fan's expression became a little strange. Because he saw that the spirituality of the celestial Venerable of Truth was slowly being shaved off as the number of reincarnations increased. It is just like Li Fan constantly using the divine power of truth as false. Finally, the spirituality is completely lost, and the future is completely cut off. Li Fan's mind roared. When the truth is made false, the false is also true. The divine power of truth as false can reduce the spirituality of cultivators. And every time I initiate a reincarnation, isn't it equivalent to truth as false? Even, this truth as false is initiated by return to truth itself. Li Fan's heart trembled, and a water mirror transformed in front of him. He has observed the spirituality of all living beings. But he has only never seen his own. With apprehension and fear, Li Fan looked at himself. A face and body that could not be more familiar. Under Li Fan's re-examination this time, what made him breathe a sigh of relief was that what he was worried about did not happen. Even, Li Fan's expression became a little strange. He touched his chin and suddenly realized. What exactly is return to truth's guidance? The reason why Li Fan is unique as a carrier. Why was Li Fan chosen among the endless masses of living beings? Li Fan stared at his face. Spirituality does not seem to be prominent. But, it gives Li Fan an inexplicable feeling. His own spirituality is incomparably mellow. Even after being shaved off by one reincarnation after another, there is still not much change. If the ability to withstand truth as false is also a qualification, then perhaps, my qualification is the best in the world. Unlike other cultivation qualifications, this is what return to truth really values. 1480. Shoulder the calamity of Daoyan. Having experienced 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, my spiritual essence remains undiminished. Even an unnamed true immortal is likely incomparable to me. Realizing his own uniqueness, Li Fan couldn't help but feel waves of joy surging within him. He tried to communicate with Huan Zhen again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response received. After a long time, Li Fan calmed down from his agitated mood. Naturally, even greater questions arose in his heart. The purity of my spiritual essence is perhaps extremely rare, or even unique, throughout the mortal world. What exactly is the reason for this characteristic? Li Fan very directly associated it with his identity as a transmigrator. But whether it was true, and why the spiritual essence of a transmigrator was so unique, and whether other transmigrators would exhibit the same characteristics. Even deeper, there was the question of what exactly was Huan Zhen's purpose in attaching himself to Li Fan. These questions were beyond Li Fan's ability to explore at the moment. Suppressing the surging thoughts in the deepest part of his heart, Li Fan thought to himself, at the very least, my relationship with Huan Zhen has become ostensibly closer. Since he returned from the infinite sea, he has become more lively, which is a good thing. If he can guide me once, there will be a second time. And Huan Zhen's guidance is even better than directly facing the great Tao and comprehending it. While the main body had a qualitative gain, the avatar puppet, Li Buren, did not have any emotional fluctuations due to the relevant discovery. His mission was to investigate the matters within the high wall. Now, with the mysteries still heavy, how could he relax? Based on the current clues, it can be determined that this place originally belonged to a certain facility of the Immortal Realm's experimental field. The purpose of the experiment was to find a way to resist Tao annihilation. This experimental field naturally has certain means to defend against Tao annihilation. Although abandoned for unknown reasons, it still transformed into the high wall when the Tao annihilation calamity broke out. This prevented the countless star seas within the experimental field from being completely annihilated. Similarly, the mission of the experimental field dictates that it must possess extremely concealed properties. For internal protection, it only needs to trap the creatures in the experimental star sea. The restrictions of the true immortal realm are sufficient. As for external protection, it needs to consider the prying eyes of experts above the true immortal realm, in the unnamed realm. No wonder Qian Ruochang of the Shuo Star Sea, and that no immortal were so close to the high wall, yet seemed to turn a blind eye. It's not that they didn't want to, but they really couldn't. It can even shield the gazes of other possibilities to a certain extent. The specific meaning of the information left by Sun Piaomiao is still unclear. Li Buren simply ignored it for the time being. The reason I discovered the strangeness of the high wall is because the Immortal Realm chess piece was captured by the high wall and disappeared out of thin air. In that case, it is better to return to the root of the matter and track down the current location of that chess piece. The Immortal Realm chess pieces left by Sun Piaomiao are mutually inductive. However, separated by a high wall, this induction is cut off. Even Li Buren's body was built with an Immortal Realm chess piece. Yet, even here in this laboratory, he still cannot sense the existence of his kind. After pondering for a moment, Li Buren simply returned to the darkest star sea for the time being. Only the chess piece of the Medicine King Cauldron remained in Xuanwang, to prevent the fragments from merging and the immortal realm from reappearing. Then, from his body, he separated faint silver limbs that resembled both a net and an arm, and crudely, wrapped and tied, all the remaining chess pieces on himself using the power of the Tao net projection. Then, he suddenly charged towards the high wall again. The moment he entered the high wall, Li Buren felt an extremely powerful suction force coming from the outside world. The Immortal Realm chess pieces within his body flew rapidly towards the source of the suction, as if out of control. Li Buren did not resist this force, and even transformed his body back into its original chess piece form. He followed his brothers to an unknown place. As expected, entering as an intruder is different. This time, I am traveling on a different path. Li Buren seemed to be passing over countless square star seas within the experimental field at extreme speed. Then, he passed through the large empty space that served as the boundary of all the star seas. He arrived at a space that was both familiar and strange. It was familiar because it seemed to be the same place as the cylindrical hall Li Buren had previously visited. It was just located at the very top of the cylinder, the invisible place at the bottom. Upon arriving here, the suction force received by the Immortal Realm chess pieces disappeared. Li Buren, in his chess piece form, observed his surroundings. He discovered that the previously missing chess piece, as well as the 11 chess pieces he had brought with him this time, were all quietly floating in a row. 6 of them had already inexplicably merged, appearing in a 7-colored form, just as Li Fan had once seen. The remaining 5 were also tightly clustered together, waiting for Li Buren's final piece to join. From the chess pieces not far away, Li Buren sensed an urging, a desire to return. However, perhaps because the most crucial Medicine King True Cauldron piece was missing, or because this place was the true core area of the experimental field and there were unknown restrictions. Li Buren felt that the attraction of the chess pieces to him had not reached an uncontrollable point. Maintaining his own stability, he surveyed his surroundings. This survey revealed that there were actually 5 blurry figures standing quietly around him. Li Buren's mind instantly tensed, and his figure retreated violently, entering a battle stance. However, he found that no matter how quickly he moved, these 5 figures always surrounded him. They surrounded him in the center. Unable to approach, unable to move away. The 5 phantoms were to Li Buren as the blue sky is to the creatures living on the ground. The distance between the two always maintained an eternal and unchanging distance. Fortunately, these phantoms did not seem to be aggressive. They were just like inanimate objects, and did not react to the intruder Li Buren in any way. Li Buren first gathered all the Immortal Realm chess pieces, and then observed the 5 phantoms. He confirmed that there was no immediate danger. They are faintly beyond my perception ability, so I didn't notice them at first. Only by truly observing and staring at them can their existence be discovered. Quote. The words unnamed true immortal instantly popped out of Li Buren's mind. This scene was so similar to the scene Li Fan had previously glimpsed in the Shuo Star Sea, where an unnamed true immortal was used as a living stake to build the Tao net. And the Immortal Realm's immortal sky pillar was made from the leg bones of an unnamed true immortal. It also had a certain degree of resistance to Tao annihilation. It didn't seem unbelievable that there were unnamed true immortals as building materials inside the high wall. However, Li Buren instinctively felt that this place was different from both the Tao net and the southern immortal sky pillar. Using the Tao as a pillar, this is the ability displayed by the 5 phantoms, there should be no mistake. The key lies in, Li Buren frowned slightly, it's actually the same great Tao. A true immortal who wants to ascend to the unnamed realm needs to merge with the Tao. And in the world, there are 3,000 great Taos, each different. But there is absolutely no repetition. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for there to be unnamed true immortals who have attained the Tao through the same path. Not even 2 are possible, let alone 5 appearing at once. From different possibilities, Li Buren was shocked, but soon, he rejected this judgment. He had personally witnessed the aura of a strong person who could cross possibilities. Although the 5 phantoms in front of him were strong, they were far from it. So, there is only one answer. These 5 phantoms are transformed from the same unnamed true immortal. Not flesh and blood like the leg bones in the southern immortal sky pillar, but only the phantom of itself. Li Buren's heart shook. With 5 phantoms, can one transform into a wall and support the Tao annihilation calamity? What realm is this? The 5 phantoms surrounded Li Buren like stars. He couldn't see their facial details clearly, and couldn't even tell if they were male or female. But they were like gods in myths, making people feel solemn and worshipful. That was the emotion that lower beings would instinctively feel in their bodies and minds after seeing higher beings. I once guessed that under the immortal ruins land, there was a martyred unnamed who blocked the Tao annihilation calamity from the immortal realm by using himself as a pillar. But now, the unnamed in front of me doesn't need to sacrifice himself. He can do the same thing by just dividing out 5 phantoms. The shock in Li Buren's heart was beyond words. Obviously, the one who left these 5 phantoms, even among all the unnamed true immortals, belonged to the strongest. This form of strength was different from being able to cross possibilities. Li Buren could not distinguish between the two. But he knew that their performances were equally shocking. In Su Bai's memory, facing the monstrous Tao annihilation calamity, evil Su Bai could only escape in a panic. But in the original possibility I am in, there is such an unrivaled powerhouse who has used his own phantom to resist Tao annihilation. Perhaps, they chose to go in different directions. Where is this powerhouse now? Was he originally responsible for the plan of this laboratory? Various questions arose in Li Buren's heart. If there were more powerhouses like this, I don't think the Tao annihilation calamity would be so difficult to deal with. Li Buren stared at the 5 phantoms in front of him, and couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. Being able to transform into an immortal pillar and resist the Tao annihilation calamity, the phantoms left by the unnamed true immortal should be infinitely close to the Tao itself. But even though they were so close, Li Buren couldn't see or understand the great Tao they represented. It was as if this Tao was not within the heavenly Taos that Li Buren currently knew and had come into contact with. Seeing without seeing, hearing without hearing, knowing without knowing. Either, this one is from another possibility. The Tao he merged with does not exist in the original possibility. To me, it is a completely unfamiliar existence, so I can't comprehend or peek into it at all. Or it is. This one's realm has already reached perfection. He has jumped out of the shackles of this world with the Tao he has merged with, and goes his own way. Li Fan had guessed before. It was because the unnamed true immortal merged with the Tao and then drifted away, drawing away the great Taos that were originally used as pillars in the world. It was like the load-bearing walls of a building were broken, which brought about the Tao annihilation calamity. But later, after seeing many powerhouses in the unnamed true immortal realm and having the good fortune to enter the Infinite Sea and seeing the fact that the Infinite Sea and the Tao annihilation calamity were vaguely of the same origin, he became skeptical of this guess. However, at this moment, after directly facing these 5 phantoms, he truly saw this unnamed true immortal powerhouse who was beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. Coming from other possibilities, but sacrificing himself to help resist the Tao annihilation calamity, such a possibility is not high. He could just escape on his own. This person should be a native of the original possibility. While observing, Li Buren tried to use his own divine thoughts to reflect the great Tao represented by these 5 phantoms. However, the mirror of his mind that could reflect the heavenly Taos was always empty when facing these 5 phantoms. I wonder if this one is still in the current possibility. If he has already left, and the phantoms he left behind still have such an effect, then that would be a bit terrible. So far, among all the things Li Fan had seen, only Tao annihilation and the Infinite Sea were the most frightening. And the ones who could contend with these two, previously only Huan Zhen. Now, there was this unknown powerhouse. Although weaker than Huan Zhen, it still allowed Li Fan to see the upper limit that a cultivator could reach. After trying to reflect it to no avail, Li Buren stopped doing useless work. These 5 phantoms must be the core of the high wall. Such an important area, but attracting the immortal realm chess pieces over, there must be a reason. It's just that I can't find a way to trigger it now. Staying here, Li Buren can only appear in the form of an immortal realm chess piece. Otherwise, he will soon be rejected. If there is no change happening, is it because the immortal realm chess pieces are not complete? A thought soon floated into Li Buren's mind. After passing this idea to the main body, Li Fan in the Xuanwang realm, after some deliberation, finally handed the Medicine King Cauldron to the avatar puppet. The Medicine King True Cauldron was collected by Li Fan in this life without alarming the hungry immortal. The people of the Medicine King sect in the cauldron were naturally all sent to the land of carefree bliss, adding bricks and tiles to the construction of the dream. The Medicine King True Cauldron transformed into its original appearance. A simple white chess piece. Li Buren reconnected it to the center of the high wall, where the 5 phantoms were located. Li Fan's main body was extremely vigilant, ready to welcome Huan Zhen at any time. Li Buren was also prepared to have his body reorganized and evolved into an immortal realm. However, the development of the matter was somewhat beyond Li Fan's expectations. Even with all the chess pieces together, the immortal realm did not unfold in the space where the 5 phantoms were located. Instead, in the dark, there was a force around that was curbing the formation of the immortal realm. But as Li Buren expected, when the immortal realm chess pieces came together, there were abnormalities around. Like a foreign object falling into the water, causing ripples. The faces of the 5 phantoms actually became a little clearer in the distortion due to these ripples. All their gazes were fixed on the chess pieces in the center. It was as if the entire world was pressing on oneself. Li Buren's body, transformed by the immortal realm chess pieces, felt like it couldn't bear it for a moment. This is, when the chess pieces are gathered, they are valued by the unnamed true immortal. Finally, they can enter the eyes of the 5 phantoms.